Hey, everybody. Welcome to the SyFy Sistas Trek Talks 4 Kickoff benefiting the Hollywood Food Coalition. Yay!
That was a
I'm
mouthful.
Tamia Harper, and I'm joined. What'd you say, Yvette?
That was a mouthful.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a mouthful. I'm Tamia Harper. I'm joined by my sister, Yvette Blackman Tom,
Hello.
Sabrina Wood,
Whoop, whoop.
and Fran T.
What's happening?
What's happening? What's happening is that everybody, Fran, can start donating right now. This is a benefit for the Hollywood Food Coalition. We're so happy you guys are here to do it. Let's get those wallets open. You can text TREK, TREK, to 5355. Once again, that's text TREK, TREK, to 5355.
Five.
Oh, three fives.
3 5s.
53555, y'all. 5355555555. No, it's only three fives. It's only three fives. 5355. You got it? 5355. You guys got it? All right, good. I want you to, we're going to quiz you later on in the show. 53555.
There you
Okay.
go.
Or the easier way, scan the QR code on your screen.
That might be
That one
the-
right there. That one.
That might be your safe bet right there. All right.
All right. So it's been 4 years we've been doing this, right? 4 glorious years with Trek Talks. Woohoo! And but we
great.
said, yeah, it has been great, right?
Yes, wonderful.
But we said, yeah, like what Fran said, like right there, 4. We said we need to do something different this year. So for something completely different. Ta-da! Yay!
I still think you should say Dabo.
Dabo!
Dabo!
Uh-oh, wrong game. All right, Dabo.
We're
Here we
crossing
go.
the streams, baby. We're going to cross these game streams like you wouldn't believe. This is the 1000 Latinum Bar Pyramid presented by the SyFy Sisters. We want you guys to play along, have fun guessing with us, okay? And we're going to kick this bad boy off. Let's go. Okay, that's our game show music. Mhm.
That's ours. Nobody can charge us. That's ours.
I just made it up.
Right.
Okay. All right. So first to take a swat at this pyramid here, Sister Yvette, and everybody playing along out there. Your clues are Derek Tyler Attico, Una McCormack, David A. Goodman.
Ooh, I know that one. That is the author's autobiography panel. Right?
Yay!
Woo-hoo! I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. You know, I
That's-
like that one.
Yeah, right. That one's going to be a really cool panel, and that one's hosted by Michael Dismuke.
Mhm.
So we can't wait for that one. Whoop whoop whoop! I love it.
And it's so good to have Trek authors on the telethon with us, because you know how much we love them, especially our guy Derek Tyler Attico. So.
Yay! Our brother Derek. That's going to be the name of we're going to do a book. We're going to call it Our Brother Derek. Okay. Anyway, or a show or a song or something or play. Okay. Anyway, moving right along. Sabrina,
Yes.
you got the next choice. What you
All
got,
right.
baby?
I'm taking it's like deja vu for 150, Alex.
Okay, wow, it's like deja vu. For 150 to Sister Sabrina, your clues are Ira Stephen Bear, Robert Hewitt Wolf, Blair Bursey, and Terry Farrell.
This sounds like the past tense panel. What is the past tense panel?
Yes. Yay! Check it
Yeah.
out. Hold on, let me check it off on my little show card here. Yep, check, just like
Latinum.
right. That is the
That's
past
gonna be a
tense
good one.
panel, the deep, Star Trek Deep Space Nine past tense panel, hosted by none other than Dr. Trek himself, Larry Nemechek.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yay!
that's
Whoop,
going to be
whoop.
great.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, Fran T, you're up. Make your
Okay,
selection.
Chuck, I'll take Be the change for 150, please.
Chuck.
Oh, damn, Chuck Willery now. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love him. Okay, Fran and everybody playing your clues for Be the Change at 150 for 150 bars of Latinum. Heather Ray Barker and Matthew Simone.
Trektivism.
Yes.
Woo.
Ta-da! That would be the Trektivism panel, hosted by none other than our good friend John Champion.
Ooh,
Yay,
nice.
John. That's going to be great. That's going to
Yeah.
be great.
Doing some great work there.
They
Yes.
are
yeah.
doing some
Yeah.
great work. I love the fact that Trektivism is a real thing now. You
Yes.
know,
Yes.
I mean, it's
Exactly.
a real thing. You know, we have all lived this philosophy, right?
Right. Yep.
That we learned in Star Trek, but now so many people are actually putting their money where their mouths are, and it's
Exactly.
beautiful.
Exactly.
And that means to donate. Donate,
That's
donate,
it.
donate.
Mhm. You know it. Donate is the key. Number 4, Yvette.
Ooh.
Sister.
Yvette,
Come on, sister.
come on.
We're gonna move out of this 150, 250. Choo choo.
Ooh, ooh. Choo choo for 250. Uh-oh,
Yeah.
choo choo. Gonna do the choo choo. Okay. The clues, Yvette are Mike McMahan, Tawny Newsome, Dawnn Lewis, Eugene Cordero, and Gabrielle Ruiz.
Well, you know what that is. That is the Lower Decks reunion.
Lower decks. Lower
Lower
decks.
decks.
Lower
Lower
decks.
decks.
Woo! I'm sure they haven't gotten tired of that yet.
Exactly.
Outfit.
Yes, that is the Lower Decks reunion, and that is going to be hosted by Jessica Lynn Verdi. And we're
Oh,
really,
nice, nice, nice.
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Really cool, right?
Yep.
She's awesome too, and what a great panel that's going to be because
7.5 minutes.
whoop 7.5
Look,
minutes
look,
till
look.
telethon time, y'all.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Trek
Mhm.
Talks, here we come.
That's it.
Okay, yeah, lots of our favorite people on that panel. Sister Sabrina, that's your name.
Yes. Yes. All right, Pat. I'm gonna spin.
All right, spin.
I'm gonna spin. Brace for 250.
Brace, and your clues are
Okay.
Sonequa Martin Green, Doug Jones,
Yes.
Mary Chifo, David Ajala, Emily Coots, Ronnie Rowe Jr.,
Oh my God.
Jane Brooks,
Emma.
Ian Alexander,
Ooh.
and Sara Mitich.
That has got to be the Discovery reunion.
Yay!
Oh, I miss them so much.
Lord,
Tell
we
her what
do.
she won,
Yeah.
Pat.
What she won the fact that that panel, that reunion, is hosted by none other than yours truly.
Whoa.
Yay!
Yay! Happy me. Yes, you know
That's
I'm
it.
happy. You know
know
I'm
you are.
ecstatic. Oh my God. All like I love this. I love this world. I love Star Trek. And I love the fact that I get to talk to these people. And yes, I'm fangirling right now.
That's it.
Woo! Okay. Mm.
There you go.
All right, we're on a
I'm gonna be
roll. We're on a
poised.
There
roll.
we go.
Gotta be
We're on the
poised.
roll. 6
All
minutes.
right. Number 6. Fran, come on. You got it, baby.
Come on, Fran.
Okay, I'm gonna take curtain number 6, Wayne. Hello?
Curtain.
Hello.
Hello.
Is it me? You're
Oh,
okay. All right. Hello. Your
We can't
Fran.
afford that one.
Your clue, Fran.
Stop.
I stopped it just in time. Your clue, Fran, is
Okay.
Nana Visitor.
Ooh, the one and only.
Curtain number 6, I got the big deal. Open a channel.
There you go.
Yes.
Nana.
Nana. Oh my gosh. Okay, go ahead, microphone. Change. All right. Thank you. I love technical things. Yes. Number 6, and that one is going to be hosted by our good friend Sue Kissenweather,
Oh.
and we have a special shout out that we'd like to give to the women at Warp, right, Yvette?
Yeah. We want to say thank you so much for everything you've done for, fandom. They're ending their 10 year
years.
run of Women at
Wow.
Warp. So we want to say thank you, congratulations, and you know, we'll see you soon because I'm sure
Yeah.
we'll see Sue around. So that
Yeah.
it'll be great. Yeah, they did so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah,
Thank
they
you
really
for
did.
leading the way. Thanks
Yeah,
for leading the
definitely,
way.
definitely
That's
leading the
right.
way.
Thank you for
Yeah.
being the shoulders on which we stand.
Yes,
Yes.
definitely,
You know, we
definitely.
love
Yep.
you guys.
Yep.
Okay, Sister Yvette, sticking
me
with
again?
you. Yeah, you've got the 7th choice here.
The 7th. Okay, so I am going for 1,000. The
All right.
reason for the season.
Oh, Yvette going big town.
Yep,
The
yep,
reason
yep.
for the season. She gets this clue right. She's got 1,000 bars, gold press latinum. Your clues, Yvette,
Yes.
Roddenberry and Arnali Ray.
Do you mean Eugene Roddenberry?
I meant Eugene Roddenberry, excuse me.
So
Trying
that
to
would
trip
be
us
Yes,
up.
that is who I meant. I meant
that would
trying
be
to
the
trip us up.
spotlight. You trying to trip me up there?
I'm sorry.
That is the spotlight panel with Eugene and Arnali from Hollywood Food Coalition.
Yay! She
Get
did a
my
lot
money.
better on that clue than I did. Let me see if I
Looking
can
at
3
you.
minutes. 3 minutes.
Let's see if I can redeem myself by saying
right.
that panel was hosted by none other than Bonnie Gordon and John Billingsley.
Our host.
Fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, fun. All right, Sabrina,
Yes.
you're next.
Okay. I am going to go with Old Pioneer for 500 bars.
Okay, 500 bars coming to you. Your clues are Brandon Braga,
Oh, boy.
David Livingston,
Oh, my
Lisa
God.
Klink, and Brian Fuller.
Oh, that's got to be the tribute to Jerry Taylor.
Oh, wow.
Yes!
Yay!
Yay!
Give me my
Woohoo!
square. Give me my square, Gene.
And that, right, you got that square, baby, and you got that 500 bars of gold press latinum. And that panel is hosted by none other than our good friend Lori Ulster from TrekMovie.com.
Nice.
Lori.
Nice.
All right, Fran, make your pick.
Drew, let's do Neela's Cafe and Cabaret.
All right.
She went through all of them.
Hope you get to the big wheel.
For
Okay,
500,
all right.
yeah.
All right, Neelix's Cafe and Cabaret for 500. Your clues, Fran.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
All right, here we go. Your clues, Fran, are Kate Mulgrew and Robert Picardo.
Who else but the doctor and the captain from Voyager?
Yep.
That's right. Yes.
Playing off each other.
Together, right?
Together,
and
yeah.
This particular spotlight panel moment is going to be brought to you by Kate Mulgrew and Robert Picardo.
That's
All
going
right.
to be a fun panel.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Two giants together, two
I love
legends
them. I love
together.
them both.
Two
Okay.
friends. Two friends
Two
together.
friends together, yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so the last clue on the board is the bonus round, and whoever gets this one correctly is the winner, baby. Okay, so for DEI this, the clues are Dr. Sian Proctor, Ubaldi Seminary, Terry Farrell, and Celia Rose Gooding.
Do we have a smash button? What are we doing?
Just shout it out. Whoever
All right, I got it.
All right, go.
Growing sustainability and diversity in aerospace.
All right. Yay! We have a winner. We have a winner. Yvette Blackman Tom has won the 1,000 bars of gold press latinum. That panel is brought to you by none other than Amy M.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Yvette, you need to donate those. I think you should donate
yes,
your
I will.
winnings, right?
I will text Trek, TREK, at 53555.
Yes.
All my latinum.
All right. Or if you guys have gold press latinum you're sitting on that you need to get rid of, scan the QR code on the screen.
Yeah.
All right. Scan that QR code on the screen. We love you guys. And we're out of here.
Yeah.
Peace, love, and hair grease, my friends.
Boo, boo, boo. HoFoCo.
That's it.
Dr. Phil, no dirty forceps, Flux, proud citizen of Denobula, where my fellow Denobulans, are dealing with the repercussions from a crippling and senseless trade war started by the Klingon Empire. Oh, no, wait, that's, never mind. Anyway, I am thrilled and honored to introduce once again my dear, dear friend and colleague who will be co-hosting with me today, as always, the brilliant and breathtaking, yes, you, Bonnie Gordon.
That's me! I'm not sure where that voice came from. Hi, everybody. I'm Bonnie Gordon. This is the part where I get to introduce myself, which it's always more fun if John does it, but you all might recognize my voice from Star Trek Prodigy as the ship computer, Jillian, 12 characters from that show, as well as the Star Trek Experience and a convention near you as a music guest, as well as a singer. I do a lot of voiceovers for cartoons and video games. But most importantly, what I'm here for today is Trek Talks 4. That's the most important thing on my resume.
Let's get this out
of the way first. As of this moment, let's do it.
Back by popular demand. Batman!
Oh, no. Oh, no.
For those of you today, by my side, just off camera, ever vigilant against the possibility that an injustice might get perpetrated.
And you don't want to know where Robin's hiding.
Without pants. Bonnie, are you two enjoying the pants-free life today?
You know, actually, I am pants-free. Yes, I know.
That kind of counts.
I'm not going to show you my superhero underwear, though.
All right, fabulous.
Actually, I prefer villains. All right, here's the thing, everyone. Pants or no pants, over the course of the next 8 hours, you're going to enjoy a plethora of Star Trek content. Panels and chinwags with actors, writers, producers, directors, you name it. We're going to tell you a bit more about what's coming up in just a bit. All for nothing, other than the cost of a donation to the Hollywood Food Coalition, of course. And we cannot thank our guests enough for joining us today. It's one of the many wonderful things about this franchise that the people who work in it have almost, to a person, chosen to engage in so many different ways and giving back to their communities. To all of our guests and to the many people who have devoted tons of time and energy to making this show right now happen, whose names to list would take almost as much time as we have together today, almost. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And we will talk more about what it means to find your activist bliss in our Trektivism panel hosted by Heather Barker and Matt Simone coming up later today. But please know that in these very, very dark and scary times, a lot of people associated with Star Trek are in there pitching and fighting for the kind of stuff Batman fights for.
That's very true. Oh,
yeah.
There he is.
As much as anything, on a day when a lot of people are marching for our rights and freedoms all over this country, we wanted to acknowledge the values of this franchise. What we think it means to be a Star Trek fan, what we think it means to care about your neighbors, your friends, and the world you live in, to not see the world as an us versus them place or an I got mine Jack place, but rather as a home for all of us, that we all share, a planet that we all help to make better through our kindnesses and our generosity and our grace.
And as I'm sure most of you know, Trek Talks 4 was supposed to take place back in January, but the devastating fires that destroyed huge areas of Los Angeles and it cost so many people their homes, demanded us to postpone. But we are proud to recognize the fact that the Hollywood Food Coalition, along with so many other LA-based charitable organizations that we work with, has served the needs of people in distress throughout our community since those dark days. Wealthy people lost their homes, some of our Star Trek family lost their homes, and our hearts go out to everybody. To lose your home is a huge tragedy, and no matter who it happens to. But lots of folks who weren't so wealthy lost everything too. And lots of people who worked for wealthy families who lost their homes, lost in essence their livelihoods. An ecosystem was affected. And the nature of the way that the Food Coalition thinks about its work and what it does is all about working to improve an ecosystem, working towards the betterment of the largest possible community. We are part of a network of care providers, a network of recipient organizations and individuals and communities in need.
So in a minute or two, we'll be introducing Rod Roddenberry, the paterfamilias of Star Trek, a gentleman who most of you know has played a critical role in helping to support our organization and Trek Talks down the years, as well as HoFoCo's marvelous executive director, Arnali Ray. We'll talk a bit about some of the exciting things we have going on the coalition building front. Right after Rod and Arnali, we'll have a wonderful chinwag with Lower Deck stars Tawny Newsome, Eugene Cordero, Gabrielle Ruiz, Dawnn Lewis, and head honcho Mike McMahan. What else do we have on tap for today, Bonnie?
Ooh, we're going to have some good old quality time with the much beloved Nana visitor, who will be talking about her amazing book, Open Channel, A Woman's Trek, which an autographed copy is actually being one of the many things that we're auctioning off today. So keep a look on for that. But let's hold off of Nana. We have a fabulous tribute to Jerry Taylor with Brennan Braga, Brian Fuller, Lisa Klink, and David Livingston. Bob Picardo and Kate Mulgrew are going to be hanging out together later, shooting the breeze. And a DS9 past tense episode deep dive with Ira Stephen Bear, Robert Wolf, Terry Farrell, and HoFoCo longtime volunteer and board member Blair Bursey. We're going to have an hour-long Discovery panel starring Sonequa Martin-Green, joined by a plethora of our fellow Discovery stars, including Doug Jones, David Ahala, Wilson Cruz, Jane Brooke. You name it, we got it.
And as we've done in the years past, we'll be telling the HoFoCo story throughout the day via what we hope are some pretty inspiring videos. This year, with a bit of a twist, Jonathan Frakes, Armin Shimmerman, and Kitty Swink visited our campus, and this year's video journey follows them as they explore the HoFoCo world with hosts me and the aforementioned Arnali Ray.
And there's tons more because this puppy's going for 8 hours. And so if you need to pee or get a sardine sandwich, not sure why you would eat that, but to each his own, now's the time because the show is about to start.
Yes.
Wait, do you like sardine sandwiches? Is that?
I love sardine sandwiches.
Oh, well, you're the first person I've met that likes that. But as mentioned, we are going to be auctioning off some really cool stuff. So follow the prompts on the screen to check out the silent auction. We have the Magic Castle Experience, which is an evening out with myself and John Billingsley to the Magic Castle. We have other live experiences that you can bid on as well, plus great artwork, Trek memorabilia, collectibles. So click on the links, check it out.
Every dollar we raise today goes to help people in need, and more to the point, goes to support an organization, a coalition that believes passionately in the values of the Federation. More on this as the day progresses. Please help support our work. And remember, if you went to an actual convention, it would cost you a fortune. You would have to wear pants.
It's very true. And every donation matters. So even if it's just a little bit, please do support today. Spread the word, because this is just going on for 8 hours, but we really want to encourage you to get on Blue Sky, Threads, Instagram, Facebook, promote us all throughout the day.
Tell folks, go to YouTube, enter Trek Talks. You'll find us streaming there live. If you're a member of a fan club, drop a group email or text, or you get the idea.
And, people do forget. I'm very forgetful. They need their memories jarred. It's one of the best ways that you can make a difference and help get back, not just to our organization, but in a way to Trek itself. Because all of the folks who are here today are also passionate about giving back to their communities. And we want to make sure that all of them know that this kind of effort really matters and that we're all in this together.
And we don't have the time to thank everybody by name. We do want to single out a few peeps who've donated in advance of the show or donated to the silent auction, specifically Mark Sickle and the Star Trek family. So grateful for everything you've done. All the podcasters who told our stories, those of you who went above and beyond to share and tag our posts to the world. Sponsor Jonathan Garrett, sponsoring us via Unique Minds. Okay, I think we're ready.
All right, let's do this. Take off your pants, sit back, and let's just wait a second for everyone to get back from peeing. Okay, good. Everyone's here. There we go. Let's begin the show, and we're going to bring on two of our favorite people in the entire galaxy. Arnali Ray, Chief Cook and Bottle Washer at Hollywood Food Coalition, and the marvelous Rod Roddenberry, Chief Cook and Bottle Washer of Star Trek.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Now, I think
that's
we
perfect.
Seamlessly segued into this next panel. I'm waiting for the clock to tick down. And
it's ticked.
Here we are. Two of my very favorite people in the entire world. Welcome. Arnali Ray, our incredible executive director, a man who needs no introduction, Rod Roddenberry, whose legacy now is in its own right is just, makes all of us who are fans of this show.
Just carrying on what I became a fan of, like so many others.
And carrying it on brilliantly. If I
To the
can
best of my ability. Yeah.
I would love Arnali, because this has been an incredibly busy and productive year for the Hollywood Food Coalition and some very trying times. I'd love for you to kind of catch us up on what's been going on and what some of the things coming up in the coming years that you're particularly excited about.
Amazing. Thank you, everyone. It's so great to be on today and just happy to be in the company of everyone here. We have, as you know, been so busy this year. January did not start off well for us in LA, and so many of our supporters and volunteers were impacted by the fires. Even one of our employees is, not able to be in her home. And I watched our organization just act so quickly. In 3 days, we ended up pulling in what we normally pull in over a month and get it out to folks. And I think because we have these great relationships with these community partners, we were able to really get to the communities that needed it in Altadena, especially. And so super proud of just the work that we've been doing and continue to do. And I think a lot about just the essence of coalition and community building and how important it is. And just thinking about Star Trek and thinking about the vision, right, is how do we bring people together in a very trying time? And I just saw that manifest perfectly in January. And right now we've been working with the community to really think through what's needed. For some reason, food is still something that people don't have enough of. There's too many people that are hungry still, and it's growing with the rising costs in LA. And so we are really excited. We're actually moving into a new warehouse where we are doubling our space. So, you all have seen it, but it's, we've been operating in a small space. We've finally gotten our own space. We are joining forces with 3 other entities, 2 nonprofits, Asian Pacific Island Forward Movement, Polo's Pantry. They both do food distribution programs and finding culturally relevant food, and a for-profit farm called Sunrise Organic. And we are moving in together because, as you know, LA is super expensive, can't afford costs on our own. So we're coming together, but we're also we've been brought together because we're values aligned and we know that food justice is important. And so we are hoping to be very innovative together. So we're moving in next month, but overall, I'm just so proud of the organization, John, and Bonnie, I've just watched us really grow. We are so volunteer driven. Our Lunchbag program, our Sunday Lunchbag program just had its 5-year anniversary. We've done over 760,000 lunch bags in 5 years. And that is with our partners, Hodge, which is Hang Out, Do Good. So I'm very excited right now thinking about just obviously the direct impact that we're having, but also sort of the political movement that is happening. And so that's what's, keeping me excited and motivated and obviously tired, but just so thrilled that we can make some movement here.
What's keeping you excited and motivated and tired these days, Rod?
And tired. Wow, that last one really rang a bell. An amazing son and a Star Trek are obviously the ones that keep me motivated, busy, and quite tired. So I'm loving that. And considering what's going on with the year in the world, it is exhausting. It's by no means do I mean to say this as my life being difficult, but it is emotionally exhausting. I ask for no sympathy. This is not what my statement is about, but to try to be the Roddenberry that tries to carry on Star Trek and that message of a better future. And then walks around and hears certain things going on without naming names or anything like that. It flies right in the face of what Star Trek is. It is counter to what I think a lot of us who believe in that future want the future to be. And it's tough. I mean, it's really tough because I'm supposed to talk optimism, and that's hard to do sometimes. Let me turn around. Let me turn around on you guys. You guys, I'm always so impressed. Someone like me who, yes, I've got a family foundation and we make contributions and we find organizations and people who are, in our opinion, working towards that long-term betterment of humanity. It's easy to give money. You guys are doing it. You guys are on the ground doing it. John, it's always impressed me, not to take away from anyone else in this group and everyone behind the scenes, but you know, you've been on Star Trek. You're a celebrity. You don't necessarily have to do this. This is something that you and Bonnie, your wife, have loved. I mean, you have passion. You truly pour your heart into. And so you give me hope. You inspire me. Star Trek inspires us, but then there's the real world people who I think inspire all of us. And you and everyone on the HoFoCo team are an inspiration. And I'm not just saying that. You truly are.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. And I'm going to pivot back to one thing that I really wanted to also emphasize, because this is something that I think gets lost a little bit when you talk about not-for-profit and structure generally. And you guys, you run stuff and you know how important structure is. One of the things in hiring Arnali and in bringing together an incredible staff and an incredible team of people is that we've created a structure that has the integrity to survive. And I think one of the hard things in this climate is to recognize that a lot of structuralists have to go back to the, you know, to the well with worries about where the money is coming from, where the political attacks are coming from, to make sure they've got a house that ain't going to get blown down by the big bad wolf. And I'm so appreciative of the work that you've done, Arnali, to do that. And I'm wondering, is there anything that you would point to specifically in the last few years that you think you've been able to do to kind of like, you know, really protect the integrity, not just of our organization, but the ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, and this is where I just keep going back to like coalition building and community. You know, it's sometimes you don't feel like you have the answers. But when you get together with like-minded, values-aligned folks, this like magic happens. And I've talked about this in some of the work that I've previously done, but especially like right now, like this, the community exchange happened, you know, and you and Bonnie were there to start and create it. And it's taken many forms and iterations. And some of it's evolved with talking to our other partners who receive the food and then share it. This collaborative food hub has been made possible because I was in a meeting and Rod, this is actually like thinking about how foundations are such great partners as well. Another foundation partner brought us together to like talk through things, and we realized, oh, you need space. Oh, I have a forklift. Oh, you have this. And that's where that synergy came about. And then basically from then we continued the conversations and built trust together and started creating. So I just feel like at the end of the day, and this is what keeps me hopeful too, is you know, because I agree with you, Rod. Like I'm thinking about just how tired and how deflated you can feel at times. But then I think about this power of community and bringing people together, and that's really where the hope rises, right? Like I feel like that's the most important piece, because that from that comes innovative solutions. It comes people who are going to do the work together in various forms. We all need each other right now. And so that's what keeps me motivated during this time. And that's, John, that's kind of where the structure happens, right? It's like organically things start to form.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone figures out what their role is, and we start to work together. And that is the message that we need to tell right now in this day and age.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a great day to do it. If I could jump in quickly, it's, I mean,
yeah.
being First Contact Day, which, you know, I think the underlying message of that is truly connection. You know, on a most fundamental level, you know, the IDIC philosophy in Star Trek, the backbone of what it is the idea of not just different looking people, but people or life forms who think in a different way, being willing to come together, consider and have empathy for the other, listen to the other, learn from the other, share with the other, and connect. And, you know, what you just said, what this organization does is truly a form of connection. And this is the perfect day. Well done on choosing it.
And Rod, is there anything that you would like to share with us about the upcoming work of the foundation, or anything you'd like to kind of keep us informed about?
You know what? I'll give my plug right here that I was told to do, because I just always forget these things. But this year we've been kind of changing our foundation around a little bit here and there, and there's some new programs that we're trying to do, and we realize that our outward messaging has not been as strong to the Star Trek, and I hate to say it, fan community, but people. You're a fan of everything, fan community. We're going to do a series of live streams with Star Trek cast members throughout the year. We're also going to be doing live streams with our fellowship winners and some of our prize winners. This is all going to be starting April 24th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. The first person we're going to be talking to is Tim Russ, obviously from Voyager, and we've got a lot more lined up. But for those out there who not only love Star Trek, but do believe in that future and kind of want to get inspired, maybe some hope back, let's all come together and talk about how we can make our future, our democracy, how we can help one another in what will probably be a difficult future for some people or a lot of people. So that's my plug. I do have another thing, but I'll let you deliver, or I'll let you lead me into that when you want.
Absolutely. You have frozen up, Rod, and hopefully that's not.
Yeah.
Although you've frozen up in a way that's actually quite compellingly beautiful.
But you've unfrozen our hearts, is what
Yes,
he's
there
There
trying
we
to
go.
say.
Perfect.
That's
I'm
all
so
right.
glad
That's
this
right.
is working out. There we go.
Great. No, because you're making right now a very passionate and committed gesture of human solidarity. I mean, I don't
Oh
know
no.
you'd even want to change it, really.
Yeah, well, that's a great look. I can see myself, and it's perfect. It's exactly how I want to be remembered. I think the only way I could kill it is to kill the screen, and I'm not going to do that. So go ahead.
It's quite all right. No, this is how I will remember you always in this way. I do have a question that's sort of, there you are, you're back
There
again.
you are.
You took the same exact posture and expression that you had before. This is somewhat unrelated, but it's a question for you as well, Bonnie. What were your own personal experiences and foundational experiences as volunteers? What was it that kind of first instilled in you a sense that, because I totally get where you're coming from, Rob, but there was a choice that you made to give over a good portion of your life and energy and money to helping other people. What was the foundational experience that kind of led you to think, I do want to give a good portion of myself to helping other people? I'm just curious.
I want to let Bonnie talk because I've talked over her like 10 times.
Oh, it's fine. This is your panel. I'm just here.
Well,
I'm just here for the zingers.
It's our panel. It's our panel, and I'm not even here visually. I'm trying.
You're here and then you're not here. It's some kind of a temporal abnormality, a spatial.
No kidding. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, jumping on that, John, and also going back to what y'all were saying about, noticing, during the fires, how everyone was in need and a lot of people came together to work together. After the LA fires, I felt like that was a huge just testimony to the communities of Los Angeles. Everyone came together. Didn't matter, where they came from, what they do. So many people came together, gave, clothing, gave food, donated. And it was beautiful to see so many people, kind of banding together in a common cause of, oh my gosh, we've got to help our fellow neighbor in this sense. And that was what I see on such a larger scale. Sorry, I keep seeing Rod's screen flash and camera flash. But I feel like when you're when you see the world, when you see people suffer, when you lose your empathy, when you lose that ability to empathize with your fellow human, your fellow neighbor, that's when the world becomes a scary place. So I always tell people, like, look, if you think differently from someone, if you guys you come from different backgrounds, different religions, different whatever, there's always common ground, and there's always a way to empathize in some way of their suffering. But the way the world is right now, I feel like we need volunteers and charity and people seeing good more than anything, because I feel around these times is when a lot of people lose hope.
Yeah.
And that's the scariest place to be mentally and emotionally, is when you lose hope.
Did you or Arnali, Rod, did you guys have like a formative experience as a kid where you kind of went, what was yours, Arnali?
I mean, I've been volunteering since I was young. My brother, he has special needs. He's, he's autistic, and I always felt very helpless, just seeing kind of what my family was going through. And so from a very small age, I started volunteering at a special needs center. And I had like just such a beautiful experience there. And that just became sort of the fabric. I just found myself, there's Rod. I just found myself wanting to be in that space with people who were just giving their time and helping people who needed the help. And so, when I moved to LA from Boston, I was sort of dumbstruck or awestruck or whatever you want to call it about just poverty here in California, in LA particularly, because we have such wealth, but then we have such a disparity, especially in Hollywood. It's like you see people who are camped out on the streets, and then you have like you see all this wealth. And so for me, it's been this thing where besides like doing this for my job, like I spend a lot of time personally volunteering and like figuring out things. So it's just been a part, but like I love being around the people who are giving their time and their selves because they're doing it for good reasons, and it's just an important piece. So that's my story.
Rod, did you have any kind of formative experience as a volunteer when you were a kid?
He's frozen again. Oh no.
Oh, Rod, you're frozen again. Now we've lost your voice too.
Oh my goodness.
We have to get Rod back, or else we'll have to make up a figure that he's going to donate to us, and we're
we're
going
just gonna have to
to.
get out the hand puppet. But no, jumping on what Arnali was saying too. Oh, we lost him completely. He'll be back.
He'll be back.
He'll be back.
He always
There he
is
is.
back. There he is.
Hey, I'm sorry, guys. Yes.
No, it's adventurous this way. I like it. It gives a little frizzone.
Um,
My question, if you have.
I did hear it. I heard everything. I just
okay.
couldn't get visuals. I did not grow up. I grew up incredibly privileged in many ways. I did not grow up in the Hollywood scene, but I never. My parents didn't bring me to soup kitchens or take me out or really show me, teach me the appreciation of things. And I would say as a young kid, while I don't think I was a complete jerk about it, I was self-absorbed and did not really consider the world and what was going on. It took me a long time to, I think, start to mature in that area. And I say start to mature because I think I still have a long way to go. But it really was the Star Trek message that I found out later, that as I paid attention to it, as I met people from around the world at conventions, as people came up to me and shared their story of how Star Trek inspired them to see beyond their perceived limitations or to get out of horrible situations or whatever the case was, that was my holy shit moment. That was a TV show did this. And I couldn't believe it. And I have really, honestly dedicated myself for the past, I don't know, 30 years to trying to understand Star Trek and trying to, in my own way, keep the message going, because I do believe in that future. We do not necessarily have to have a Starfleet, although we will one day. But I believe in humanity coming together. I believe we can look past the barbaric notions that we have today of fear, of being afraid of someone's different idea. It's easy to preach this. It's harder to do it. But if we can expose ourselves to new ideas, the true IDIC message, and be willing to listen, don't always have to accept it, but being willing to listen, we will grow and advance ourselves intellectually. And that's the only way as a species we will survive, is to listen to new ideas.
You've given me a wonderful opportunity with 1 minute and 18 seconds left to say, Rod, that wonderful message is now, I sidle over to you and I segue into the ask.
Yes. No, I've done this the last few years and I'd like to certainly make a contribution to the Hollywood Food Coalition, but I want to challenge people out there. You guys, I no longer have the screen that shows me how much has been raised so far. Tell me.
We're
$7,665 so far.
Yeah.
That's a great start. That's a great start. I'm going to make a slightly different contribution this year of $31,000.
Okay.
I'm challenging everyone up there to. Well, I'm challenging you to exceed that, but it's a matching campaign in this case. You guys get up to that, and if you get up to that, I will do exactly that. Something tells me that you're going to far exceed it, but it's nice to give a little incentive. The more money the Hollywood Food Coalition gets, I know these guys. I see how they work. This is not lining anyone's pocket. This has nothing to do with what's going on in a lot of the world today. Everyone there is truly giving their all, and they're dedicated to making people's lives better. And there's not a better place right now, at least in Los Angeles, that you could be sending your money.
Thank you, Rod. Thank you so much, as always, for your wonderful generosity. We've gone a smidge over time, so I will end on this. I love you, and
I love you guys.
more appreciative than I can say.
Thank you.
Natalie, for appearing. Mwah. I adore you.
Thank you, Rod. Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone.
Both.
Welcome to the Trek Talks Lower Decks reunion panel. I have the honor of hosting. My name is Jessica Lynn-Verdi. I'm with Roddenberry Entertainment. This is your opportunity to donate to Hollywood Food Coalition, which is also lovingly known as HoFoCo. Say that 5 times fast. You can go to trektalks.net and hit the donation button right now, or you can even scan the QR code because people finally know how to use those things. Without further ado, I am going to introduce people from my absolute favorite Star Trek show, but I am really excited to talk to you guys. I think you're doing some wonderful things over at the Lower Decks area. We're sad that it's over. We're not going to dwell on that, but I do think it's funny that this is the reunion panel. I feel like we're looking at your future for the next 50 years. Does that sound about right?
Ooh,
Yeah,
that sounds brutal, but sure.
It
Well,
hasn't even been a year since we aired the finale.
Yeah.
And reunion makes it feel really final, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've never been to a high school reunion, so this is my first reunion, and I like it so far. It's pretty
So
good.
let me ask you, is there a reason why you haven't been to a high school reunion? Or is it
I'm
just
like lazy, and I'm always like, that was that weekend? Like that's happened maybe 50 times.
or do you think that maybe they just didn't invite you and you or like, oh,
Yeah.
we can't find Mike's email. Oh, it's too bad.
I click unsubscribe on every email from everybody, and they never seem to unsubscribe me, so it can't be that.
Oh, got it.
I'm
Well,
happy to be at this reunion. This is
well,
like
and some of you are coming off of the Star Trek cruise.
Yeah.
That has
yeah.
got to be the gauntlet of conventions with loving fans. What was all that about?
It was a gauntlet of hanging out with everybody, but it was fun. We missed Gabrielle this year. She was with us last year, so me and Tawny just held it down. We tried to keep each other sober for part of it, and we did the opposite, if not worse. But yeah, we had fun. It's just nice to hear, especially after all 5 seasons have already aired, just how much it's meant to a lot of people, and also how much they love the show and how pissed they are that there is no more. And then they tried to, squeeze out of us if we knew any other information about more, or like something. Why are we still in a good mood if the show was canceled?
Oh,
type
God.
stuff. You must know something because you're still smiling. And I'm like, no, that's because me and Tawny met up first and had a couple, so I'm in a great mood. But whatever. I mean, I'm sure Mike can answer nothing, but we'll have more of an answer of kind of stuff like that than us. But we had fun. It was good to hang out.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, you are still more successful than the original series that only got 3 of its 5-year mission on air when it was supposed to air. So I think that's an impressive run in and of itself. And I don't think that means it's an end in totality, that there's a future somewhere else in a movie or God knows what. And I'm not going to try and shake it out of you, Tawny. I feel like every interview you do, everyone's like, say something. You're a fireball. What are you like? We're going to get you to say something. I'm definitely not going to do that to you right now.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, every interview is like, I wonder if she'll mess up. How bad is her media training? And the answer is bad, but not in the direction where I'm going to spill secrets. It's just bad in the direction of like, I'm too honest. So
I totally get that. My heart always wants to share things. I made the decision a long time ago that I will never lie to people because I can't keep it straight. Like so it is like one of those things like sitting on your hands. And I just don't think that that's fair to you or any of you guys to be like, tell us what we need to know, because you guys are under lock and key with that stuff. But it also takes away from what you have accomplished with this amazing show. You guys first of all, you got away with like absolute murder. And I do want to talk a little bit about that with Mike, but I also want to talk about some of the iconic like characters. Like I'm thinking about you, Dawnn. You have now created an iconic captain for me. When you knew and learned that you were going to be the captain, was there a sense of like fear, or I mean, because you're no stranger, you're an icon in and of yourself, like what you're able to accomplish before you became here. But what did you feel like you were stepping into when you knew you were the captain of this show?
I was kind of beside myself. And when we got to the table read and I saw who the rest of the cast was, and I learned that Gene was coming on board like a week or two later, he and I had already worked together.
Oh.
And when I turned over the script for the first time and saw what it was, it was really hard not to truly geek out. My mom came to the table read. She sat in the front row and we were like, oh my God, it's a Trek show. Oh my God, it's a Trek show. I'm so glad they made me sign an NDA because I would have been the one to spill the beans.
Hold on. So wait, you didn't know even until you got to the table that it was
when
I just got chills. You guys.
Captain McDuck. And and I was born and raised a Trekkie and always wanted to be some kind of badass alien Klingon with prosthetics that took 4 hours to get into. And I ended up just looking like Nancy Wilson. Either way, I was hot.
You are hot. She is hot.
She's a hot captain. And
she knows where to put those locks with the gray. Like you got it all, it's all perfect.
No, that was Mike McMahan and the crew. I think they have a Nancy Wilson fetish, but that's really okay.
Who doesn't?
Because being the captain, I did my best version of more cool Captain Kirk and a big swagger, James Avery, and I'm sorry, Avery Brooks. And it was just the greatest combination of I have no fear and I'm going to look amazingly cool while I do whatever it is I'm going to do. But working with the rest of the cast and all of us just being very grounded and very human and doing our best to do our best while we make mistakes along the way, it just helps the characters grow as people. I believe it's helped the fans grow to identify with us just as people. We're not perfect. We're flawed, yet we have great intentions. And then the friendships that we've built over these few years have just been absolutely wonderful. So this is a reunion for Trek Talks, but we see each other and talk to each other and check in with each other on a regular basis. And that's a really, really beautiful thing. And, I do voices for a few shows and I've been canceled before and I've been renewed before. So if anyone knows what's good for them, they will pick up Star Trek Lower Decks and the audiences are going to go absolutely bananas. If we thought we had a big following before, when we get our resurgence, it's going to triple, it's going to quadruple, it's going to do amazing things. All of us will be doing this show until we're way too old to play ourselves in a live action version. We'll make residuals for the rest of our lives. And Mike will have hair again and it'll be amazing.
He can afford hair at that point, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's the goal. No, I think you touched on some amazing things that I do want to get to, especially how I think Star Trek is at its best when it's showing us humans who happen to be in space learning to be human. And I think that's why Lower Decks is one of my favorites. You guys do tackle the social issues. You guys aren't afraid to talk about what's being talked in our world in a funny, sometimes, in your face kind of way. But I wonder if this show doesn't resonate with its multitude of fans because you're also not afraid of the mental health aspect of things. It seems like almost every episode has something that you can take away, whether it's your found family, which it seems like you all have that both on screen and off screen, or how to believe in yourself or fight for what's right. And I would have to imagine that's thanks to you, Mike.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, the original premise of the show was just to do stories about being in your 20s when you're still learning everything and you're still kind of an idiot, but you're also an adult and you're in the bottom rungs, but you're making all your friends you're going to have for the rest of your life. And you both know and don't know stuff and you're finding things out. And, I think a lot of that time is spent, if you're in Starfleet, unlike real world, like being supported unconditionally and being able to find things out about your own brain and being supportive about your friends' brains. And it just, it wasn't an intentful, like, we're going to make this about mental health. I think that just like Star Trek and Starfleet allows you to talk about things that maybe, you know, you remove in another comedy, like somebody might have shame about making a mistake. And in Star Trek, there is no shame because everybody's so supportive about stuff. And it just kind of opens doors that, as you know, I'm sure you guys felt in the performances, but also in the writing, you're like, oh, I couldn't do this on another show. Like the bit on another show couldn't be that everybody is supportive the whole time. And so, you know, we got to kind of play with format, like as comedians working in Star Trek, which, you know, you don't get to do very often. You're looking for ways to tell jokes and to do comedic stories, you know, that feel true to the property in which the characters exist and the world that they exist in. And you can't have like a real mean boss who's just a dickhead. You know what I mean? Like that just doesn't make sense in Starfleet, and it just forces you.
So true.
Right? Like
you're punching up instead. You're
yeah,
making
that's fun. Like we got
totally
to have doing it. And Dawnn, I'm sorry you didn't know it was a Star Trek show. They get crazy about that stuff. Like we were like changing the names of stuff in the script, but then they're still talking about Klingons, you know, and like I remember I posted in that table read on my Instagram or something, like a bottle of water on an empty table being like, whoa, I'm the first one at the first table read for this. And I got a call from like CBS PR being like, don't do that. There's gonna be an article. I was like, about what? They were like, we don't care. And I'm sure, I mean, also Tawny works on all Star Trek shows, you know? So like, she probably goes into these kind of interviews or anything, and it's just like, Tawny, I don't even know how you keep it straight where you're like, okay, what am I allowed to say? There must be like a thin path of stuff you're allowed to talk about. Like I couldn't do it.
I just call Jonathan Frakes, and whatever he thinks he's allowed to talk about, I know it's the opposite.
Yeah, that's a good
I love that as a guiding post. Actually, I was going to bring him up because he was on the Decon Chamber and he was talking about how unusual it was working with you and Jack in the live action, and going, what the improv, was really taken aback by that. And I know that that's a really big like heartstring thing for both you and Eugene. I'm a big improv person, but my question is for Gabrielle. Because you are a Vulcan and because you are so stoic, were you allowed the same opportunities to have fun while you were recording your voiceovers?
Well, the writing is so good that it's fun to be the straight man. It's fun to just lay it down exactly the way Leonard Nimoy established the Vulcan culture. So there's a lot of trust. There's a lot of trust in that with each other. I love that we could like repeat a chunk of lines until we all feel like it's good and we've fleshed out the options. Sometimes in animation you hear on the other side of the room like which one they pick, like a little bit of A, a little bit of D, you know, etc. or whatever, but you don't
can hear that?
No, not with this show. No, not with this one, but sometimes you do, but not with this show. And so it's really, really fun take like months later when we actually see it on Paramount Plus with everybody else, how it all lays down all together and it's all like sewn in beautifully.
I do love that freedom that you're let's explore. I think you have one of the more challenging roles, really and truly, because it could go really flat quickly, but you also became a very quick fan favorite. Wouldn't you say a lot of people felt very special with T'Lyn?
Well, thank you. I'm flattered to hear that. But I had auditioned for a few roles, Mike, that were a lot more animated, and didn't pan out. So this one did. This was the right balance for me. And I also played, I think Kita is her name. She's yeah. And I remember telling them in the session, I was like, can we do like T'Lyn first, because we know T'Lyn, and then let's explore her. And I remember telling them, I was like, if you need to recast this, it's okay. Like,
I'm assuming you guys haven't read the Lower Decks comic books, but the way they write T'Lyn is funny because they write the dialogue really flat, and then they'll put like a little voice balloon, like her thoughts being like, fuck yeah, I nailed it. I'm like, oh, T'Lyn's saying, fuck yeah, I nailed it in her head. It does make me laugh when I see it though. So hopefully you were thinking that too, Gabrielle, when you were.
I think that all the time. Yes, all the time.
I do think that came across, and I think it was really very fun to watch an adolescent Vulcan not be also okay too. Like I also have my own things to grow from here. And I mean, just the pacing of the show and the stories you guys get to tell, it rounds out the Star Trek world that we all know and love, or most of us know and love in such a fun way. And so we get to feel like a little part of each of you could be us in those situations too. Like now it makes me want to be a lower decker kind of. I'm like, I could scrub the holodeck. I think it really makes me feel that way.
It's wish fulfillment a little bit, right? Like they're kind of fans of being in Starfleet, and it's the dream of being on a Starfleet ship and kind of getting to speak like how we speak and hanging out with your friends. I hope
talking about Kirk and going like, oh, like looking at them as fanboys the same way we do is it makes us feel seen too.
I hope so. I mean, comedy has to be relatable, right? And Star Trek has always been relatable. I think that like we all found, like, Star Trek fans find Star Trek and it's like, oh, what a relief. This is like something so comfortable to me. And then to also have something that's funny and fast and, you know, sometimes has Mugatos going at each other. Like that's so different, but it's cool to have a thing that loves the thing you love and gives it to you in a completely different way, you know?
Totally. And I feel like you pulled off the biggest heist by convincing CBS to do this show. I really do feel like you're like, hey, like this is going to be great. And it was, but they didn't even know. That's my headcanon. I want to ask, I feel like this cast, our lower deckers are a cast of neurospicy friends. Would we agree with that? They're like their own, some of it, like, I feel like Rutherford for sure is a little neurospicy.
Oh, sure. Of course. I mean, but you know, in the way that that is confident, that and supported in a way that is not true of life, unfortunately. His you know, his ability to like be proud of how hard he's worked and to be in Starfleet has, you know, made him who he was. And then he's surrounded by other people that are also excited about the work and excited to be around people that are ready to learn. So yeah, that rarely happens in real life. You'll get made fun of that too much first, and then, oh, am I freezing?
A little bit, but we're getting the vibe. You did freeze though. If you wanna give it a refresh.
You look good though, dude. No, well,
there we.
Yeah, it was a cool freeze. You froze.
Oh, cool.
No,
It was
for real though. I'm sitting here Googling neurospicy so I can answer the question. I have no freaking idea what that is.
Can you send me that on the chat, Dawn, what that means?
It says, wait a minute. I'm like, Gene is answering this question. I said, I don't know what
I
that
like this.
is. Okay, a slang term used to describe someone who is neurodivergent, meaning they have a brain that functions differently than the typical brain.
It's already us. It's all of us already. Like in real life. Let's be honest. We chose a career that already puts us in that. So welcome to it. You've got a sentence that or a word for it that makes sense. But
at least what the hell okay, got it.
Nor would I ever want to put you on your heels. I do feel like it's one of the ways that people are trying, that are neurodivergent, like owning the narrative. Like you said, Eugene, we don't live in a world that's very friendly to a non-neurotypical person. My sister's ADHD, and she worked in corporate worlds and they weren't accepting of it. And I was like, oh, but you know, you can work in places where they are stoked about that. And you're totally right. When someone is like, hey, is that how your brain works? Go off and do you can be successful. And I do think Rutherford in particular is a really great example of that. I did want to ask you though, is there something that is a special interest to you or that you relate to, like Samanthan feels about engineering, which Samanthan is the best, by the way?
Oh, is there something like that? I don't know. By playing the part, I was hopeful that I wish I did. I wish I was as confident and as driven towards the one thing that I love as much as he is. So it made me, focus in on the way that I'm raising my kids so that I can be like, hey, you can be just excited about the thing that you're doing, really, and we'll support you hard. But And I wish I had that. I mean, I guess acting, or like, being in the
Sure.
business is that for me. But yeah, I think that mentality. Also, I love how much he loves his friends. It's so awesome to see a man happy to be in platonic relationships with women and just connect on such a mental level rather than worry about where we stand as, partners or whatever. And and that really spoke to me in a really great way that I relate to, and wish for in general for everybody, so that places can feel safe.
God, that's such a beautiful thing. And it just brings to mind, like, the term representation is so important. And it is in its multifaceted way, right? Of relationships, of how we can
Yeah.
be, and the diversity as well. That's a beautiful sentiment. And thank you for sharing that. I wanted to jump to Tawny, talk a little bit about improv, but I didn't realize that you had your hands on multiple Star Trek things, is what I'm gleaning from what Mike says. But I also know you're working on a Star Trek comedy thing. We don't have to talk too much about that, but I think you saw, after doing this, the potential for that in this world.
Oh, absolutely. I think, as Mike will tell you, anytime we end up at a social engagement, I'm bending his ear to be like, hey, how did you make this exact thing work in this world? Because, Lower Decks was really such an incredible experiment into the genre of just comedy in general. The fact that it's animated is an amazing, feat, just that Mike and all the writers pulled off. And so me and my co-creator, Justin Simeon, as we await a green light, I have to keep specifying, we're still in such early stages, but because it's Trek, everybody gets really excited and talks about projects that aren't even, officially happening yet. So as we await a green light, I've really been taking every opportunity to kind of like pick Mike's brain and really learn from the successes of Lower Decks, but also from, the stuff we learned along the way that maybe he would have done differently, right, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, learning along the way is the name of the game, right? Like, you can best laid plans, you go into it, and then you find things that you like, and things you thought were going to be important are things you actually don't like. And you have to be open to having the confidence to try stuff, but also, the same confidence to change stuff, and let the, like Eugene Rutherford was originally supposed to be like going on dates every week. He was supposed to be like the social life of the Cerritos. And
wow,
the rough animatic came back for the first episode, and I was like, oh, I don't like this guy, and he doesn't feel Star Trek, and I don't want to see a bunch of stories about this. And then it was like, well, wait, what if he and Tendi both love engineering and the warp core and the science more than anything? And suddenly it clicked into place. And like, you never know that came so late in the game creatively, after like a year of writing and getting approval on everything. And it's one of those things where you have to follow your gut and you have to do plans. And I just know that Tawny's gonna like everything we've talked about. Just gets me excited. I also just really like Tawny. This is tough for you because like you're Starfleet Academy and your new show and even at the stage it's at, like I just get to have Star Trek come at me now. Like I'm not making Star Trek, and it's like, oh, I'm getting back to that feeling of like, yeah, I just want to experience other people's work on it and not be like problem solving and doing all that stuff. Like I love making Lower Decks, but there is like, I was a fan beforehand and I kind of lost that while making Lower Decks. Like when you're working on it, all you can think is the work. And even when you're watching Star Trek, you're like, oh, I see what they did there. You're like, you're seeing all the work on it, and you lose that kind of escapism and that relief. And like now I'm slowly kind of getting it back. I watched Galaxy Quest with my kids the other night, and I just had a blast. Like it was just fun. It was fun just to watch it again and not be like, oh, I wonder what that character's plot line would have been or whatever, And Tawny, I know you're a massive Star Trek fan too, and you've sacrificed getting to have that escapism because it's your art and it's your work and it's, working with collaborating with so many other brains and stuff that like, it's both annoying that you can't enjoy it, but it's also like next level Star Trekking because you get to make it, and whoever gets to do that, like it's just really cool.
Yeah, I agree. It's very exciting.
While we're saying beautiful things about Tawny, I just have just no, seriously.
No, it's beautiful.
No. I couldn't be more proud of this young lady and what she is doing, the doors that she is kicking down, the Star Trek franchise. Although it embraces diversity and inclusion, she's one of the few women in the room that I'm aware of. And she's making such a huge difference. And she does what she does so well, as do the rest of the company. Mike and Titmouse and the rest of the team has assembled this amazing group of actors. Like, the fact that you got us all in one place at the same time is a feat in itself, because Gene is always in some corner of the world doing some movie. Jack is always in some corner of the world doing a movie, and he's got a new movie coming out. Gabrielle, all of us are working, and all of us yet manage to stay connected. And as we lift each other in this show, it just, I'm going to cry. It just blesses me how we lift each other in life and how excellent each and every one of these people are.
I think it's all Brad Winters. I don't think we could keep it together without Brad.
Without Brad, exactly.
Nobody
His name
knows.
never gets mentioned, but he's such a crucial part of this whole process and this whole journey and this whole family. Yeah.
I can't wait for 25 years from now to read a book about how Brad wrote the whole thing and it's all Brad, and I'll be like, you know what, he can have it.
I can't wait for Brad to wake up from a far beyond the stars type dream and none of us existed. His invention.
Yeah.
Dawnn, thank you. I love you so much. Thank you to our captain, our amazing fearless captain. Thank you for leading us. Even in an animated show, leadership is, it's so important. And yeah, thank you for being that for us.
It's so beautiful. I am very grateful just to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. I think I've had my fair share of being in the right room at the right time with the right people and making those lifelong connections. And I feel like the Beatles were that. They just happened to be there at the right time, right place, and those guys changed the world. The Star Trek cast, the original Star Trek cast did that. But when you see this kind of bonding that you guys are going through, there's no doubt in my mind that the universe played a role in putting you all together and following your dreams. Because, no one knows more than an actor or an artist just how damn hard it is to pursue this career. Yeah. And so you do it's beautiful that you guys can all see each other in this way and lift each other up, because you at one point or other in our careers, we need someone that can do that for us. In fact, I did want to ask a couple of questions that future voice actors may want to hear your opinions on. I know from personal experience, it was very hard at one point to hear and see myself back on tape. And I wanted to know if any of you have a hard time listening to your voice, have advice to somebody who wants to get into this game, but it's like, oh my God, I hate my voice, or something you've overcome that might offer some advice to someone who wants to get into this.
I recommend people listen to what other people sound like, listen to people's emotions, listen to the way people express themselves. Because the whole point of voiceover acting is not to be you, is to be fearless enough, to be authentic enough, to be someone other than you. There are some people whose voices are so specific. I mean, you know who they are the moment they start speaking.
Bob's Burgers and
Tone Loc. I mean, their voices are that specific. But one of the goals in voiceover acting is you have to listen to yourself at some point, because what you think you sound like in your head more often than not is not what comes across on the mic. And you really have to trust your director and your producers to guide you to what it is they are trying to create, because they have the picture of the whole world. So you can't be so committed to, oh, this voice is so cool, this voice is so right, that you have no flexibility in how you use your instrument. And your voice is your instrument. And you really do have to work on your acting skills. It's not just words. Words are never just words in animation. Words are feelings, words are actions, words are commitments, words are everything. And you have to bring each and every word to life as best as you can, first with what you feel in your head and in your spirit, and then the way that you are directed. And the people who do it well make it look and sound easy, but it's not. I remember when I was a kid, always imitating people. My grandmothers used to tell me, you need to stop doing that because one day your voice is going to get stuck. If she only knew that that's how I put gas in my car and pay my mortgage now, is by imitating people and, you know, creating those other voices. That would be my advice to any young up and coming person, is you have to listen to yourself. You think you sound like a 7-year-old boy, you don't. You think you sound like an older senior citizen, you don't. You really have to listen and train yourself, and not only listen to yourself, but listen to others, and do your best not to be a caricature, but to actually transform and give credence and respect to this other human being that you're trying to create, or creature, or
right,
or whatever it is.
Can I give a really lame non-voice actor addition to that?
That's what we expect.
Put a blanket over your head when you're recording. Your voice is bouncing around the room when you're self-taping. You got to muffle that sound. I want to hear you. I don't want to hear like 3 of you, you know? I want to hear you. You know what I mean?
It is very frustrating that is like something you can Google and learn about just recording your voice. And it is as simple as a blanket. I once had to sit in a car because that was the best way I could muffle the room tone. But, you know, I needed someone to tell me that. But you get those things under your belt as you continue. I'm
teasing. I thought Dawn's answer was so perfect and wise that I was like, I'm going to say the dumbest thing I can think of now.
It saved you because it was also good advice.
It's also true. Yeah. Also, I do sound like a 7-year-old boy, and I can't change that, baby.
But Eugene, I feel like you've been on this like acting circuit for a while, and then like you just hit it recently. Like all of a sudden, we're seeing you in Loki and on commercials. There's a lot of tenacity in what you did too. Wouldn't you say?
Sure.
Am I wrong about that?
No. I mean, it is. I mean, it's you know, it's still a business, and you know. And in the business, people have expectations of what you're supposed to do and where you're supposed to fit. And you know, my type doesn't fit anywhere. So it just took a while to define where I fit. And I didn't necessarily think it would come in voiceovers, especially since anytime I answered the phone as a child, people were like, or even as an adult, people are asking if my mom is home. So, you know, I just, you know, I didn't necessarily think that that's the way that it was going to work for me. But I think when you just put your head down and actually do your homework towards the thing that you are driven to do, you know that you have to put a blanket over your head. You know that you have to listen to yourself. It's just a matter of if you're going to do the work. And if you do the work, there's a better chance that you're going to get the work. But if you don't do the work, then don't complain to us because we did the work. You know what I mean? So I just, I know that the people that are in this room and in this cast and in casts that I have worked in the past and will in the future, that they're walking in there, do it, and they've done the work. So I'm going to do my best to keep my work at that level. You know, if not, be competitive as I can be. And I think that's it. They couldn't put me in a box at a time, and now I don't want to be in one. So.
Oh, I love that. You got to find the Eugene shaped hole, like, and somewhat make it for yourself.
Yeah. It's pretty stocky on the shoulders, but
but you hey, know. We love the Kool-Aid man, you know, and that was a very unique hole. We will wrap up here shortly. I could talk to you guys for hours, or at least just watch you guys talk to each other. But as we know, the fans are the things that keep coming back, that are helping us raise money for this wonderful cause that brought all of you together with your crazy schedules. And I wanted to see not what your most favorite, because we don't want that one fan going, but I thought I had the best experience with Gabrielle and being very sad. But instead, is there a moment that a fan spoke to you? And I will go around the horn so that everyone can have a chance to share, where a fan was able to like really touch you in that moment and go, oh, wow, I made a difference. Or that was a really funny thing, or they drew me or something. And I have a lineup, but why don't you all just try and like, oh, popcorn. We've all done popcorn. Mike, you start, and then you say who goes next.
I mean, listen, it's impossible. That's an impossible task. We have so many amazing fans. Like, we have fans that we've become friends with, you know, and we have fans that have made us laugh. I've had fans that like have reached out who are terminal, and we've sent the season in advance to, you know, things I'm just never going to forget. I think for me, the not sad or ridiculous thing is halfway through making the show, my son became old enough to watch it. And what he was like, it was the first time where he was like, wait, this is really good. You made this? And I was like, ha, you know, and it was a thing that like, you know, he's got like a Mariner figure in his room. You know what I mean? Like he's
a fan.
So, and like, that was really cool for me. I'm going to popcorn over to Gabrielle. Is that how
That's exactly right. And then she'll choose someone else to go next.
You did it.
Good job.
I feel like a freshman this past year on the experience with the fans. This is like my first run of meeting people in person. The cruise last year I was able to go on, and I saw the first person like in costume as Talin in cosplay, and I approached her and I was like, hi, nice to meet you. I was just so thrilled. But I think the one that's very special is my mom's a Trekkie. I grew up watching TNG with her, falling to sleep to that. And my first episode on Lower Decks, I played like Lamont, and she gets like a few lines and killed pretty quickly. And I had like one computer line, and I was, of course, thrilled, of course. And when that episode came out, I was in tears because I saw my name in Star Trek font in blue.
Yep.
With the cast at the end. And I called my mom and I was like, get on Paramount Plus right now and watch it with me. And that was very, very special. I'll remember that forever.
That's beautiful.
Oh,
all right. Popcorn. Notice. Yeah. We're doing it.
Dawnn, you go next, babe.
Okay. I had two moments. One of the most important ones was when some of the fans approach you and express how the mother-daughter relationship between me and Tawny just really blessed them. That it started out as challenging, but as they watched us grow and learn to regard and respect and trust each other over the seasons, that it really gave them a better way to speak to each other. And you know, when entertainment also has healing powers for relationships, that was just really, really very special to me. Tawny's mom and I often kind of do a tug of war over who's the better mom for Tawny, but anyway, whatever. Whatever. The fact that I'm paid to be her mom may have something to do with that, but whatever. And then the other thing is when people come up to us and say, you know what, I was never a Star Trek fan before your show.
Wow.
And watching your show has encouraged me to investigate and explore some of the other Star Trek shows. I think that is a huge compliment to what we have been able to create, what Mike has created and we've been a part of. Because I think that the Star Trek message of diversity and inclusion and excellence is just such an important one, especially in the climate we're living in today, politically, that yeah, that's a huge honor, because I think all of the different machinations of Star Trek are just incredible, personally.
Beautiful.
Right. I'm gonna throw it to Tawny.
Yeah, it's tough so many things have already been said that are exactly how I feel. Interfacing with the fans continues to be one of my favorite things about this world. I don't think I would do it for any other franchise in the world. And I'm so grateful that our Trek fans have their own unique flavor that is both so like tolerant and incredibly progressive and open-minded and just like loving. And they are so specific and demanding in a way that's like, you know, shows a real respect to the world and to the universe. Yeah, I feel really honored to just be able to work on media with a progressive agenda. Like Dawnn said, in this day and age, it's nice to have a franchise that is openly telling us, go further. No, representation is still important. We're not doing the thing every other media company is doing, which is a swing to the right because they perceive that this country is asking for that. We're staying true to the roots that have always been in Star Trek since the 60s, which is one of tolerance, inclusion, love, and it's really, really nice, even at the highest levels, you know, having conversations with, you know, really, really up there people who still believe in those things and want that to stay the core of Trek.
That's a very validating thing to hear, and I'm happy to hear it. Thank you for sharing it. All right. Goodbye, everybody. No, I'm gonna let Tawny popcorn it to you though.
Oh, who's the last person to popcorn it to?
It's Gene. I was making a joke that we were gonna just end it, and it didn't land.
That's okay.
Oh.
I don't care about the fans. Nah, man, they're the best. It's a different thing. I've been lucky enough to be part of other franchises that we will not talk about, but it doesn't have the same love and the same history and the same message that Trek has. And I didn't realize that until I was part of it and part of the family that this is, and how much it affects people. And some of my favorite interactions are ones that I get to have all the time, and the ones where I have made friends of fans, absolutely. But I've also had the opportunity to be a voice of you know, of diversity, and I hear it, and I hear a lot of just like Filipino fans who have never seen us have a lead or have a you know, have a spotlight to ourselves, and we're lucky that Mike made it canon with a simple flower that you know, that they love and will run to me and tell me how much they know that means that we're seen. And every time I have that conversation, Tawny's had to stop me. Those conversations go on for 45, 50 minutes. And I can't stop because it means a lot, and it hits my heart, and that's only a thing that a fan can do, and really get you. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate every single one of you that are out there that appreciate our work, and know that all of us in this Zoom, we have made long friends on something where it's just our voices and we record separately. It's pretty special, and we're very lucky that Mike found us all and then put us all together. And Brad's fine, but Mike's Mike's cool. So yeah.
No, Eugene, I love every time you tell me a story about meeting another fan that loves that Rutherford has that background in the show. I think back on like just that quick choice of like calling my Filipino friend and being like, hey, I'm putting him in a ship. I want something that would read as like distinctly Filipino from like not just me Wikipediaing it. You know what I mean? And like, yeah, it just felt right. Like those little moments, and that just that it's echoed, and like, it's those little choices that like make me so happy that like that we work on a show where that's a thing that means something. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
it's just
yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I feel so grateful again to just be a fly on the wall for this lovely conversation. I can say this show is among my most favorite Star Trek for so many of the reasons you all shared.
By saying it was your favorite. Then
well, hold on. I'm gonna, okay, let me be absolutely clear.
It's among one of your favorites.
Okay, once she started really talking to us, she realized she
this has
doesn't
been
like
the worst. The caveat is new Trek. It's my favorite new Trek. That's I know. I'm so wishy-washy and non-committal.
Let time happen, and we're gonna be all Trek is Trek.
Let's put it this way. I can't wait. Oh, I don't mean to like differentiate.
Is TNG old Trek? I hate to break this to you. That was new Trek.
I know. I know. Of the newer Trek, this is my favorite, and I'm allowed to say that. I think that's okay, but it is all Trek. And I'm not differentiating it. I'm not.
I have a Frake story to throw in while we're at the very end.
Let's do it.
So we had a little gathering with some of the crew to kind of like say goodbye to the show, and we had a photo booth. And in the photo booth, you could put in emails. And I kept putting Frake's email into the photo booth, and he kept getting photos of people he didn't know, like giving the Vulcan salute and stuff. And I haven't seen him yet, but he must have gotten like 30 of them in his email. And I was just I kept jumping in, being like, "Hey, I got it," and I would just punch it in. So that's a little. I don't think he's even realized why he was getting all that. He was probably like, "Hey, email's weird," but anyway.
Mike, that also means you were stealing those people's photos.
I was just gonna say,
people got their pictures.
No,
Everyone's-
that break got those photos.
No one is going to hire that photo company again because they didn't think they got their photo.
No, good. I'm fine with that. It was worth it.
Well, this has been nothing but worth it talking to you all. I want to thank you all for donating your time. Obviously, it's no hard ask for you to talk to each other, but we are raising money for a good cause. Thanks to John Billingsley for the Hollywood Food Coalition, which makes sure food doesn't go to waste to people who absolutely need it. You're going to see that QR code on your screen somewhere, or if you just got to type it in, go to trektalks.net. Donate. Thank you, everybody.
Bye. Donate, please.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And I hope everyone's settling in and enjoying the day so far. What a terrific back and forth with the wonderful Lower Decks peeps. And mostly, as always, thanks beyond measure to the generosity of Roddenberry and the Roddenberry Foundation, the panel before the Lower Decks. We can't thank Rod enough for all of the work that he's done on behalf of not just the organization, but for so many folks that are doing great work for our country and our world. He's an inspiration. We're honored and privileged to enjoy his friendship and support.
And we have the rest of the day to unlock Rod's incredibly generous offer.
That's right.
$31,000. If we make $31,000, we get $31,000. If we make $12,894.33, which is what we made so far, we get $12,894.33. So we want to unlock the totality of Rod's contribution, and who knows, maybe even exceed it. Huge thanks again to Star Trek family for their generous donation already. Dan Mason, we see on the screen, Claudia, Christopher. Every bit helps. Every bit counts. Keep them coming, folks. You're helping a wonderful organization do great work.
That's right. And also just think about it. If you donate just as little as $5, $10, if Rod matches that, you're actually donating double that when you think about it. So there you go. Keep it coming. And we're helping to take care of a lot of folks in need. And it costs just under $5 for the Hollywood Food Coalition to put a multi-element meal together. So a donation of $100 is buying in essence around 20 meals, which is amazing to think about. Some of the people that we serve every day, and we haven't missed a day in 38 plus years, rely on us for their only meal of the day. So we always provide a vegetarian, vegan option and additional food to take away afterwards. Plus, we do all sorts of things to help people who come to us every night, from arranging medical care, repairing bicycles, providing haircuts, giving out clothing, bus passes, laundry vouchers, sleeping bags, toiletry kits, info on local service providers. You name it, Hollywood Food Coalition does it. So follow the prompts that you see on the screen to donate.
TrekTalks.net or text TREK to 53-555.
Now, right. You can text it. You can text it.
I want to pump one of the amazing auction items because I love this so much. This is the Visit the Magic Castle with me and Bonnie. I will pick you up personally no matter where you're staying in Los Angeles except Vernon. Don't stay in Vernon. In my delicious Toyota Corolla, I will take you to Magic Castle, a private magician's club, 3 stories of magical wonderment, art and artifacts. People you will find are suddenly pulling bananas out of your ears and eggs out from under your armpits. 5 bars will treat you to a lavish dinner. Bonnie is our...
I was just excited about the eggs coming out of different places because eggs are so expensive right now. That's a magic trick in itself. I'm pretty impressed.
A fancy smash your diet to smithereens dinner included. We'll get you all liquored up, Bonnie and I, on chocolate martinis. I will personally drive you home, pour you out on your doorstep. The Magic Castle, one of the...
It's an amazing deal. Please auction off. It's so much fun. We have a blast. And for anyone in the chat who's gotten to go or who's won the auction in the past, you know, you're aware of how amazing it is. So you can be a first... You can chat in and be like, woohoo, and tell people about it. We also have amazing wall hangings and posters for the auction signed by the who's who of Star Trek luminaries. These are actual collector pieces. So we would be remiss not to thank Jeff Happ, Bill Smith, and Tony Pascal for their generous donations. Jeff Happ, he actually volunteered to take his own DS9 banner to various conventions all over, and he got it signed by folks with the express intent of donating it to the Hollywood Food Coalition. So that's amazing. He's also a stalwart Sunday lunch bag maker, part of an innovative that you'll be learning a bit more about later. And another panel with another Bonnie entirely, the beautiful, lovely Bonnie Friedericy, John's wife.
Oh no, Friedericy. That's
Friedericy.
Right. I intentionally made Bonnie try and pronounce my wife's name.
Oh no.
We've only got 37 seconds left. Bonnie,
Oh, no.
so I'm gonna interrupt really quickly. Coming up. Guests include Celia Rose Gooding, Terry Farrell, Dr. Sian Proctor, Star Trek novelist Una McCormack, Derek Tyler Attico, David Goodman.
Woo!
We will be closing the auction in tranches today, a bit at a time. At 2 o'clock, some of the memorabilia packages will shut down. 4 o'clock for artwork, 6 o'clock for the end of our day. Stay tuned. Jonathan, Armin, and Kitty continue their tour, and then we visit with Mama Nana and the wonderful moderator, Sue Kissenweather, talking about.
Yes, you don't want to miss that one.
You don't want to miss that one.
I was just walking down the street, and who do I bump into? 3 vaguely recognizable character actors, and, two. And Jonathan Frakes, because you're
You forgot my name.
Jonathan Riker, I can find your name.
He's been beamed up too many times.
Those cells have been lost. Introduce yourselves first.
All right. Hi, I'm Kitty Swink. I'm married to.
Armin Shimmerman. How do you do?
Are you married to me?
I'm Jonathan Frakes. He's not married to me. And I'm married. No, I'm.
Well, I can only wish. I'm married to a woman you're going to meet in a second, Bonnie Friedericy. Let's go see the exchange.
Let's go see the exchange. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Bring food. So this is the exchange space. You're going to meet our staff. This is where all the food we collect lands. So, yep.
There's none right now here.
Well, bring it out. Oh. We're going to show you everything. We're going to show you the gargantuan refrigerator. Maybe one of you will get to spend 5 minutes in the freezer. Okay. This is where all the food we rescue lands. We share that food with up to 150 other social service organizations throughout the city.
How many pounds? This figure's awesome.
Per annum, roughly speaking, 2,600,000 pounds. That's a lot of
It's
food.
the number that floored me.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Almost, not quite, 8 million-ish pounds since our inception. So, yeah.
Absolutely. And they come from where? Where does all this food come from?
Grocery stores, farm-to-table programs, restaurants, you name it.
Sets? So how does everything get divided up?
So that's a great question for one of our fabulous staff members. Da-da-da-da.
I'm Nina. I manage this community exchange. So essentially, we sort all of our food based on various different categories over here. And a lot of that is for our intake system so that we can really clearly have a sense of what we have in stock here. Part of that is so that the kitchen can see what we have and that they can request items for the nightly dinners. The other reason that we do that is so that we can just have a really accurate and kind of robust tracking system, just so we know kind of trends of what's coming in. And then with that knowledge, we can kind of really accommodate the individual needs of each organization, because every organization that we work with has different needs of their recipients. So some folks work directly with unhoused people, so they want meals that you don't have to cook. Other organizations will cook meals, so they want produce and raw ingredients. So we just like to have a really good sense of what we have.
And do you have a sense of what's coming in every day?
Every day, yeah. So everything comes in here, we weigh it so that we are getting accurate numbers for the amount of weight that we're covering and preventing from going to the landfill. And by it, we put it into our intake system where we categorize it, put the weight in it, and then distributed out into its specific location.
But what we tried to do was create something that was based on a sort of a concierge model. And that's really the gag for us as coalition builders, to work very, very intimately with social service organizations to find out exactly what they need. There's so many not-for-profits that are serving in the ecosystem in a certain strata. And they're the ones that aren't necessarily being served as effective, right? So that was a lot of the thinking behind it, and it started because our kitchen itself, we serve 250 to 300 people a night. We learned from experience that the intimacy, the closeness of the relationship, the regularity, the consistency, that's the model we wanted to grow and expand.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to our panel here today. My name is Sue from the Women at Work podcast, and I am thrilled to be joined by the incredible Nana Visitor.
Hey, I'm so glad to be here and really happy to be here with you, Sue.
Oh, I thank you. As you all know by now, Trek Talks 4 benefits the Hollywood Food Coalition. So make sure that if you are having a great time today, you go and you donate. You can visit givebutter.com/TrekTalks4, scan the QR code on the screen, or text TREK to 53555. So, Nana, we're about to get into your new book, but I just have to say today is extra special for me because, as I mentioned before we came on, you were our very first interview on Women at Warp back in August of 2015. And just earlier this week, we wrapped up our show after 10 years. So it's a full circle moment for me.
Congratulations.
Oh,
that is
thank you.
such an accomplishment, and it's been such a presence, such a wonderful presence. So I can't wait to see what you do next.
Oh, why, thank you. But today we are here to discuss this, Open a Channel, a woman's trek. And it's been a couple of months. How has the reception been from fans?
It's been exactly my biggest hope, that there are women and men who come up and go, either some of the men will say, I didn't really understand, now I do, or I had the same experience, I had the same trauma, this is what, and they share with me, and it's opening a channel, and the women go, I didn't realize it, but I was there too, or I didn't think about that episode. Denise Crosby went back to the episode where, she has to, we all know the episode, and she said, I didn't realize it. Deanna Troi asks me, yeah, but you liked it on some level, right? I didn't see it at the time. And it's this going back and reflecting. Of course, it was caught in the culture of its time and things were different for all of us. But with the glasses that we have now to look at it, it's so useful because it breaks us free of kind of being in a trance and just living life in a trance.
It's been kind of wild on my end when I talk to other fans about it. As you say, so many of the men I have spoken to have said that I had no idea this was going on. This opened my eyes. And every woman I have spoken to was like, yeah, we know. We've been talking about this for years.
Right.
And it's the juxtaposition is a little bit wild.
Yeah. And I'm grateful that men are reading it. And I'm grateful that, some of it's, like the case that happened in France recently, the woman who was raped by multiple men and her husband, she had such a great way of I mean, the only way of looking at it, their shame, not my shame. And for young men who have gone through that experience as well, or just being caught in a cultural bubble of thinking that this is the narrow lane I have to abide by, it's so it's freeing and it's sharing and it's getting rid of stigmas. I love that, which is what we do when we talk to each other, right?
Yeah.
We realize most of the time it's just human. It's just human experience.
You know, Star Trek as a whole has always tried to portray a nigh utopian future without poverty or discrimination or marginalization. But creative teams can't help but be influenced by their own times. And that leaves us with a show that preaches high ideals, but sometimes has very problematic elements, regardless of when it was made. So in watching that, in talking about it, how do we square that?
I think you don't have to square it. I think you can hold both things and look, and as soon as you are aware, this was cultural, this was, this was how we thought back then. The minute you are aware of it, you can remove yourself from it, not be frozen by it. Look, I see it as this, that cultural mores can trap you like a bug. I use it as a metaphor, getting trapped in amber like ancient bugs. But also you can think of Seven of Nine and her exoskeleton. And once you're aware of it and you can start to remove those things and find out what the human inside is thinking and feeling on its own, there's a freedom to it, but there's also, it's comfortable to have an exoskeleton. It's comfortable to rest on a rock and go, you know what? I'm just not going to be busy right now. But then you've got the drops of resin coming from culture, from media, from whatever systems you're in. And pretty soon you're caught. And if we keep thinking, if we keep our awareness, we won't get caught like that because there'll be constant movement in our brain. And we won't be frozen in time, if that makes sense. I go all over with metaphors and it can get confused. It's like my husband goes, what? Wait, what?
I'm expecting you had to deal with that a lot because if I'm not mistaken, in working on this, you watched through the entire franchise for the first time.
I did. In this tiny room, I sat and watched Star Trek on my computer, and I was shocked. I thought I knew. I thought I knew. I thought I had opinions on all of it, and I didn't know. Voyager was probably the biggest shocker to me. And Seven of Nine and Janeway and that relationship and how amazing that arc was. Beautiful, brilliant storytelling. So yeah, it opened my eyes. I became a huge fan of Strange New Worlds. And I also, in interviewing all these people, gained this, it's like instead of watching them, I started rooting for them. I started seeing where they came from and what it meant to them and how they entered this stream and how really responsibly they take the position of storyteller. And I think a lot of that, certainly I'll speak for myself, I learned from Nichelle. She was an amazing example of that.
And after having seen your colleagues, really, sometimes friends for decades, in the roles finally, did that change anything about your interactions with them? Add any context?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. One of the pieces of amber or exoskeleton that I had to get rid of from the 90s was every other woman was a threat to whatever I wanted to fulfill. And the minute I recognized that, and the minute I got underneath and got to know these women on a different level and then saw their amazing work, as I said before, that was the big change for me. I became an advocate. It's like, how can I get these two women together? Because I think they've got something to talk about. How really celebrating them and really wanting them to succeed with what they wanted. That is such a different paradigm for me. And that old 90s shit, I was so glad to get rid of it.
Yeah, I noticed that almost as a theme throughout, that so many women said, I wish I had a mentor.
Yes.
But helping in any way was seen as competition. And I mean, I'm an elder millennial, so I'm in my 40s, but even when I was a kid, girls were socialized to be in competition with one another.
Yeah.
And I hope it's changing now. I feel like it's only just started to.
Well, I talk to women like Jess Bush, and I go, yeah, if there's one out there like that, there are a lot of them. And there is a shift. There's a big change. And I think it also has to do with, if we're all, pushed into this box of we have to look like this, act like this, do these jobs, and there's a level of excellence that you can achieve. We're all in competition for this perfect non-existent woman, rather than someone like Jess who goes, you know what? I want to make art out of bees. That's my fascination. So that's what I'm going to do. And all of a sudden, she's not in competition with anybody. She's on her own path, being her own thing with her own gorgeousness. So I think that's a big part of not thinking there's one chair at the table and not thinking that that chair has to be filled by whatever the culture or the system says is this ideal.
Yeah, I think we have expanded our definitions of womanhood and femininity and even humanity to the point that the boxes, the lanes are not there anymore. They're not as defined, and you can go between them. But it's also so much easier to create your own opportunities, to be different, to get your voice out there and not necessarily rely on someone else to pick you for that thing. You can just do it on your own.
And I think that's the saving grace, because I still see the boxes out there. I still see media and stuff trying to make, women, but you're exactly right. There's so many outlets, there's so many ways to take, and just awareness. It's really just awareness. When I was young, I had no awareness of how much I was being affected, how much I was pretzeling myself to fit into this idea of what I should be instead of simply being what I authentically am.
We've started so many threads that I want to follow up on. I don't know where to go next.
Oh, but we broke 13,000. I'm so glad.
Look at that.
That's wonderful. Wonderful. 13,174.33. Come on, let's go.
You brought up Jess Bush, and I think it's really fascinating to me and sort of appropriate that you start your character-centric profiles in the book with Majel as Nurse Chapel and finish with Jess as Nurse Chapel. And Majel was aware, and some would say even critical, of the flaws and issues with the Nurse Chapel character in the 60s. How do you think she would feel about Jess's version of Nurse Chapel?
In my opinion, what I know of Majel, I think she'd say, go, girl, go. I think she would love it. I think she would go, that's what I wanted to do. I really do. And I think Grace Lee Whitney is another one that would have gone, wait a minute, what? What?
So, the stories that she has told are incredible.
Yeah, I read her book. I read several people's books to understand, to really be able to understand their perspective. And it's one of the saddest books I've ever read. That she blames herself for going, why didn't I just sleep with him? Because, you know, you either get close to power or you don't win. And that was socialized in Hollywood. Absolutely, it was. Get blackballed if you don't, you know, behave properly. Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt.
And juxtaposed against the actors today playing characters from the same time period. I noticed you asking them about if they were asked any of the things you were in the 90s, if they were ever asked to be or felt the need to be performatively female. And just the constant reactions to that from them are encouraging, shall we say.
Very encouraging. Jess, in fact, said, "Are you kidding me? Buildings would burn." And I found huge satisfaction in that. There was a director named Swackhammer. I loved him. And he was a very large man. And I was pretty new in Hollywood doing guest stars. And I had to exit. And I was the femme fatale, so I must have been dark-haired at the time. So because they work like that, I was exiting an elevator and I just got out of the elevator and he was like, no, 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 watch me. And this large man became showing me exactly how to move my body, how to move my arms, and how to rest. And I went, oh, because I was a dancer. I went, oh, got it. Okay. And I did that. And when I watched it, I went, oh, yeah, that's what they like. So performative to the nth degree. It was sexy when he did it. And it was sexy when I saw it on TV when I did it. But a kind of sexuality that had nothing to do with me.
It was sexy through a particular gaze.
Through the gaze of the time, where women looked soft and yielding and self-aware of their sexuality, self-aware of what made them valuable.
And you mentioned about twisting yourself into the pretzel to be what you were expected to be. And I know in other interviews you talked about even while you were working or going to conventions, feeling like the responsibility of like the household and the children were still on your shoulders. And it was so striking to me to hear that, because at the same time you're portraying a character that defied so many of those norms.
That's right.
And I know, I'm sure that you have heard tons of stories from fans about how inspiring that was. And I'm wondering if working on this project and reflecting in such a way has changed how you think about that now.
You know, critical thinking, going back to, you know, a particular time in your life, especially if you got stuck there, especially if it was really significant to you, is one of the best things you can do, because it did. And I'm not saying it was easy. It was like I removed my exoskeleton of cultural acceptability, and it was painful. It felt like I don't know who I am then. It was confusing. I got really aggressive with people about my right and my boundaries. And it took me a while to come to this place where it's about me being comfortable with myself. And then suddenly no one else is a big problem. Boundaries become clear when you're okay with you.
Were there any stories from the people you talked to that helped you determine that for yourself?
Samantha Cristoforetti. That was a mic drop for me, because I didn't see it. I thought I was being all cool and the good interviewer, and you know, we're talking about women here. So, and she at the time she was about to go up to the International Space Station, and which she was going to eventually command, and she saw these things. Plus, she had 2 children under 5 at the time. And I was like, what? wow. So tell me, who takes care of your children when you're at the space station for weeks or months? And she looked at me like, what? Who? Oh, you must have help. She said, their father. He's their father. And I went, oh, oh. And I suddenly, it was like glass cracking. I got it. I got it from my present life. I said to my husband, I ran to him after this interview and I said, you are not helping me in the kitchen anymore. It's our kitchen. We both cook there. We are doing 20 minutes of work in the kitchen together. And he went, oh my God. Yeah, okay. I got it. And that's the way it is now. And it's those, it seems like a silly, come on, what does it matter? Say, help me in the kitchen. Then it's my responsibility and it's your choice. No, it's our kitchen. It's our children. It's not my responsibility, and you help me if you can. Our children. Now you take them and care for them, and then I'll come back home.
Yeah, in a circle of friends, we have a phrase for some of the fathers that it's not babysitting when it's your kid.
No.
No.
And yet, I would say the words back in the 90s, can you babysit tonight while I work, before I clean the house, before I make it's like, yeah.
And so, again, along those lines, was there something new or something surprising that you learned about any of the folks that you've known for so long, but didn't necessarily talk Star Trek experiences with?
Yes, Terry's and my relationship deepened in a big way when I realized that I assumed back in the day, and it was said on set, well, she's the beautiful one. She's the one who's beautiful. And back then, beautiful meant powerful. So I went, okay, that's just the way it is because, yeah, she's gorgeous. And I always felt a strain because of that. And what I learned was being beautiful was as much a problem for her. It got in her way just as much. And that's when women need to talk, because what we think is, hierarchically going to change things for us. No, go 3 steps deeper and you'll find out we really all just need to talk and understand and have compassion, not only for other people, but for ourselves. And also see who's doing this. How useful, how very useful for us not to be on the same side. The most natural thing for us to be.
And that can be going on behind the scenes for you while the fans are watching. And the message that we were getting at the time was that there are so many different ways to be powerful.
That's exactly right. And yet the Hollywood dynamic was there. It just was. And, if Kira taught me, and she did, she changed me in so many ways. Look, dropping thoughts in your head on a regular basis is going to change the actual physical shape of your brain, which is going to change your somatic reality. It's going to change everything for you. And she did. But I still had this dichotomy of the woman that I lived out in that world, and the woman that was culturally stuck in my own life. And what's great now is that I don't have that dissonance anymore. And where I ran through to the part of Kira and grabbed hold and went, yes, this is what I've been waiting for. This is actually what I feel, and this feels normal to me, to be an alien. I realize I don't have to physically look different and have people accept me. I don't need ridges. I don't need to be said, well, she's a different species. I just need to accept that there is a whole spectrum of humanity, of women who are 68. And you can get as specific, there's a spectrum. And I don't need to figure out where I land. I just need to allow myself to land.
Do you think that because Kira was non-human, there were fewer boundaries for her, that there was less of a prescribed role in the 90s?
No doubt. No doubt. Aliens were much easier to play because they didn't have to play by human rules in order to be attractive. I mean, just think of the first scene of me angry at, now, okay, the commander, but even more amazing, in Hollywood, for a regular character, she's not going to be killed or sent off, for a character, a woman, to be angry at number one on the call sheet's character. Unheard
in her
of.
introduction.
In her introduction. Unheard of. No wonder there were so many people who went, I don't like her, because it wasn't accepted. It wasn't acceptable. It wasn't reasonable.
And yet one of my favorite things, it's in the second episode of Deep Space Nine, I believe, when the Trill authorities are coming to take Dax away from Deep Space Nine to go on a trial, and the extradition orders have to be served to Bajor. So Sisko makes them speak to Kira and physically places himself behind you.
Yes.
And
I remember that moment.
It's astonishing.
Yes. Yes. For the time, absolutely astonishing.
It seems like a ridiculous word to use for that instance, but watching the show, like, media critically, with the context of the time, I don't think I'd ever seen anything like that before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And
13879. Thank you,
we're getting
everybody
close.
who's giving. Thank you, everybody. Oh my gosh, yes.
We have less than 10 minutes left. Get us over 14 during this
that
session.
would be
Come on.
So exciting. Yes, please, please.
So I want to ask you, what has been throughout this project? I know it took, even if you're just watching all of Star Trek, probably took you forever.
Yeah.
What has been your biggest takeaway?
My biggest takeaway is something that Mike McMahan said. He said, if you love a system, you must always question it. And, there are family systems, there's work systems, there are all kinds, friends, all kinds. And that was one of the, talk about looking at a show. I looked at Lower Decks at first when I was just watching it for me as, wow, this is fun and great Easter eggs. And but then when I talked to the people involved and realized how important that was, that we're shown a character that is questioning Starfleet, rebelling against Starfleet, but because she loves it, because she wants to make sure that it is aligning, that she is in alignment, that this is a truthful, good thing. Wow. Really interesting stuff.
Wow, that leads me right into a question that I have for you. That's particular to today. It is a day of protest and resistance around the U.S. And for the times that we are in right now, what do you think are some of the biggest lessons that we can take from Kira, from Deep Space Nine, from Star Trek as a whole?
If you love a system, you must question it. And questioning leads to action, leads to awareness, leads to finally action. But you got to have awareness first.
It's incredible. And that Kira is a character that has inspired so many people and continues to, and I don't think would ever be made today.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so.
I mean,
It
talk
was
about her being angry in her introduction in the first episode. She's also a terrorist.
I don't think she would, but what's amazing, and back in the day, I got a lot of negativity. People may, because so many people go, no, not me. I always loved Kira, but I didn't hear about it. I heard a lot of negative stuff. But really, when they started streaming DS9 and younger people who didn't realize, who wouldn't be uncomfortable with this kind of woman right off the bat because it's become more normalized, go, I got a crush on her. My favorite thing is young men who say, I grew up watching Kira and this is my Kira and our baby. And I go, that's so wonderful that men can recognize what a boon it is to have someone who is not stuck in a box, but is being authentically themselves in alliance with them. We got 14,000. Wow. Thank you, everybody who's given really generously. Jody Pickens, Star Trek Salon Podcast. Wow. That is what Tim. That's just wonderful.
I feel like you were saying the DS9 when it reached streaming is sort of a resurgence. And I think that just goes to show how really ahead of its time, even for Star Trek, that DS9 was.
I mean, our producers, our writers, I always talk about Ira, but Ron D. Moore, I mean, come on. It's just all of them were extraordinary and really interested in the storytelling. And luckily, everybody in, higher up had moved on to Voyager and started, bothering Kate about her hair. So they forgot to worry that I was a terrorist out there.
Right.
And we got to do a lot of stuff under the wire, I think. They just weren't as concerned with us. So that was depressing at the time because it felt like, we're the unfavored child, but truly a gift in the long run. And it's a lesson that if you give creatives some leeway and less oversight, they'll do some extraordinary things.
Absolutely.
Oh boy, thank you for everyone who is giving. This is amazing. Cassandra, Cornelia, Stan Williams. It's just wonderful. This is great.
So when you got to speak to some of the cast members from Discovery, from Strange New Worlds, we talked about how their experience is different from like an HR standpoint, but the
they had HR.
They have HR just from that.
What?
Yeah. But their fan experience is also different. You were talking about some of the critiques that you got from fans or the criticism early on. I know that is still occurring, unfortunately, and sometimes it is more pointed because there is more access in these times.
Oh,
so
yeah.
How did you find they were dealing with that, working that into their experience on the show?
From what I understand, they are support systems for each other. And I think that helps a great deal. They're in it together. But if you look, there's so much, it's so easy to be cruel. And it's so easy to just write something and feel like there, gotcha. And it makes me not read those things. I just pass right over them. I used to read them and go, wait a minute, are they right? And think about it and think about the person who said it. And suddenly there's this strange connection. I realize there's no connection. There's someone said, there was a review that said, and this was the clearest thing for me that I could see. There was a review, and it was a man who said, reading my book, the first part was great, but the second part was filled with such hate and vitriol. And I realized so clearly, oh, it made you feel hate and vitriol. So that's yours, and that's yours to deal with. That's not mine. And in almost every case in these cruel things, someone's too heavy, someone's too this, too that, it's yours. It's not the person that it's aimed at. That's for you to deal with.
100%. Those are the type, I know those types of comments well, having touted a feminist Star Trek podcast for the last 10 years.
I'm sure.
So,
I'm sure.
well, we have to wrap up. Unfortunately, I could do this all day. So I want to remind everybody.
I could too. That would be fun.
Pick this up, preferably, from a local independently owned bookstore. That'd be great. Bookshop.org, also great. And also remember that the fight for food equity is a form of resistance as well. So if you can't be out protesting today, if you're here with us, click over to givebutter.com/TrekTalks4, scan the QR code, text TREK to 53555, and donate to the Hollywood Food Coalition. Thanks, everybody.
To everyone who's donated. Thank you so much.
So my question is, I've seen all the food. It's incredible, incredible. But how do you get it to the people on the streets? How does that happen? How does it go from here to feed people, to people's mouths?
Well, one of the things, what we do is we find organizations, or they reach out to us, organizations that don't have solid food programs, or they don't even have a budget for food, and they're looking to have the food. Because the first question a person in need going to an organization will ask is, can I have something to eat? Or do you have something, to give me that I can take away with me? Because people are hungry and you can't get them housing, you can't get them IDs, you can't get them, family counseling, all these kinds of things. We try to work with a wide range of groups all over the city, and it ranges from children to teens, to families, to seniors, to disabled groups, people working with disabilities. So we're trying to cover that wide range, which is why we have these intake forms and why we try to figure out what's the best food. I mean, if you're dealing with seniors, I'm going to switch to one. We've been working with Bel Air Board and Care, which is a senior home. One of the reasons we chose to work with them is because they didn't have good food, and it was, and the seniors needed help, and they needed help with their program. So we will give them food, but it's interesting, you try to give them things that are soft. You try to give them things that are easier on the digestion.
I understand that perfectly.
I do too. And the funny thing is they will send us pictures, and they will send us pictures of the meals that they're serving out of the food that we give them, the canned peaches or the gefilte fish, of all things. It's also
Can't keep the fish out of wine.
But that's part of the way we work too, is you get 15 huge jars of gefilte fish. They're not going to waste. They're going to a place in need.
Yeah, and I think, something that we talk a lot about is being very receptive to the individual needs of our communities. So, if we know that, again, like I said earlier, if we work with folks who are working with encampments, we'll give them meals where you just have to add water, for example. We have
That may be a problem sometimes, adding water. They have to have access.
So then we try to provide water too. But, then we'll work with groups that serve people that don't even have access to meal programs, undocumented folks don't have access to Cal Fresh all the time, or they're intimidated by the system and they don't want to involve themselves in a government system out of fear or, misinformation. So we work with people who work with undocumented people. And so like the community orgs, we try to really have a large array of, some people work just with families, some people work with individuals, some people work with anyone that walks in. It just depends on
what the right formula. For me to just be a little bit clear, you work by getting what you accumulated here to organizations, and then you expect the organization to distribute it to individuals.
And that's like the model of that is really intentional, because we want to work with groups that are very trusted in their own communities. They're determining the needs of their own communities. The people who are affected by food insecurity and who don't have access to food, they have the solutions to food security. They know how to feed themselves and they know how to feed their own people. They just need the access to the resources. So we try to provide those resources on their own terms. So folks can come in here and they can deny food. They can say, oh, our community doesn't want cabbage. They don't like it, but they will take chicken feet or something. It's like they themselves know the community because they are the trusted leaders and providers and caretakers of that community.
So it doesn't go to waste where
Exactly. So we're mitigating waste by collecting it here. And then we do a very, diligent job of sorting it to ensure that when we're getting it out to the community, one, by preference, so we know that people want that food, and then also we're not getting moldy food out to the community. We're getting like high quality, sorted through food that's edible, delicious, nourishing.
Nana visitor, what a splendid human being. What a splendid human being.
We love Nana.
Wonderful conversation. Thank you, Sue. What a great moderator. An autographed, personalized copy of Nana's book is included in one of the packages we're auctioning off today. Check out the live auction and continue to help support HoFoCo. I love the fact that donations are coming in. Remember, we are closing the first tranche of the auction at 2 o'clock. So don't put off visiting our auction page. Bonnie, how are we doing on donations?
We are doing so great, John. We are up to $14,711.33. We can't forget those 33 cents. It's our attempt to at least match Roddenberry's and the Roddenberry Foundation's incredible donation of $31,000. So keep those donations coming in to support HoFoCo. Every dollar you donate unlocks $1 of Rod's moolah. So we want to make sure that we pick his pocket clean and get every last one of those Roddenberry bucks that he offered to us today. So please donate now. And remember that if you were going to a convention in person, you'd probably be paying more right now for a cold hot dog and a cup of coffee, at least at one of the concession stands. So what you're paying now, it costs us to provide oodles of tasty and nutritious multi-course meals to people in need. So.
As we've mentioned, and shout outs to some of the people I see on the screen: Slack Twaddle, Teresa Swink,
Slack Twaddle,
Hollywood Food Coalition board member Javi Arango, huzzah! You are helping to support a nightly meal program and a nightly wellness program. You are also helping to rescue almost 3 million pounds of food a year, which we share with up to 150 local social service organizations to augment and buttress their meal programs. Groups like Village Family Services, whose mission is to provide service to children, homeless youths, and families. Veteran centers, drug and alcohol rehabilitation centers. We run the gamut of care.
Mm-hmm. And your donation today is also helping us keep a small fleet of vans in service to pick up the food. And it's also helping us staff and man a warehouse with a huge, ginormous walk-in fridge where the food lands to get sorted, cold, and turned around pronto to our partners in need. And your donation also helps to support the storytelling and the knocking that we need to do every day to enlist the ongoing support of the community here in Los Angeles.
And in telling the HoFoCo story today, I want to keep emphasizing something we're really proud of, that over the course of 38 years, because we rely on volunteers to help us cook and serve and rescue food, we have worked with thousands and thousands of people from LA, from all walks of life, all of whom have experienced what the true meaning of diversity is. At a time when the word diversity has been sullied by bullies and frauds, let's remember that Star Trek stands for this infinite diversity in infinite combinations. We're proudly DEI, Star Trek is, and HoFoCo offers a proudly diverse home to all comers. Volunteerism is at the heart of the work that we do, at the heart of the work that all of us are being asked to do in the world today. And diversity is at the heart of volunteerism itself. You pitch in to help along with a room full of strangers, and you don't give a good goddamn what anybody looks like, what they profess to believe, where they came from, just that they keep making sure those dirty dishes get cleaned.
And that's the way it should be. You know what? Actually, this is sad news, though. You won't be seeing John and us for a while, but we're going to be back later this afternoon. We got an amazing show for you featuring the Trek Autobiography authors, McCormack, Attico, and Goodman, a 1 hour long discovery panel with cast members spanning every season of the show. It's going to be led by Sonequa Martin Green herself. We have an amazing tribute to Trek pioneer Jerry Taylor, featuring Brennan Braga, Brian Fuller, staff writer Lisa Klink, and HoFoCo's board alum David Livingston, who has directed more Trek episodes than anybody else in Trek history.
And my favorite Bonnie. Sorry, Bonnie, you're number 2.
It's okay.
Bonita Friedericy will be coming up shortly. You might know her as Mean General Diane Chuckles Beckman, not Chuck.
That's right. So we're not going to be around to nag, bully, rag, pester, control, plead, implore, etc., etc. For a few hours. But let's just take one last shout out suffice for let this be our one last shout out suffice for a while, and support HoFoCo with your donation now to unlock Roddenberry's amazing $31,000 donation. Follow the prompts on the screen. Here we go. Prompts them. They're Trek Talks right there. You see them? I'm using my hands.
Shout out to your pals. This survives. This show on YouTube. Those people who can't be here today. We know there are protests and marches. Remind your friends that they can watch. They can donate later on.
Anytime.
The auction closes at 6. The artwork part closes at 4. Join us in Vegas for a night of shenanigans. We only have 2 seconds left.
Welcome to the Sustainability and Diversity in Space panel today for the Trek Talks Telethon. I'm your moderator, Amy Imhoff, and I am joined by some incredible space professionals and Starfleet officers. And we're going to talk today about a lot of topics that have to do with maintaining a human presence in space, democratizing access to space, and in general, why we should be having the arts be part of STEAM instead of STEM. So I'd like everyone to go around and introduce themselves. I'll call on you and just a little intro on who you are, what your background is, and why space is awesome. So let's kick it off with our resident astronaut, Dr. Sian Proctor. Please kick us off and tell us a little bit about you. We've been wanting to bring you into the Star Trek fandom for so long now.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Dr. Sian Proctor, and I was the mission pilot for Inspiration 4, the first all-civilian mission to orbit. So in 2021, I spent 3 days in space, and what was really great is that I actually won my seat to space as an artist and a poet. And then as a result of being selected, I got to become the mission pilot. So I'm the first woman commercial spaceship pilot, and I'm the only African-American woman to be a mission pilot so far. And I just love the fact that I got to space as an artist and a poet.
Thank you so much. And we're so happy you've been able to join us today. Sian just came back from an expedition literally this morning from Antarctica. So thank you for making the long trek back. Let Terry Farrell, why don't you kick us off? Not that you need an introduction. All of our viewers know you.
Hi, I'm Terry Farrell. I am an actor. I was Lieutenant Commander Jadzia Dax on Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Yes. One of my all-time favorite characters ever, and she has given me so much joy. I can't believe it's been over 30 years since it aired for the first time. I have never been to space for real, but oh my gosh, what a dream. The original series was my favorite when I was a little girl, and I've been to the Arctic. I said yes to a job to GQ magazine because I wanted to take that trip. And I say yes to jobs a lot of times because I get to go see a different place in the world. So yeah, adventurous. I'm very adventurous. I would go to space.
Awesome. Thank you,
I
Terry.
don't. I think I might throw up before I get.
Oh, me too. Don't worry.
There's medicine for that.
Right.
Moving on to our current communications officer on the USS Enterprise, Celia Rose Gooding. Welcome. Please
Hi.
introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about you.
Of course. Hi, everyone. My name is Celia Rose Gooding. I currently play Ensign Nyota Uhura on Star Trek Strange New Worlds. It is an honor and a privilege to be here as somebody who has no space experience, but a lot of heart and a lot of passion and a lot of excitement about space exploration. I'm fascinated by space, the vastness of space. It's an honor to reprise such an iconic and beloved character and to be sat here with all of these experts and artists and icons. I'm thrilled to be here.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, our token man for this panel, Ubaldo Simonieri. Ubaldo, tell us a little bit about you and your role in the space industry.
Hi, yes, thank you. First off, 1,000,000% Trekkie, and so it's literally I'm geeking out right now, and I've gotten to know Dr. Proctor over the last couple of years too. So just being here with you is incredible, and thank you, Amy. So yeah, again, very similarly to Dr. Proctor, I didn't have a background. I don't have a background in space. I'm an entrepreneur, kind of sales and marketing guy, and I never thought I could be in space. And I think we're going to talk a little bit about that. But I'm a communicator and a talent strategist, and the fact that I was able to find a job at a startup called Cislunar Industries, here's the t-shirt, and become a part of the space industry 2 years ago has just blown my mind. And I feel so lucky to now be a part of an industry that is doing so many things. And so because of that, and because of my experience and how I got there, one of my big goals in my role as chief of staff, but also just in general, is to get more people to come be a part of this industry, more artists, more entertainers, more musicians, right? More poets. Like, space needs everybody's voice. And that's why this conversation, I just feel so lucky to be a part of, because it's so important. Like, we need everyone on Earth to have a say in what we do as humanity as we go out into the universe. So thank you for having me here. I'm very excited.
Thank you for joining us. And I am a digital media director and events manager. I've worked with space companies like Explore Mars. I've worked with the US Space Force. And right now I am with Princeton University on their NASA-funded interstellar mapping mission, which is going to launch this year. I'm very excited. But today we're going to talk about STEAM, not just STEM, and making sure that the arts are connected to space, because the arts have been taking us to space in our imaginations for hundreds of years, if not thousands of years, since human beings first looked up and said, what's going on up there with those stars and those planets and the sun? And really, the art, literature, film has really informed so much of our current space industry, the space program. Obviously, they named the first shuttle the Enterprise. That was their prototype one, and they had a national naming contest. Nichelle Nichols recruited for NASA. She said, I don't see my people here. If you check out the Woman in Motion documentary on Netflix, she talks about how she wanted to bring diversity to the space industry to make it look more like the bridge of the Enterprise and not just a white male-dominated industry. And Celia, you went to Black Space Week, and Sian was there as well. And I'd love to hear you two talk a little bit about that experience, why we need everyone to be part of this conversation, and what true diversity, not tokenism, looks like. So Celia, kick us off, and Sian, please feel free to jump in.
Of course, yeah. I was actually really honored to even be asked to join things for Black Space Week. When I saw the panel of people I would be sitting next to, including Dr. Proctor herself, I was blown away. And it really forced me to think about my place in STEAM, the A, as an artist. I think what's really important about being a part of this conversation as someone representing the arts and the entertainment industry is keeping one of the oldest forms of connection, storytelling, a part of this conversation. Culture is upheld by storytelling. We know about our past because of storytelling. History is where science meets storytelling, and I feel really honored. Again, I keep talking about how honored I feel as an artist, because when we talk about going to space and really cataloging and archiving our history as earthlings, let alone just humans. When you think of things like Star Trek, when you think of sci-fi and science fiction, it has sort of sat at the forefront of space exploration. It gave us the idea that any of it was possible. And now it is very possible, and it's happening every day. And we get pictures from the universe around us all the time. We have access to it on the computers and our phones. It's when you think about the vastness of it, as an artist, it feels really big, but it's incredibly exciting to be a part of. And eventually, as it was Nichelle Nichols' vision, to see the people who explore space looking like our little space program, our little Star Trek show, it just astounds me and blows me away. And so I feel incredibly privileged to have a part in this conversation and to be invited by almost President-elect Kamala Harris to come to DC and to sit next to the people who have actually been to space and just be a part of that conversation. It means everything to me.
Well, I'm going to say that I was geeking out the fact that I was going to be on that panel with you and meet you. And so because, you know, Star Trek and sci-fi and the storytelling and everything that you just mentioned is why, as a little girl, I dreamed about going to space, to think about the fact that Mae Jemison didn't go become the first Black woman to be an astronaut until I was 22 years old. So for me, it was Lieutenant Uhura, who was my icon, and as a little girl being like, and I watched it with my dad, who was a hidden figure working at NASA, and I got all his memorabilia on my wall. But it was like he saw the vision of Star Trek and introduced me and my siblings to it. And my dad and my mom grew up half their lives in segregation in the United States, and so for them to have this beacon of hope that came from Star Trek just meant that we could build a future where we could boldly go together. And it still plays such an influence on me. And I just feel like that's what we should be striving for. And it's so important that we have that A in going from STEM to STEAM, because the arts are the inspiration for the innovation and the advancement.
Would you say that your experiences with Black Space Week and with the diversity of people that are in the industry, I think a lot of fans, and I encounter this all the time when I'm speaking on panels, a lot of the public is not really familiar with what we're working on in space. They think it's just billionaires battling it out for, competing rockets, but that's really a very teeny tiny part of like a huge, industry where we're growing food and doing healthcare innovation and experiments that will change lives on Earth. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, Sian.
Yeah, that's the thing, is when we hear the headlines and stuff, that's the tip of the iceberg. And there's so much happening below the surface that nobody really realizes it until you get connected. And, one of my favorite sayings is that when we're solving for space, we're solving for Earth, and that there are scientists and amazing researchers doing amazing things around space and space technology to benefit us here. And what's astounding is that there's so many things in our lives that comes from space technology. And the most important one is the weather. When we think about weather forecasting and just how much satellite technology, and not just that, but also GPS and navigation, driven by the space industry and being able to track disasters and deadly weather and all of those things and monitor that from space. And I just feel like we're in such a golden age right now where, science fiction and then the reality of space exploration are really coming together to accelerate this ability to truly solve for space, use space to solve for Earth. But when you're talking about the Black Space Week and diversity and representing, Star Trek, I think it's super important that we really push that narrative of why it's important for the average person, the Trekkie out there to take that one step further and really start to look at how space is impacting their lives and the way they see their future and the opportunities that are going to be coming down the pipeline.
And I think we really have an opportunity, and especially, Terry, you have been talking with fans and industry professionals about Star Trek for 30 years now. You've heard so many accounts firsthand of how Star Trek has impacted people's lives, their careers, their emotions, the way they process, the tragedies that happen around us. And Dax is the science officer and also an LGBT icon. I would be remiss if I did not say that in the fandom. And it really shows how Starfleet solves for Earth by demonstrating empathy and tolerance. And I'd love for you to talk about that and also about, community participation and what that empathy and tolerance really means, because we're here today to support the Hollywood Food Coalition, and that's Roddenberry Future Principles in Action.
Yes, that is. The Hollywood Food Coalition doesn't just feed people. They're there to make sure that people have clothes, someone to listen to them, medical. There's all kinds of things that they're involved in, taking care of people in the community since 1987.
I think so, yes.
Yeah. For me, I get scientists that come up to me, women, that will say they were inspired by Dax to go into the sciences, which makes me feel very proud and excited. I wish I could do half the things Dax could do. What was wonderful about playing her and having fans come up to me is after living 7 lifetimes, they wanted me to be more stoic. And I thought, no, she'd have a really good sense of humor. I mean, if you've been here this long, things don't get to you the way they get to other people. And I also, when I got the part, I really wanted it to be like the original series in that they really did hit on issues that were happening in real life. And since we're talking about the Food Coalition, there was a 2-parter that we had that was about the homeless in Los Angeles, and it had turned into a large encampment. I can't think of the name of that episode right now.
Oh, Far Beyond the Stars.
No.
That's the other one. Sorry. No, you're talking about the one with the bell riots.
The bell riots. Yeah,
the bell riots. Yeah.
Yeah.
I better know it. I love it.
Yeah. Right? Past tense.
Past tense. Yeah. And we did it 30 years ago, and it took place in 2024. And it's so, I'm so grateful that we're doing this for the coalition, because it's so sad how it parallels what's happening with the tent encampments in Los Angeles and around all over the United States, and I'm sure around the world. And I think feeding our people, it's ground zero. People have to have nourishment mentally, physically. It's important. And I think playing the character of Dax, fans coming up to me, a lot of LGBTQ plus IA. Did I get all of it?
You did.
It's all in the plus. It's all in the plus.
All of it.
It's all in the plus. Yeah, there you go.
Important. And I also have a lot of I have a family member, and he's a trans male. And he was so proud of me the other day because I get his pronouns right. And I respect his privacy, because what's terrifying to me is that his life is kind of doubly in jeopardy because of the color of his skin and because of his way he moves through the world. And I want to be a champion for that, because it's scary, just cis people trying to be their true selves and be honest and authentic. These are things that are not as prevalent as it feels like it used to be. Now it feels more dangerous to say what you're thinking and what you're feeling. And I feel like that's moving backwards because when I grew up, when Sian and I were watching the original series, we talked about the world being a melting pot and trying to make and integrate people together and to feel together. And that's the world that I saw growing up. That's the world I wanted to live in. And it feels like we've gotten closer to it in Star Trek, in our worlds, but it feels like the country we live in has become further and further away from being that melting pot I used to be so proud to be a part of.
Yeah, go ahead, Ubaldo. Did you want to add to that?
Well, because I think, I mean, man, it's so true. And I think, Celia, you brought up storytelling. I think it's so much more important now, right? Because I think we've all seen the effects of social media and sort of, how people are just kind of follow along or led to believe something that's not even true. And that to me, that's where it becomes even so much more important to have these television shows that you all have been on and but then taking that and expanding upon that in real life, right? And going out, and because these fans, these people who want a better future, right? I don't think anybody's sitting back going, we want to burn the whole place down.
No.
They want a better future, right? And so how do we, like that's my whole thing, is how do we intentionally tell a better story that invites people right? In a safe way, right? Amy, you were gonna.
As a space marketer, and I'm in a community on LinkedIn for other space marketers where we talk about democratizing access to space through storytelling. And I tell, a lot of companies want to focus on R&D, focus on hiring engineers, whereas they don't really want to focus on hiring the storytellers. And I'm like, you're going to get more investors, you're going to have more public interest, you're going to attract better talent. There's a lot of different aspects of it. Workforce development is a big conversation with the Space Force. I think, Sian, you've spoken a little bit with SpaceX, and the CEO of SpaceX is Gwen Shotwell, by the way, a woman. I know people think it's someone else, but she is the CEO. And these devices being built, they're going to change lives. Ubaldo, your company is working on sustainability initiatives, and tell us a little bit about what Cislunar Industry does, because I think what they do is super cool, and a little bit more about, how kind of you come from healthcare and other industries, and now you've moved into this sustainability initiative within space.
Yeah, no, I mean, I love talking about it, obviously. So very similarly, our CEO he's always wanted to go to space. He and his daughter, like, that's their plan. They literally are like, we're going to space together when that happens. So that impetus and then looking at sustainability issues. So space debris, a lot of people don't know, but there's so much space debris. Orbiting,
like on Wally, when he goes up and he push through all the satellites, right? It's all junk.
Yes, it's all junk, and it's a lot of it, because again, I don't think when we decided to go to space, we didn't really have a recycling plan in place. We didn't think about what we were going to do once we got there and had all this stuff. I mean, there's stuff on the moon that we couldn't do anything about it at the time. We left it there because we didn't plan on it. So what Cislunar Industries is trying to do is say, look, we can solve for a bunch of different things by building a space foundry to process metal in space. So instead of taking resources from the planet, which is expensive and heavy, we can take resources that are already there, off the moon, off asteroids, space debris. Let's start with space debris, and recycle it and reuse it and turn it into building materials, so that now we can build things like, 500 years from now, a shipyard, right, where we could build the Enterprise, and be able to do those things in space. The sustainability piece is then that we can hopefully let Earth heal itself. Like, let's not do this stuff on Earth anymore if we don't have to. We can process things in space. We can create things in space and build up there. And so that's sort of our long-term mission, is to be able to do that, is to be, think of salvage yards in space. Like, okay, your satellite's dead, bring it to us. we'll either fix it or we'll do something about it. We'll recycle it and turn it into something new. And so, but to your point, Amy, about space isn't just about the billionaires. It's really impressive. I will say this, SpaceX opened the door for now companies like Sistas Industries and all these amazing startups who are working together to make space a reality. And it's really impressive. The biggest part of that is the fact that a lot of these people now are from outside of the industry. Like our company is mostly people from outside the industry. We have one space engineer, like official space engineer on the team. Everybody else came from different industries. So like you said, I came from technology and healthcare. And but there is that diversity of perspective that's very powerful.
Yeah, and I'd love to
that
hear
we
Celia.
need.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say that we need that, right? Like we keep talking about that, but we need that. And it creates much more innovation than you might think, right? If we just have engineers just working on one thing, they're missing out on the perspectives that could push that one thing to become even better, right?
Yeah, and I'd love to hear Celia weigh in on that because I feel like
Mhm.
Uhura, especially this past season, she's very interdisciplinary. The music aspect, the episode where you are communicating with the species in terms of music. That was like season one, I think.
Yeah.
And just the way that Uhura has approached things, it's really given me a more fleshed out background as a fan. How do you approach that multidisciplinary aspect of her character? Because everyone here is a multidisciplinary professional.
Yeah, that's actually a great question. I think the way that I approach Uhura's multiplicity is by in a very selfish way, by continuing to honor my own and continuing to honor the multiplicity of the women who remind me so much of Uhura. To speak on my experience specifically as a Black person in America, it is to be my own mental health counselor, to be my own doctor, my own shepherd, my own confidant. It is to really find a way to look inward and dissect all the different parts of how I can be available to myself. And then you turn around as an actor and sort of forget the person that has a life and you show up for that character and honor their multiplicity. And I honor Uhura's grief and her curiosity and her passion and desire for something greater than her past and her circumstances that she's escaping from or attempting to escape from. But when you talk about uh, multidisciplinary and the multifaceted nature of human beings, I think of diversity, and not only diversity in what we see and the people around us, a lot of diversity of thought and understanding that I represent myself and this character and my family, my community, and my loved ones, but I am a part of a system that is much bigger than me. And that as an actor, at the end of the day, I'm saying someone else's words. Our writers are an incredible team of people who are keeping track of every little piece of what makes a character a person and a fully fledged individual that's interesting enough to have a story for 47 minutes every week. It's really, really inspiring and really, really powerful. And I think when you zoom out even farther and understand that Star Trek is a franchise and an entity owned by a system that is much bigger than what it is. Star Trek doesn't own itself. It represents whoever, maybe Paramount or CBS, or I think all that to say, I constantly have to remind myself as an actor that while I have my vision for what I would love the world to look like, at the end of the day, the story that I'm being told is not one that I have written. And when fans watch the show, I think it is really important for them to remember that while Star Trek is a wonderful goal to move towards, that there are little actions that we can make every day to make our world look more like the Star Trek that we imagine. And that is remaining aware of how we contribute to our climate crisis, being aware of how we contribute to the socio-political spaces that exist on social media. It is interrogating misinformation. It is checking in on your loved ones and making sure that they are aware of the world around them, as opposed to whatever headline on Facebook some billionaire is making money off of. It is, I think, Star Trek, as we continue to try our best to be a representation of the world that we would like to inherit, it is reminding ourselves that Star Trek is just that. It is a TV show that exists on a platform owned and run by people with their own agendas. We as human beings, the 99% of us, we owe it to each other to put the screens down and look at our neighbor and check in and say, hey, it would be wonderful if we lived on the bridge, but we're not there yet. So how can I, as someone who is an artist and a counselor and a mentor and a friend and an offspring and hopefully a positive influence on my community, how can we as human beings do small practical things every day to make sure that until we get to that utopian ideal, how do we take steps to get there? And that is just remaining aware, honoring multiplicity, accepting your neighbor for their faults, and all that they have to offer. I think we live in a really charged place where if you disagree with someone, you frame them as a bad person and they're unforgivable. And I feel myself going on a tangent and rambling, but I feel like it's
we're almost at
incredibly
time.
important.
We only
I
have
know.
2 more minutes.
Okay, I
Your
just
point has been so perfect for this panel.
I get it, and I get
Y'all
why
get it.
Got going on it because it's passionate.
It's
so
why we do what we
important.
do as
Yes.
artists and scientists. All we're trying to do is make tomorrow more livable than today. And there are so many ways in which that can happen. And it's an honor to be sitting with people who are going into space and letting space solve Earth. And while us Earthlings are checking in on each other to save other Earthlings, I think it's just really beautiful. And I'll stop there because I could talk about it for an hour.
Amazing.
We all could, but I want Sian to just have a quick word. We'll have one more quick word, and then we have to sign off because this is a tight 30 minutes. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say I totally agree with everything you've just said, because when I wrote a poem that won me my seat to space, and it was called Space to Inspire, and there was an acronym that I used in it where I talk about Jedi space, and Star Wars acronym with a Star Trek meaning, because it's Jedi is just, equitable, diverse, and inclusive space for all of humanity. And I talk about how, we have J for justice, to ignite the bold. We have E for equity, to cut past the old. We have D for diversity, to end the fight. We have I for inclusion, to try to make it right. A Jedi space to rally behind, a universal force so big it binds. Inspiration to change the world, a new beginning for us to hold. And it kind of keeps going on. But the whole idea is that Jedi space isn't about outer space. It's about this space, the space that we inhabit, the space that makes us us. And how do we use our unique, beautiful Jedi space? Like, how do we wake up every morning and create Jedi space for ourselves, for our family, for our community, for our friends, for, our work and our colleagues? And I just feel like, these are things that like you were saying, we can actively strive to play our part in creating that future that we want to have. And I think that that's an important message.
It is. And also our audience can text TREK to 53-555 or scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen, or go to trektalks.net to donate to the Hollywood Food Coalition. But we're at time, which is, I'm sure we would love to keep going in these conversations. And thank you so much to John Billingsley and Trek Geeks and the SyFy sisters and everybody who has come together today to support this. So thank you guys again. We're going to hand it back off to John and Bonnie, but thank you. And I'm Amy Imhoff. Please give a seated hand round of applause from your computers for Terry, Celia, Ubaldo, and Dr. Sian Proctor. Thank you again. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Amy, for
Bye.
shepherding this conversation. Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you, Amy.
Talk and talk and talk about a dream panel. This is amazing. What a dream to have this group here today. We have Derek Tyler Attico, we have Una McCormack, we have David A. Goodman. And what is this about? These are the authors of the Captain series. That's right, the autobiographical Captain series. There's so much to talk about it. I'm Michael Dismuke, but I'm going to jump right into it because there's so much to get into it. Now, first of all, the thing I have to note for people who have not read these books yet, big mistake. You should already be on top of it if you haven't read them. What I like about the title cards too, it doesn't even say written by. I thought one of the coolest things, it says edited by, and that was such a good writing choice for the fact that you had the job of capturing the voices of some of the most beloved characters in all of sci-fi. So we're going to jump right into it because we're on limited time. Of course, we're here for a good cause, so I have to start off by reminding everyone to look at the QR code below, and also to remember to text 53-555 if you want to text a donation. But we're here for the Hollywood Food Coalition. We'll again remind you throughout this interview about that. So let's just jump into it. I'm going to go in chronological order by captain. So of course, David A. Goodman, we're going to hit you first. So you wrote the book on James T. Kirk and also on Picard. And what are some of the Easter eggs that are in here that you know people would love to know about?
What are the Easter eggs? Well, I think that for me, for both books, the idea was I wanted to read it and myself, and as a fan, not be bumped by anything that was in the book. So that was always, so for me, the Easter egg is that that a fan reading this book is going to find both of my books are going to find things, character names and situations that call back to the most important and the least important aspects of these characters' lives. But I think probably for me, the big Easter egg is in the Captain Kirk book, which is that I figured out, I did the math backwards from Wrath of Khan, and I figured out that during the entire original series, James T. Kirk is a father. That David Marcus is off somewhere. And so for me, that figuring that out, which is something that, did I freeze up or anything?
No, you're good. You're good.
You're good. That figuring that out and suddenly seeing that all these relationships that Kirk had with Ensign Garavik, with Will Decker, and if you don't know these references, I don't know why you're listening to this panel.
Because they'll learn them.
That connected to the fact that he was an absent father.
Yes.
And so to me, that's something that I'm very proud of figuring out, and that I incorporated into my book, obviously, was very important.
Yeah, you shed him in a real light there. Chronologically, technically, we have to go over to Spock next, who it was a captain we know by the time the movie era came. So Una, Easter eggs. You did both the Spock book and the Janeway book.
Janeway,
by the way.
Oh, bless you. Carry on in that vein. I'm happy with that. So, I guess the Easter eggs in the Spock book. Well, the thing with the Spock book was because we were bringing in Discovery, and I think we were just at the start of Strange New Worlds as well. It wasn't. I'm not sure there was much room for Easter eggs because there was already so much chocolate shoved in there in a way. So I thought, all right, you've set me this challenge. You're making me do Spock. I've got to cover the original series. I've got to cover the films. We're now looking at putting Discovery in, a little bit of Strange New Worlds. I thought, this book is not getting off my laptop without me getting the animated series in there as well. So cool. I did manage to get the animated series in there. So that was my challenge to myself. So that's my big Easter egg, I think, if that counts. But cool. Really, honestly, stitching all that together, that was a job.
Yeah, Spock is the most canonical character spread over most of the franchise. So that was quite the challenge, I'm sure.
He's kind of super canonical.
Yeah, exactly. True. All right, Derek, Easter eggs in the Benjamin Sisko book.
Oh, man. Well, I should say that when I wrote it, I wanted it to be a book that anyone that likes any facet of Star Trek could read. So there's got to be over 100, maybe almost close to 200 Easter eggs in the book from every era of Star Trek. So no matter what Star Trek you like, it's in the book. For me personally, I would say bringing back Twyla Scott was a joy. She's in the last episode of the first season of TNG, and then kind of sort of aligning her with Section 31 by something that she says at the end of the last statement that's made for her. So that was kind of cool for me. I think, it was kind of cool.
That was the perfect segue, actually, into the next question. Because I have to tell people, while you read these books, you really want Memory Alpha right next to you, because a name will come up. I was like, I wonder if they just tossed that name in for no good reason, like made someone up. And so often I was like, oh my goodness, this is like canon or something even from Beta. And it was just I mean, it was really brilliantly done. So this book is worth studying, not just reading. But that goes into my point. What you said, Derek, is how did that work with Paramount for all of you, actually? And we'll just go in reverse order in here. Was there stuff that was cut that you wanted to get in there, but it had to get edited out? Can you share it with us?
Paramount asked me for an outline, and they gave me no restrictions, which could be a deadly thing for me. They gave me no restrictions. The only kind of sort of restriction was I wrote a scene that I had, I realized at one part of the Academy for Cisco that Janeway, Riker, and Geordi were all at the Academy at the same time of Cisco. They just, canonically, they all line up. And so the attitude was, that's a lot of people to put in one scene, pare that back.
Yeah.
Right? And I was like, you know what? Yeah, that's true. So, but other than that, there was no restrictions on me whatsoever.
You had everyone in that scene. You had Dr. Hugh, you had Kermit.
Yeah.
It was like, they were like, too much, Derek. Come on, too much. How about you, David?
For me, there was a reverse thing with Paramount in the Picard book. I was writing it while Discovery was being produced, but it was before Discovery was on the air, so I hadn't seen Discovery, and they wanted. There's a scene that's from the episode Sarek where Picard has the mind meld with Sarek, and I wanted really to get into that mind meld, and so the Paramount, my Paramount connection, John Van Sitters, gave me a little piece of reference to Michael Burnham. And I had no idea what it meant, and so it was in the book. And when I put it in the book, I didn't even know what it meant, but that she is getting this. Picard is this image of Michael in the fire, and so sort of a reverse piece that I had to put something in that referenced Discovery.
That's cool. Did that keep you up at night?
I didn't like putting something in my book. I didn't like putting something in a book that I didn't know what it meant, but it was like, all right, I'll do it. All right.
Yeah, that kind of forced you to have to watch a show when it came out. Like, what the heck is that?
I do not need to be forced to watch Star Trek.
Okay, correct. How about you, Una? Anything that you really wanted to get into?
Similar sort of thing, I think, with its covering sort of this first season of Strange New World. You kind of sit, well, here are some things we would sort of mentioned, and we won't quite tell you what's going on because obviously there are spy cameras everywhere these days or whatever. Yeah. So it was a bit, I don't know what it's like with you, David. It was a bit sort of the sparrows are flying backwards tonight. You just put these little things in, and I don't know what this means. Yeah. Presumably it won't get cut, and then I won't look like a real idiot. So, but a very, very slight. But in terms of restrictions, no, I think I managed to get Garrick in somewhere into at least one of them. So, because he just does that. But no, a very, very light touch. I think they're interesting books. I think the big problem for me was that there's sort of been with the Janeway book. There'd already been a book that covered a lot of Janeway's life called Mosaic by Jerry Taylor. And it kind of had semi-canonical status. So we kind of looked at it and went, well, if we stick with that, there's no book. So why don't we just relax and just take what's on screen in Voyager? But other than that, they just let me go. Yeah, wound me up and set me off. Yeah. Yeah,
they didn't have any. I was sort of expecting an objection to how I dealt with Star Trek V in my Kirk book, which I don't want to spoil it if you haven't seen it, but I dealt with it humorously, and nothing. They were fine with it, which I really appreciated.
And then they were fine with me in
Yeah.
my spot book doing something completely different. So you know, they were absolutely cool with that.
I mean, beautiful scenes too. I have to say again, all of that. I think about the Spock book when he's there, you know, by the lake or the pond, traveling with his mother, and you're getting that side of where he's developing and making the choice about his humanity. Vulcan, is there a mix? Do I choose one? And all of these. And one of the things I want to talk, David, with you is when I was reading the Kirk and the Picard book, there was such a focus on their academy lives. There was a piece on their academy lives. And it seems as I was reading this, I read them separately, but that there was some overlay of characters. Did you write the book simultaneously? Because it seems like Kirk and Picard met some of the same people. And they had some of the same academy events. Was that purposeful, or how did you do that?
I lost sound for a minute. So if that question was to me.
It was, yeah. No problem. I'll use my sign language then. I'll go. So I was saying the way you wrote the book for both Picard and Kirk, you focused on their Starfleet Academy years, and there seemed to have been some overlay there. So were you writing them simultaneously? Because they were meeting. It seems like they were sharing some events.
No, there was no overlay. But when I wrote the Picard book, I had the Kirk book in my head, and I looked at Kirk, and I also was thinking, I feel like the Academy changed between original series and next gen, because original series Academy, he's talking about people. Kirk's talking about Finnegan pulling practical jokes, and so the original Academy I felt like was really like probably a lot like West Point, which people may not know this. Gene Roddenberry wrote for a TV series called West Point, and I felt like he was drawing from real things about a military academy. So I leaned in to just the hazing and that I felt like over time the academy changed, and because of Next Gen, Picard and Riker, they never really talked about hazing or anything like that, and so it was almost like showing like an evolution. Because there was a similarity, but then there was also a difference.
So between TOS and TNG, they had HR come in and deal with some
lawsuits. There's been some lawsuits, yeah.
That makes sense. So then I have to ask Derek. Reading your book, what was interesting about that? It was so non-linear, and the way, which makes sense because it's Deep Space Nine, and we know the prophets and such like that. But you captured the voices so well. So, and this will go around. I'll start with you, Derek. You had their voices in your head. What was that like? Because anyone, again, if you have not read the books, when you read the books, you can hear these characters talking to you, even their accents, their cadence. So, what was that like, Derek? How did you get into the headspace of Benjamin Sisko?
Wow, that's a great question. Let me just say really quick before that, the first thing I did when I got this project was I read the other autobiographies, and my heart like almost sank. I'm like, oh my God, they're putting the bar so high that this has to be really, really good. I've been watching Trek and loving it, and thankfully I've done some short stories for Trek, so I had the voices. My main concern was the voice of Avery Brooks, Mr. Avery Brooks, of course, because it's so distinct. And I couldn't go anywhere else, like to anything else he's done, because when he does Sisko, he's just doing Sisko. He's not pulling from anywhere else in his career. So I watched In the Pale Moonlight like 2 or 3 times, back to back, and then I never watched another DS9 episode. Because I had it. Once I had it, I didn't want to be distracted. And I just stuck on it, and thankfully I landed it.
Yeah, I remember I didn't know you were working on this book at the time. I was like, why does he sound so much like Avery Brooks every time I talk to him? It's like, what's going on? Is he imitating? So Una, what about you? Like Janeway? Let's go talk to Janeway again. That's my favorite captain. No offense to anybody else out there, but Janeway is my captain. And when I was reading it, I was, just getting teary eyed. Like, this is her. So how did you do that? How did you capture?
Oh, bless you. Thank you. First of all, Derek, I just love your book. I think it's such a hard voice to capture, and it's just what you did is just incredible. It's a wonderful book. So I love it. So
thank you so much. Thank you.
But Janeway, I think Kate Mulgrew, I think, has this beautiful speaking voice anyway, and I just simply imagine myself sitting down and interviewing her, or interviewing Janeway for this book, I sort of imagine rocking up to her office at wherever, the Admiralty or wherever, and the coffee comes out, and then we sit down, and I'm ghostwriting this. Kate Mulgrew had written a couple of autobiographies as well, a couple of memoirs, and that really helped. I think what you say, Derek, about Sisko being such a unique voice. That Avery Brooks is playing there. There were a couple of other places where I could go and kind of get into the rhythms of that voice and how that would sound. So I just try and channel that as much as possible. I think as a writer, particularly if your imagination is very auditory, and I think we tend to be if we're dialogue writers, you know when you've got those speech patterns going
You
right,
hear it,
don't
right?
you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you hear
it's
it,
just
yeah.
in your head. You go,
Yeah.
well, they wouldn't
Yeah.
say that. And one of the fiddliest things for me, and I never quite get this right, is writing an American voice. I mean, I've got an editor who fortunately is sort of bilingual in British and American, and he's very good at kind of saying, well, actually, you say that because you grew up in England, but we would say it like this, but not too often in a book. But that really is perhaps one I would fall down on. But Janeway's voice is so strong that the minute you get into that pattern, it just
Yeah.
comes out.
I mean,
Yeah.
not even just
when I was
American
writing
voice,
the-
it's the mid-Atlantic voice on top of that too, right? Yeah.
When
Derek?
I was writing the scene with Picard and Sisko, it didn't sound right. And I realized that I wasn't doing Sisko right. So I took a little while. I came back to it a day later, and then I had it. So you're right. You're absolutely right.
So then, Una, follow-up question. You write the book, and all of a sudden you find out that Kate Mulgrew herself is going to voice the audiobook.
Oh man,
Talk
it's
to me.
really, you could, I mean, well, imagine, only it happened, yeah. No, it was great. I think it was a lucky series of events in that, well, it wasn't that lucky in that we were all in lockdown, and I think very, very tough time for actors. And Kate was available to do it, and really, I couldn't be happier. She's been so kind about it online. She's kind of plugged the book even before she'd done the audio. But to listen to her say these words that had been, I'd been hearing them in my head, and then she sang them. Oh,
At night, do you just put the sleep mask on and just go to sleep listening to her read your words? I would.
I've got one ear with that and one ear with Andy Robinson's Stitch in Time. So it's sort of.
Yeah. So, David, you had a similar experience with the Kirk book, right?
That it was unbelievable. I mean, at San Diego Comic-Con, I'd say probably 8 years ago now. I think they arranged an event where William Shatner read excerpts from the Picard autobiography, and then we did a panel together. I interviewed him, but him reading these scenes. There's a scene he's reading, and Shatner was. I mean, he was very game. He read them. I feel like he was rereading it for the first time, but he obviously such a great actor that he brought so much to it. But there's this moment that he read where Carol Marcus tells Kirk she's pregnant, and there was this audible like oh from the audience, and it's because that was such a gratifying thing that the emotion of the scene is being brought out by William Shatner, who's that I really had captured his voice, that he's doing it was really, I mean, for 12-year-old David Goodman, that lives as yeah, I'm done. I don't need to do anything.
Yeah, right. That's so cool. That's good. So I will circle back around to these autobiographies too. But again, we're hearing how you develop the characters, how you develop the voices for this. But I want people to understand your body of work too, right? So if anybody look at their websites, just type in their name in Star Trek. They have great websites to show you their entire body of work. So I have to ask this, given that you all have bodies of work in Star Trek. Again, you've done fiction for years, plus a lot of other things. What's one Trek story you want to tell that's not been told yet?
Oh, look, we've all been put on the spot there, haven't we? I think there's so many. Is the problem. I'd like to go into the Cardassian resistance movement and see that. I'd also like to tell the story of Spock on Romulus. I think those would be my big go-tos. And then I'd love to do a private eye show about
I feel like I want to know one thing that I sort of hinted at in the Picard book was was this idea of I really do feel like the Third World War is this thing that's very disparate thing, and it's never been it serves multiple purposes, but you know, in Star Trek it's backstory, but nobody's ever really sort of figured it out, and I feel like that would be, how did we get to a place, which I think is very timely, how did we get to a place where we were not caring about money, not caring about our own wealth, but that change in history that got us to a place where we're taking care of each other, and it's all about, as Picard says in that episode, it's about improving yourself, enriching yourself. How did we get to that change? That's something that I've always wanted to.
Yeah, that would be a gritty period, 2024 to 2063. Going back to Una too, what were you were saying? You just finished off the last thought you had too?
Oh, no, I really love what David said. It's that, what's that quote? It's an Alistair Gray quote, isn't it? Act as if you're living in the early days of a better nation. Yeah, I think that would be a really timely thing. Oh, no, a very, very frothy thing. I would love to have the emergency hologram doctor working as a private eye. I think that would be a really good... but with a radio show, it's like a midnight caller or something. Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry I interrupted you, and I didn't know that.
Oh, no,
I
don't
could
worry.
see that. No, we're having some audio. It's okay. Don't worry.
I'm having some internet issues, so.
Okay.
No worries.
And Derek, the story you want told that has not been told yet?
Yeah, for me, man, I did a little bit of World War III in the Cisco autobiography, because David's right, it just needs to be told. I would really like to do a Twyla Scott story and put her with Section 31, because I think she's a great character, and she was the youngest person to become captain. I think that would be great. I also would love a Data autobiography. I think would be kind of dope, because there's his lineage and the Soong lineage is just nuts. So you could do so much with that, you know. So yeah.
There was one other story I wanted. The R.M. Merrick, the captain of the Beagle, who ended up on the Roman planet, how that happened, how he sold out his crew and sent them in the rings, and like how he got seduced by being part of the Roman Empire. I think that's a great little one-off story that would be fun to do.
Yeah, I find it talented. I read a lot of the authors. I've read a lot of all your stuff, and sometimes it feels like what you're doing is looking at these events that are canon, and you're looking in between the events to kind of say, well, what happened in between that? Am I reading that right?
For me, I would say, yeah, absolutely right. I don't know. What do you folks think? I think he's right on that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you're trying to think, like, when you're looking at that, when you've been watching Star Trek, and I think this is true for a lot of fans of lots of different franchises, you're looking for to fill in the cracks,
those spaces.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, like what happened between this and this, and that's the fun of these worlds, is that they're well created, and they allow you as fans to participate and to fill in the blanks.
Correct.
And I think even in a serialized show like DS9, there's even going to be gaps there, because you sometimes feel that, maybe there's an action beat or an emotional beat that haven't quite felt it, or it feels like it's implied, or you don't know what characters were doing when these events were happening. So there's always space for story, I think.
Yeah. And that's what I wanted to highlight is people, if you're picking up novels, whether it's these autobiographies or the novels, I always take them and really read the forward where it says these events happened before this, but after that, and now you go do a little research, and then I can frame it. And I know you all had this exceptional challenge of looking at an entire life and trying to fill in gaps for an entire person's life. So what amazing research. And with that, I want to ask you all this. Why do you think Star Trek literature is so important right now? Why do you think it's so important to pick up a book or download the PDF, and really as literature, why do you think Star Trek is so timely?
Derek, this
okay.
is
Okay. Go ahead. No, go. And I'll go after you.
Go ahead, Derek.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I think there's 4 foundational elements to Star Trek. Science, exploration, friendship, and hope. And that's something that everyone can wrap their heads around, regardless of their political affiliation or socioeconomic status, right? And so Star Trek shows us that we can all have those things. And if we come together and push for a bright future together. And I think that's something that has been steadfast for now almost 60 years. And I think has really given Star Trek the life and that it has and hopefully will have for like the next 60 or 100 years.
Well said. Una?
So Star Trek's about the American dream, isn't it? And I think it's about seizing that American dream and carry it. I mean, I'm sitting safely in England, you know, so I'm sort of, you know, on the outside looking in. I think it's about ownership of the future, isn't it? And what we carry into that future and how we want that future to look, how we want it to be shaped, how we want it to be. And it shows us a glimpse of what that could be if we turned our energies and our compassion and our love and our heart that way. So, and that speaks globally. I think that doesn't just speak to America. That speaks to humanity, to people, to all of us, and what we share and what's common between us. That would be my feeling.
Yeah. David, picking up a book about Star Trek now? Why?
I mean, I think what's following Derek and Una is tough. They both, I think, covered it. I think for me personally, I think Star Trek is about belonging, and it's about like inclusion. It's about you're not on the outside, you're on the inside. And there's so many of us in the world feel we're on the outside. So many of us feel we're not included. And I think when you engage with Star Trek in literature or in video, it's about the opposite. No, you're part of it. These characters are just like you, and they have a place, and you have a place, and that to me is a really important piece of it.
Yeah, and its central message of infinite diversity in infinite combinations. Yeah, diversity is a truth of the universe, I think, and Star Trek puts it there front and center.
Exactly. Yeah. I really just even like the idea too of sometimes slowing down with literature and putting a book in your hands. If it's a PDF, that's fine. But that act alone of breaking off of social media, breaking off of a news cycle, is so healthy for the human mind. I think what you as writers do is epic. You deliver it to us in a very therapeutic fashion to choose this art form. And so, have to express that to you. And by the way, everyone, we're almost at $17,000 on this benefit. So please just push us over the edge. Do it for the love of writing. Do it for the love of authors. Do it for that you're going to also pick up these books and read them. And also you can use Trek. You could text Trek to 53-555 or trektalks.net. All right. So anybody who watches my podcast knows I love getting into the nitty gritty of writing. I want to be a writer. I am a writer. But I love the art as an art form. And so I have to ask you all, we talked about the immensity of taking these lives and encapsulating them within a novel. What was your process for getting things right chronologically and keeping track of all that? What would I see if I were to see you working on this book? What would I see if I was standing behind you, David?
Well, I mean, I had all the books that Mike and Denise Okuda wrote, Star Trek Chronology, Star Trek Encyclopedia, and then obviously the help from the internet. And so I really started from trying to figure out what did we know about, for instance, Kirk. And there were lots of talk about his academy years and little bits of talk about life in Iowa, not very much. And then trying to figure out, all right, what's this chronology? What do we know about his life up to the original series? Like for me, that's really where I started. And what are the cracks that I have to fill? And then it became really like, what did I want to show? What I want to show this young officer taking command of this ship as it's under attack because the captain's been killed and the first officer's been killed, and now he's in command. And I wanted to see that. I wanted to see him meeting Gary Mitchell. I wanted to see him meeting Spock. These were the scenes. What are these connections? And finding these connections, to me, another connection I found is, it's not canonical, but the idea that McCoy had a daughter was something that was always talked about in the written fiction, and that it was something that was going to show up in the original series but never did. And I made this connection of these two dads who and finding those connections was always so much fun. So it was filling in the cracks, and then what do I want to see as a fan?
Beautiful, beautiful. And what would I see if I was standing behind you, Una?
Oh, you'd see someone wasting a lot of time watching other stuff and doing other stuff. It's funny, you mentioned Memory Alpha at the start. So what you would see is me poring over Memory Alpha. I think there were bits in the Spock book where you were almost down to it. So detailed now, a life that you kind of go, well, I think I can find a space on that afternoon in his diary. It's that kind of thing. But I think the things that I try to keep at the forefront when I was writing these, I think more than usual, an author always asks, okay, where's this character? When in their life are they speaking from? And who are they speaking to? Who's the kind of implied audience for this? Or who's the audience for this? So for both of these books, I was trying to think, well, what's the moment in their life that they're speaking from? And who are they addressing? And they were different answers for both of these books. And it really affected, once I had those key bits of data in place, it gave me the structure, it gave me the tone of voice, it gave me all sorts of different things. So those were the things I had in mind. Who's this person speaking now? And who are they addressing? And that was key for me.
Nice. Okay, so far I got my chronology books. I got my Memory Alpha up, Derek. I'm behind you. What do I see you doing?
You see me living on Memory Alpha, just like Una and David. But for me, I wanted to make New Orleans a character in the book. Jazz, I wanted that to be a character. Creole cooking. So I did a lot of. I was on forums. Just reading what people said that lived in New Orleans, what they said about their city. I would watch documentaries. I'd read documentaries. I've never been, so I wanted to absorb all that, and I realized that a huge chunk of this book, easily a third, is just about family and the Cisco family before he even gets old enough to go to the academy. And I knew I wanted to root this book in Earth and Earth's history, because we don't see a lot of that on Star Trek. We see everything from the Federation and Starfleet point of view, but not just regular people living on Earth in the 24th century. What's that like? What's it like to live in a city like New Orleans? So that was really a big deal. And then I knew it had to be a father's message to his son, and that more so than an autobiography. By Ben talking to his son and doing so, it becomes an autobiography.
Oh, and that actually carries into a good question as we get close to wrapping this up. And by the way, we're over $18,000, everyone. So thank you everyone who's giving for this amazing cause, Hollywood Food Coalition. Was there a time in any of the books you were all talking about where you felt hurt or emotionally riveted? Because I was reading things sometimes and it really slowed me down. That you made me think about that, Derek, when you talked about the relationship between father and son. So can you all give us, what's the most poignant part of the books that you wrote that you would want somebody to capture? And you have to answer this in like 20 seconds.
I would say Spock and Sarek just never managing to run on parallel lines. No matter how hard they try, they just only ever seem to briefly connect. There's a bit at the end of the book where Spock realizes the depth of his father's capacity for love. And that bit gets me every time.
Yeah, it got me too. Yeah. How about you, David? What was your point?
I think in the Picard book, Picard's relationship with his brother and his father, and then what happens with his mother, I was drawing from real things in those relationships. Obviously, not departing from what we knew, but also just the real emotions of not connecting to parents or losing parents, and not really understanding that your parents maybe see you in a way that you don't see yourself, and that was really emotional for me.
All right, Derek, final
for
one.
Me, it's
final comment.
Ben's relationship with his grandparents, young Ben relationship with his grandparents, with his mother and his relationship with women in his family and the trajectory that puts him on his life to become the man that we see on the show.
Wonderful. And just to prove it, I had this many more questions to ask. And we're out of time, but we were here for a good cause. Una, David, Derek, pick up these autobiography books. They are so rich. They add it so that when you're watching the TV shows or movies again, you're thinking about all this extra depth to the characters. You all hit the target. Some of my favorite books from Star Trek. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael.
And thank you, Trek Talks.
And
Thank you.
thank you.
Trek Talks, everyone. 53555. Text Trek to that. More money for the Hollywood Food Coalition.
Okay, here we are at our kitchen space. Oh my heavens! It's our executive director, Arnali, right? Hey, Jonathan Frakes. But then he's swearing.
Oh, yeah. So this is our longest standing program. This has been around as long as John has been alive.
38 years.
I was going to say.
38 years.
Yeah.
All volunteer run for over 2 decades. Running a meal service 7 days a week, 365 days a year without a cinema. And somebody asked me the other day saying, like, how did you do this with all volunteers? And it just goes to show you how many people are dedicated to seating people that are living in the streets. So it's a huge job.
How many people are dedicated to helping in Los Angeles and around the country? I mean, this organization, as much as anything, means something to me because it is a testament to the beautiful volunteer spirit that keeps us all going.
Yeah. As you know, homelessness has been on the rise here in Hollywood, and we're seeing more and more people deteriorate in the streets, and it's like, how do we match these resources and get people fed so that when it's time to find housing, when it's time to connect into other resources, people are well nourished and able to do that.
We are arriving at the kitchen. So, this is where we have been since 2016.
So we used to dine indoors and sit with people, and because of the pandemic, we had to shift to doing a to-go model. You're going to get to see all the great stuff that happens. Colin is our head chef. Essentially, he's the magician that takes all of this food and creates over 250 meals a night to folks. So,
And that's what's happening right now.
that is what he's assembling right now. A part of what we believe is that everyone should have dignity and choice. And so we do our best to offer options so that people get to choose what they have. And obviously having a dignified experience is sitting down and being able to eat with people that we hope to get.
I paused at our menu board. This is what is on our menu tonight.
Vegan squash potato, roasted cherry tomato sauce, and your meat choice, breaded chicken with sweet red pepper sauce, happens to contain dairy.
I'm going for the squash pot.
I'm gonna go for the meat, and what are you gonna drink?
Water.
Yeah, we'll pay for it.
Ty Porter, he knows what he's doing behind.
You're a magician. No, that's the word you left. I'm just saying that's the word that was used.
I thought it would be a long word. So,
Yeah, I'm here to judge.
it's quite all right.
So Chef Colin won't brag about himself, so I will brag about him. So every day he comes in here and he cooks. He also have a weekend team that comes in here and cooks, and we still actually serve in the streets on the weekends. And yes, Sean?
Did you tell us, Arnali, about how when Colin gets in here, what is the process by which he gets food from our exchange here? How does that work?
We have this incredible system that we can go into and request what he's looking for. They can also walk into this area that we hold for the kitchen, and we're able to get all the food he's able to request to be basically able to shop in there. And that's where he gets all of our ordering and get our food delivered from the exchange.
We get pallets of random stuff. We got pallets of mint and parsley, so to use it as like pesto for like 3 weeks.
Colin, Chef Colin, what's the weirdest thing you've got that you had to make?
Just really amazing tropical fruit, like dragon fruit. We made a barbecue sauce with dragon fruit, papaya. We get chayote in the vegetables today. there was such a dedication to trying to make sure that everybody had the best possible food. I think it becomes easier if you're saying, well, however many people we get, we can always serve blank on a shingle. We can always do pork and beans. We can always do fish sticks. To actually say we really have a commitment to good, healthy vegetarian food.
Really beautiful.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. I took off my mask because the people who are watching this, you should know how incredibly good this smells. They're serving people fabulous food. It smelled great.
We're gonna go outside. Should we go out a different way though? Yeah, this way we can pass the sink. We wash all of our dishes, every single one.
Don't forget your gloves.
I cannot tell you how excited I am about our next guest because I love her more than any other guest. My wife, the marvelous Bonita Friedericy.
Oh, whoosh. I wasn't sure you were going to say me. I was on tenterhooks. I was thinking, who is this mystery guest? Well, thank you. I love you so much, too.
Bonnie Friedericy, who you may recognize from such roles as the Littlest Borg.
Baby Borg. Yeah, Baby Borg.
And as well, your role as Diane Chuckles Beckman on
General. To you.
On Chuck.
On Chuck. Yeah.
But we are here today to talk about your work with the Hollywood Food Coalition, and particularly the work you have been doing over the last 5 years running something we call the
Sunday Lunchbag Bonanza. Also, some people call it the Lunchbag Drive. It has multiple names, but it features lunchbag, not sack lunch, not lunches, but lunchbag.
And before we start talking about that, could you give us a little bit of the skinny of how you got involved in the Food Coalition and maybe quickly some of the other things you've done over the last 8 years of your busy and demanding life?
My life or volunteering life?
Your volunteering life. Your volunteering life with the Food Coalition.
So I don't start with I was born in Charlottesville, Virginia, a long time ago in a land far, far away.
You could if you want to, but we only have 18 minutes and
Oh
38
my
seconds.
God.
Sorry.
So I am married to this fabulous man named John Billingsley. You may have heard of him, John Alvin Billingsley. And John Alvin Billingsley in the year 2017 had a little bit of an emotional crisis, as did much of this country.
And we're having it again.
And we're having it. It's deja vu. So John Billingsley decided that he wanted to rise up and do something. And I'm lazy, so I just sat there. However, John Billingsley came up with something called PUSH, which is people unwilling to sit on their haunches. And that entailed parties at our house, because that's how we function. We throw parties. Anyway, we invited friends, people we didn't know at all, anyone who wanted to come over about every 6 weeks or so to come to our house and discuss volunteerism in all of its forms, political, social, all that kind of stuff, to try to brainstorm ways of giving back. And one of my friends, Jill Ackles, shout out to you, was there, and she has always been a fantastic volunteer. And I apologized, to her that we were speaking to the already volunteering folks of the world about this. And she said, hey, then come volunteer with me at this food kitchen in Hollywood. And I said, okay. I met her at the food kitchen and I walked in there and I was taken immediately by the vibe of what eventually became the Hollywood Food Coalition. At the time, it was called the Greater West Hollywood Food Coalition, or GWFC.
GWFC, as in fuck yourself.
That's what John used to say.
Needless
to say, yeah, we had to change the name of it. Now it's HoFoCo. But Hollywood Food Coalition, I mean, it just was fantastic to see this all volunteer organization. They had 3 part-time employees, minimum wage, which were a kitchen manager and 2 musicians who were driving vans, usually into buildings and
I'm going to do this thing that you hate that I do.
I'm getting lost in the weeds.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so I volunteered there. End of story. And go.
No, I want to hear about the pickup artists. And I want to hear about the exchange.
Right. So I started volunteering there and making food. I guess they know by now. You know by now. We serve now 300 hungry folks. Basically a 5-course a meal every night of the week, every day of the year, which is stunning. Also giving them choice of vegan, vegetarian, and protein options because we believe in the dignity of choice. Anyway, so I thought this was an amazing organization, but because all of those meals are use donated food, so whatever comes into the kitchen, that's what gets cooked up. At the time, the kitchen did not have enough food to actually feed all those hungry folks. So I started going to sets, TV and film sets, and picking up their leftover lunch meals from the catering companies because, as we all know, they're eating good stuff. They're eating steak, they're eating pasta, they're eating fresh salad and fruit and beautiful desserts. And a lot of that food was getting, back then in 2017, was getting tossed, in part because the caterers did not realize that there was a law, a federal law, that enabled them to donate the food without liability issues. The Bill Emerson Good Samaritan Food Donation Act of 1998, 6, something like that. No, it was 96.
It was an even number.
It was. So they could donate the food. They just were not aware that they could. And so I got a program going, called it the Pickup Artists, because I'm silly.
They told us not to do that anymore either.
I know.
Call it that anymore.
So got my friends, got people I'd never met before, and had like a cadre of 50 to 60 folks who were willing to be texted, location, pickup time, production, and I would keep on top of them because, as we know, with production, lunches can be earlier, lunches can be later, they can move around. And this crackerjack team of people, we were picking up about 2,000 to 2,500 pounds of already cooked and prepared fabulous food from shoots around the city every week, and using it to augment the meals that our volunteers were trying to cook every night of the week, every day of the year, and it just blossomed. We got so much extra food that we were breaking. I called it breaking the kitchen because we didn't have enough refrigerators to hold the food and we didn't want to throw it out. So we started inviting other organizations to come and pick up some of the food in case they would like to use it to help with their programs. If they didn't have enough money in their budget to actually have enough food to serve the people they were giving other services to, here we could help them out and provide that food for them. And John, my husband, said, let's make this a thing. Can we make it a thing? And we turned it into the community exchange. The idea being, we are a coalition. We will help provide a safety net for our entire city and beyond LA County, to try. Our end is we try to get food that's donated and then get it out there in the quantities and in the type of food that organizations can utilize. And if they have refrigeration, if they have the ability to cook, if they have seniors that they're serving, if they have youth that they're serving, how many people are they serving? What's the best way for them to serve it? Just really trying to do a concierge service for other organizations. And that is what became the Community Exchange, which now, I believe, takes in 2.5 million pounds of food at least a year, and is working with up to 150 organizations throughout the city to help them with their food programs and to provide services to people.
I only needed to ask one question. This is the amazing thing. She'd only need to ask one question of me, and then you've got the whole 20 minutes. I'm going to segue just a smidge. Bonnie ran the exchange, opened the exchange, we called her Ant Woman because she would lift 3 times her body weight on any given day. She was capable of doing extraordinary things. We eventually turned this over to a paid staff, and Bonnie moved on to the next venture, which started during COVID, when a local group called Hodge asked us if we'd be interested in accepting some of the lunch bags that some of their members, some of their loose consortium of pals, were making. Take the story from there, Bonnie.
Hodge stands for, if you want to know, Hang Out Do Good. I have a Hodge cup here. You can look them up at hangoutdogood.com. They do amazing things. The lunch bags, they call it the lunch drive, the Sunday lunch drive, I believe. So as John said, these 2 wonderful women, Jen and Helen, who spearheaded Hodge, offered one day to provide 200 lunches for one of our nightly meals at the beginning of the pandemic, because we had just, Hollywood Food Coalition had just on a dime shifted from a sit-down meal service, those 200 to 300 meals every night of the week, every day of the year, we had to do a to-go model because of the pandemic, and we did it overnight. Amazing. Figuring out how to package the food, how to cook it in the right quantities, and how to line people up, how to get them in and out, and do it with quality and care.
And we thought on Sunday night, let's give our cook a break and see if we can serve nice high-end lunch bags to our folks.
And it became lunch soup in a sandwich, so that they would also have something hot, or sometimes gazpacho, something cold to go along with that meal on Sunday nights.
And that first Sunday, you expected how many lunch bags?
The agreement was 200. I was like, I'm all over it. I'll meet you there at about 12:30. I will tuck those lunch bags away. I hear they're very special because individual human beings are making them in quantities of 5 or 10 lunches. They're decorating them. They're putting little notes in there. They're putting masks.
How many did you get?
400. They came in 2 cars, and they were very excited, and I was like, great, I have nowhere to refrigerate these extra 200. So I got on the horn and I called my friend Joan Howard with Food on Foot and said, Joni, can you take 200 lunches? And she goes, oh my God, I was praying for food. Yes, we've got people lined up.
The next Sunday, we expected how many?
Well,
400?
I thought 400. Okay, so I invited Joan to come pick up, and I put a little table out there so I could put the boxes of lunches on it. And I got 800 lunches. They got ahead of me, and it was like, wait a minute. So I had to call Village Family Services and say, could you take some lunches? And they were like, oh my God, we were hoping to get food. And it was like, all right, come on over. So I was ready for them. I was ready, and I got 1,600 lunches the next Sunday. And it kept growing and growing. At the height of the pandemic, for about 6 months, we were getting between 6,000 and 7,000 lunches on a Sunday. On one Sunday, between 6,000 and 7,000 lunches. 30 cars around the block of people driving them to us from hub locations where it was houses designated to drop your lunches off. So you could drop off 10 lunches, and then someone would load their car with 200 lunches and drive them over to me. And I started adding volunteers, and we started the system.
Just to explain how this works. So all these lunches that get dropped off at different, what we call hub houses, get transported by volunteer drivers, cars full of lunches to us. You have a bunch of volunteers unload them and sort them and put them out on tables for a whole bunch of volunteer groups to pick up, and those groups spread them out all over the city.
Yeah, and the point behind that was to, again, our idea, you don't want to flood an organization with food. Like if you just get an unknown amount of lunches, say, imagine someone brings you 2,000 lunches. You want to have some sort of a system so that they get out there where they're needed and they get eaten and appreciated, not just smushed into a car, or
thrown out,
or tossed because you had too many. So Village Family Services, one of my favorite organizations that takes care of kids on the street that need whole housing, and they give them programs, and they teach them how to get jobs, and they give them clothing. They need food for them, and the kids could just pick up the lunch bags. We give them between 100 and 125 because that's the amount that they can handle with refrigeration possibilities that they have. So we would, but we also want to sort the lunches so that if you want to ask a kid, would you like peanut butter and jelly, or would you prefer to have a meat sandwich? Are you allergic to peanut butter and jelly, or would you prefer turkey or ham? To give them choice, all of the lunches are labeled on the outside as to the type of sandwich. That's how we separate them, and then we put together what I call orders, which actually is a part of how the exchange, we work with the exchange too. The programs were basically emerging at the same time. So again, it's that honoring choice for an organization that you truly respect, and you know that they're going to take those lunches out there, and you can get them so much farther. And again, I like to say this, not only do we have food that people who are in need can come to, we have food that can go out to people in need who are not able to come to you.
And could you talk about, one of the things that's always been sort of a hallmark of the work we do is the notion that the consistency and regularity.
Oh my gosh, it's so important.
Could you talk about from a group's perspective, some of the groups we work with, what they have said to us about the difference between being able to bring a multi-element high-end lunch bag to, say, a homeless encampment as opposed to a granola bar and bottled water, what that means to them?
One of our organizations, West Valley Outreach, now has an entire program to help people get housing, like that have been removed from RV areas or have been kicked out of the tents and things like that. They're getting them housed, and they have an entire program that is funded, I believe, by I can't remember which district it is, but the councilman there is funding their program for housing people now. And it was because they were consistently getting, and they still do, for 5 years, they've gotten lunches from us every single Sunday. It allowed them to build their outreach because they have a very specific team that are trained in how to go out there, how to find people, how to track them if they move around, how to help them get IDs, how to ask the right questions and get them housed. And it's because they meet them and they can say the first thing a person, they tell me, we'll ask them is, can I have something to eat? Because people are starving. And the idea that you can say, hey, would you like peanut butter and jelly? Would you like turkey? Would you like, again, that choice and that conversation and saying, yeah, I'll sit here. I've done it. Let me sit with you for a moment. And by the way, how are you feeling? I talked to a guy once who wanted a lunch, and it's like, why are you wearing a glove? And he had a very bad wound on his hand that was infected. And we started talking about it. He kept saying, can I finish my lunch? And it's like, yes. And it's like, can we get you emergency help? And we found out about his family, where he'd come from, got him help, he came back.
It keeps coming back to something that we had said from the jump, which is what our organization has always believed in, that food is the way in. If you're going to be able to offer people an array of services, the one thing they start with every day is I want breakfast, I want lunch, I want dinner. When they come back and come back and come back, and a level of trust that is rooted in regularity, consistency, quality is formed, then you can move on to the next level of communication. It's a jump for somebody to say, yes, I need a place to live. You can help with that. Yes, I need medical attention. You've got to kind of make a relationship. And I think that's sort of what the Lunchbag program is about.
Yeah, I mean, the idea, and think about it, I've heard this a lot now, is every human being wants to be seen. You know, someone to look you in the eye and see who you are and know that you have a name and that you have an identity and that you have choice and things like that. And one of the first things that I see when you offer someone a really beautiful lunch that may be painted on the outside because an artist made it, or has says on the outside, smile, we love you, or something like that, you see a person's eyes open up and the face becomes gentle, and the difference is astounding. I've seen it over and over again. I've heard this over and over
these
again.
lunch bags, we really also can't kind of stress this enough. I mean, some of these lunch bags that people make are just beautiful. I mean, it's a wonderful thick sandwich and chips and fruit and a sweet and a snack and a note and water and socks, a toiletry kit. I mean, some of these bags are like, it's something. People who support this program have been so generous. We think a lunch bag is worth probably roughly $5 at a minimum. And 750,000 roughly lunch bags.
Probably 760,000. We have a community in Oxnard. You have to these
almost
hub
four,
houses.
almost $4 million worth of lunch bags, all community effort, touching thousands and thousands of
These hub houses are all over Los Angeles, and actually, there's one in Oxnard. They broke off because they were driving so far to drop the lunches off to us. They still are making between 200 and 300 lunches in their community of Oxnard every single Sunday. They think they've made 50,000 lunches over the last 5 years, because we celebrated our 5-year anniversary. Never ever missed a Sunday. That's one of the things. That's the consistency. We did this during the hurricane that we had. We do it during rain. I did it during 112-degree heat, and I'm an old lady. But in Oxnard, they're still giving those lunches to the Lighthouse, which helps single moms, and they also Oxnard Rescue Mission. They have loved this so much they continue to do this. And by the way, if you go to hangoutdogood.com, they have a whole Sunday lunch drive section, and it lists where those hub houses are all over the city. In case someone hearing this wants to make 5-10 lunches.
I have one question I want to ask you, and we have about 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
By the way, I'm talking really fast because of the time.
Because there's so much to convey, and I appreciate your willingness to be here and chinwag about this. One of the things I get asked a lot is, why give money to the Hollywood Food Coalition as opposed to my local charity? And it's a perfectly reasonable question. Give money to your local charity. But one of the things that I think we do is we create mechanisms and templates and notions and ideas that other people can copy. Could you, in 1 minute and 55 seconds, talk to people who might want to do lunch bags in their hometown?
Oh my God, you can. I mean, the idea of a lunch bag is not unique, and it's not new. And the idea would be, just find a place. You can find a church. I've done this with other places, a school or something, on a day, an agreed upon day at an agreed upon time, like 10 in the morning. Actually, a little later is better, 11 in the morning. And you say to people in the neighborhood, between 9 and 11, on Sunday morning, Saturday morning. If you make 5 or 10 lunches, drop them off here. We'll have volunteers here. We'll sort them. We've already we've identified one organization or 2 organizations in the neighborhood who could benefit, would love to have lunches to serve their populations. So you drop them off, we'll arrange for them to come pick it up. Start small, just ask a few of your neighbors if they want to do it. Get a group of you together, make 100. Those 100 lunches could be so special for an organization that helps children, teenagers, old seniors. And just start small and just talk about it.
One thing that Bonnie and I did years and years and years ago is we called 10 friends and we said, hey, can we come pick up a couple of bags of groceries? And we'll do it on a Saturday. We'll stagger it. So every hour we make a pickup. We get to have coffee with our pals. And we take the lunch and we take the grocery bags to a local charity that needs food. There's so many ways you can get involved in your community that don't require you to put out a lot of dough, but do ask you to make contact with people. And I think so much of what we're looking for in the world is ways to kind of communicate with other people based on hope, charity, and giving back.
This has been one of the great experiences of my life because I've gotten to see all these amazing people making these beautiful lunches, and they mean so much to them. And then the volunteers that sort them and get them out there, and then the organizations that take them all over the city, and the people who receive them that are so grateful.
Smooch. Thank you.
Love to everyone.
So Arnali, we've been around for 37, 38 years, and since our inception, we've always done all sorts of things in addition to provide a hot meal. Can you talk a bit about that?
Since we're here when everyone else is closed, people naturally come to us because we're eating food with them for more of it, right? And so we started realizing, people need clothing, people need hygiene supplies, people need all sorts of things. So we started at the dinner handing these supplies out to folks. And what we started learning is that they're needing services. And so this is how our wellness program was created, is essentially like there is a need for both handing them things that they need in that moment, also connecting them to services like housing, medical care. So we have a number of different partners. Mary's a wellness program manager. She can tell you more about the program.
I just saw Mary's doctors just crossing my feet.
Yeah, so I'm here. I'm the wellness program manager, and I'm here 3 nights a week. And Wednesday nights are our biggest night. We have UCLA mobile clinic. We have haircut. Yes, we have the eye vision clinic as well. We have Department of Mental Health is here. We also have bike repair as well.
What?
We started a sewing club so people can fix their clothing or their backpacks, anything they need. Some nights we have pottery nights. And then guests are able to come up to me with help getting reconnected with caseworkers or other things. Today I helped someone order their new Medi-Cal card so they could have it set here, so we're able to help them with that. Getting guests their medications, just connecting everyone with services they're going to need.
Feeding people isn't enough. You have to combine everything. You have to build a coalition.
Yeah, but food is the way in. And I think that's the thing that for me has always felt that of all the things that feel the strongest to me is the knowledge that it's here every day and that we don't miss a meal. The regularity and the consistency allows for all the rest to happen.
Yeah. And we believe you got to do it in partnership. I mean, there's no way we're going to be able to deal with this homelessness crisis without working with all of our partners. Right. We can't do everything. We're the food experts, right, Dawnn? Me and you.
You and me, baby. You and me.
But we bring in all of our partners, and if you can see here, and you'll get to hopefully meet some folks, we work with people who have expertise in different areas. Besides having traditional services, we're noticing that there's a need for purposeful activity during the day. And so I think Mary has been doing a phenomenal job of bringing in different art groups and pottery groups because it's important for people to have things to do.
Yeah.
You know, just so
Amazing.
It's been an
Should be a great
amazing
project,
program.
though.
And one last thing, because I do get asked a lot, because we're putting this video together for Trek Clubs, and some people say, well, why give to a Los Angeles-based charity? And I think one of the things we really want to do is model for other communities. There are wonderful organizations all over this country doing cool things. I think I'm very proud of the fact that what we're trying to do is represent a methodology and a practice that other communities could look at and go, that would work in our community too.
Right.
Yep. So that's the reason why I think even though we are LA based, you're contributing to a bigger solution than just an LA solution.
Hi, everybody. We are here at Trek Talks 4, benefiting the Hollywood Food Coalition. I'm Tamia Harper from the SyFy Sistas. Hello, and I am with this amazing group of people that I'm truly blessed to be with on this here Discovery Reunion panel. I'm going to go around the room on my Zoom. I have Wilson Cruz, Sara Mitich, Sonequa Martin Green, Mary Chifo, Jane Brooke, Emily Coots, David Ajala, Blue Del Barrio, Doug Jones, and Ian Alexander. Hello, family.
Hello.
Oh, aw, it is so
Nice to be here.
I know, right? That's the aw. I was gonna open up with that because we were talking a little bit about this backstage, but this is like a reunion. It's a huge reunion. You guys haven't been together in a long time, and especially like this group. How are you guys feeling with this? What are the feels going on right now?
It's just so good to see your beautiful faces. I mean, you're all glowing. I mean, yeah.
Thank you, Ian. And we were just talking about how it's just kind of crazy because what did you say, Emily? It kind of feels like a fever dream, like everything, and how coming together like this feels more normal and more like what we do. We do have the luxury of seeing each other from time to time, at conventions and things like that. We're kind of like seeing each other at little different spots around the world and around the country. But yeah, I don't think all of us have been together like this in a really, really long time.
Right. I just saw Blue. Blue and I were together recently.
Oh, for
at the GLAAD
GLAAD
Awards
Awards. Yes.
last weekend.
Really? Yeah.
I guess I should put this stuff on focus so that nobody's sending me messages right now.
Just did the same. Do not disturb.
I feel like I've maybe only seen Wilson and Ian since, like, for me, I guess since we filmed like the last little like addendum.
That was 2 years ago?
Wow.
Yeah,
2
it's
years
2
or 3
years.
years ago, too. Yeah.
I think.
And Sonequa and I and Anthony were at the Section 31 premiere here in New York.
Yep. We just
Oh,
did.
nice.
Yep. Me and Mary
Yeah.
just saw each other. That was several months ago now, Mary. When
Yes,
we were-
yes.
Yes. Upstate
Yes.
New York.
And Sonequa and I saw each other at the Saturn Awards, both presenting, and they forgot to mention Star Trek on both of our introductions. Okay. Right?
Wow. Wait a minute.
Yeah. And then I also saw Sonequa at the premiere of her movie, My Dead Friend Zoe, which, my gosh, you guys, I just want to say this right now.
Thank you, Doug.
SMG. We all know what a brilliant actress she is, but this is probably, Sonequa, I've never seen you better than this. This is a must-see movie. And if the Academy overlooks you for an award, I'm going to be upset.
Thank
That's all I'm
you.
going to say.
You heard it in there.
Yes. Because the
I'm
SyFy
serious about
sisters
that.
claimed it. We saw it and we claimed it.
That's
we
right.
Did,
That's right.
We said, this is, you got to get the nod for this.
Yeah, absolutely. My gosh, yes.
This
Oh
is
my
the film that
goodness.
you were at South by Southwest when we were also
Yes,
That's the one.
it's the same one. It's the same one. Yeah,
And you're a
no,
producer on it as well.
I was. Yeah, I was an EP on it, and which is my first time doing that for film. So that was a very different experience. And we made the film completely outside of the studio system. So it was quite an uphill battle the whole way through and all through our press run. And we're still actually in the process of distribution, getting bought by a streamer of some kind because we had our theatrical run. But no, thank you, Dougie, for that. And thank you, Tamia, for saying that too. We were very proud of the writer and the director because it's his life. And he wanted to do it to save lives. So we're super, super duper proud of him.
Yeah, we love that film. We put it on blast, and we keep saying, like, if anybody is going to see it, see it and take a vet to see it with you. And I know that I can see it on Prime Video right now.
You
so
can. Okay.
access it, please.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing. So, sticking with this theme of, this reunion of you guys, one of the reasons that we love you guys as fans so much is the camaraderie behind the scenes comes through so clearly on screen. And, that sort of gives us makes us feel like we know you as well, even just a little bit more. We know you're doing a job up there, but you can tell. Hey, Ronnie.
Ronnie Rose here.
Hey. Oh, Wilson, put the arms away, man. Put the arms away.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, just wait till I bring mine out.
You got some.
And I was thinking about doing it, but I knew Wilson was going to be on the call, so I was like, let me know.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, I can't play with that. I can't.
Oh, look at all the beautiful faces. Sorry, guys, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. You're right on time.
I know I haven't seen that face in too long.
Well, here's the question though, because I'm feeling it, the same love that we were feeling from you guys when you were on the screen and doing your thing is the same love that I'm feeling now. And my question, what I'm wondering is, how has this camaraderie sustained you after Discovery? Anyone can jump in.
It's a great question. I mean, I strongly consider everyone here part of my chosen family, and seeing you guys always does feel like a reunion, like a family reunion. And like when I was at Star Trek Mission Las Vegas this past year, like my favorite part of everything is just being able to see everyone face to face, the fans, the, other Trek actors who I don't get to interact with very often, except for at those events. And I feel so honored to be so welcomed. And I came into this kind of as the new kid. I came in, season 3, so everyone kind of already knew each other, but I was just welcomed in, and Blue and I we both live in LA, so we're able to hang out, which is really lovely. And yeah, they're friends with my roommate now, and we're just it's great. Yeah.
That makes me think of too, I was from the earlier question too, Blue and Ian, we never interacted. We were never on the same seasons. And yet I've become very dear friends with both of them. And I think that really speaks to the leadership, of course, that we so celebrate in Sonequa, and the way in which she made everybody from day one. I remember from the first rehearsal in Pinewood Studios, just that everyone was a part of this story. And that the legacy will continue on. And so I'm really grateful to have been a part of it, and that it has really just affected me in the friendships that I've been able to make and the artistic collaborations too. So I feel like a day doesn't go by where I have some level of, wow, thank you, Star Trek. Thank you specifically Discovery and this family, and the kind of leadership I got to witness across the board with this ensemble.
Yeah, the word family does come up a lot, doesn't it? And we all have referred to each other as family, and even the fandom out there, the broader family is if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have a show, wouldn't have a franchise. So we're an immediate family within the larger family reunion that happens, and we've been through the trenches together. We've had good times and tough times together, and that really builds the bond.
And it's like I feel like we knew we had something special from the get on the show, and like the vibe. I don't think we ever took it for granted, and we always celebrated it, and we talk about it a lot on panels. But it really isn't until a show ends that you really see it for what it is, and like so many up and downs post Star Trek for me, like professionally, personally, and it's like I can look back on that and on the days where you're like, oh my God, this is just like so hard. And you look back and you're like, oh, we had this like magical 6 years together, and it is possible to have again. And you know, like it's just like feels like this nice, it's kind of like home, you know, like how
Yes.
your some version of family is like there from your past, like to comfort you in your quest for your future and you know, the next good thing.
That's beautifully said.
Yeah.
Both of you. I mean, I think that in the same way, you know, it was just such a tight time. It was so packed, almost like a stew that is just so packed with flavor and depth, and brightness. But it's like, you're right, Emily. Now that our lives are, you know, post Trek, and you know, we're all experiencing the ups and downs, like individually, collectively. We come back together, and we do pick right back up where we left off, because we are so busy and we're all over the place, pursuing all kinds of things, doing all kinds of things. And so we're not seeing each other as often as we used to, obviously, but like when we do see each other, it feels like we pick right back up where we left off, which I think is also a testament to the connections and how deep they really were. It's like, you know, it doesn't matter that I haven't seen you in 2 years. You know, like I still, like we come right back to each other, and I feel that way about everybody. And I think that, yeah, I think that it really is beautiful when connections can stand the test of time. Even if it's not like, hey, we're in constant contact with each other. It's like, but the contact that we do have is quality. You know, whenever we do have it, you know what I'm saying? And I am still processing the experience. I'm still learning about what I learned from all of these brilliant people here. Like still to this day, I'll be like, well, I learned that from, you know, or, oh my goodness, that really did. Or like, I really am a different person. I really am more of who I was meant to be because of these people.
Yeah, I have to second that too. Just because I know for me, but I think all of us, we grew as artists and we grew as human beings for the course of this show. At least I did so much that it's like all these amazing faces here witnessed some incredible internal and external growth for me, that whenever I see them pop up, even on a screen, it's like there's immediate part of my heart that's just like, oh, okay, cool, home. Exactly what Emily said. It's like home, right? Or like just like connection. And it's like, it's the best friendships I find too, and relationships where it's like you don't talk to somebody for 6 months and then you get together and it's like not a day has passed, you know? It's just that, and it's genuine. I think that's the thing. I think, you know, a lot of us have been on different shows and had different experiences and environments, but something about us is just so real. It's just so genuine. Nobody's like trying to put anything on. We're just like, this is me. And everybody else is like, cool, I love you. And it's just like that continues on whenever we see each other, whether there's even words exchanged or not. It's an energy, I think, to this group that, at least for me, is unique. And what Sanique was said, when the show ended and you know, it wasn't even until like a year after or how long. And then I was like, oh, wow, we all grew so much. We grew so much as human beings in that time. And it's like, I think those years too will just hold such a special place in the chapters of my life, you know, that it's like, I think that bond stays. And who knows? I think it'll like, what's that saying? Like stand the test of time, you know?
Yeah.
Sorry. I was just gonna say, I would call it a gift. It was truly a gift. Look at Tanika smiling. Stop that. Relax. Stop that. No. But it's not very often you run into a set where there's this synergy, and I really have to take my hat off to the casting, because not only did they cast very talented people, but they cast like very special human beings. And I think it was evident in the way that everybody just got together on set. I always remember this one time when Tunde, he came back to shoot an episode, and he's like, I kind of feel intimidated. He's like, you guys have your own language and stuff like that. And it's just because there are all these inside jokes and just this beautiful synergistic energy that everybody had. So I call it a gift. It's definitely family, but it was a gift because I haven't experienced anything like that since.
I think it's, yeah. Please go
I'm
ahead.
just going to piggyback off of Ronnie. It's my guy. It's such a treat, honestly. Like I feel quite proud of myself because I managed to put you all on the thumbnail so I can see everyone's face. And as I'm just looking, Jane, you're the one that I haven't met or connected with physically. Yeah. So I send an abundance of love your way. But truly, like the ones who I've worked with, like seeing your faces always gives me an infinite amount of joy every time, you know. And I remember, similar to Blue, we were the new kids on the block prior to Ian joining the show. But we were just received with such warmth, kindness. You all take the work so seriously, but don't take life too seriously. And I think it's such a healthy balance because there's levity, and then there's also an amazing amount of due diligence and making sure that you show up on set, give it your all, be courageous and be committed. I have so many fond memories of working on this show. And whenever I'm on a different set or on stage, it's like, as Sonequa said it, lightning in a bottle. I was able to hold that lightning, keep it in a bottle, and every time I'm on set, on stage, I just go into that special place and just use it. Stardust, you know, forever grateful.
You know, I actually have thought about this a lot. And, you know, these roles in this show called on all of us to call on our best selves. And we modeled for ourselves how we could walk through the world, right? How we could interact with other humans and how we could care for people. And so in many ways, and I know this is true for me, being a part of this ensemble and playing this role made me ask, am I living up to my fullest potential? And am I being my best self? Am I coming from my best self? Am I working hard enough to be that best self at all times? And the people on the show inspired me to do it, and to bring my best self to work all the time. And so I think about that a lot. And it's why I miss them so much and why there's such a connection there when we do see each other, because we've brought that out in each other. And it's a gift that we've given to ourselves because of our interaction with the people that we got to do this show with.
I feel like I haven't said anything. I agree with what everyone says. When I'm just like, I enjoy when I'm on a panel, just listening to everybody else. Forget that I'm on the panel, but struck by, you know, Doug and I are the people, I guess, who have been in the business the longest, right, Doug? You and me.
Well, that means we're old. Yes.
Yeah, well,
I'm right behind you, kids. I'm right behind you.
yeah. So I've seen a lot of groups of actors, and I was struck right away by how close this group is. And every single person was unique in their talent and their kindness and authenticity. And I'll embarrass Sonequa again, because I would often say to Sonequa, I've been around a while and you are an amazing number one. And I would always point out to her, because my mother used to always say, you know, fish stinks from the head down. That was a saying my mother would always say. And, I've been on sets where, the number one or the people on top were not putting forward love, shall we say. And
That's generous of you.
and Sonequa was, but every single person here, I enjoy seeing everybody, like everybody said, when we have a chance, it is like, oh, hey, hi, So.
Jane, I love you so much. Can I just to prove the point? We were talking about motherhood one day on set. I don't even know if you remember saying this to me. Maybe you do, but she said, and I think about it to this day. It changed me, Jane. You said, people always ask me what my favorite age is of my children, because Jane has 2 daughters. And she said, my favorite age is whatever age they are.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh. Or and I think about it all the time. Changed my life.
Glad.
And I've shared it with other parents, and it's been a blessing to them. And they've been like, oh, I need to adopt that. I need to feel that way. I need to be in the present moment with my children. And I was like, yeah, man, Jane Brooke, man. That's from her, you know what I mean? But that's the case with everybody. It's like I have learned things that have changed my life from each person here. And I don't know if I've ever confessed this to you guys, but it still to this day makes me uncomfortable when y'all talk about me being number one. I want to disappear.
Oh no.
Like to this day, all these years later, I want to be like, no, it was all of us. It was you. I get
so
hot
many
under my
years.
face. I'm like, if I could blush, I would, but I'm black, so I don't blush. But I would to this day.
You were great at delegating. You did make a team of us. People stepped up when they needed to. But that came from you.
That's true.
It's a team.
Because you allowed for that.
Absolutely. Yeah, and you thank you. And you do hear from people, you guys. I was just talking to a good friend of mine who's number 2 on a network show right now. And he just basically he was commiserating about what he's not seeing in the company, what he's not seeing in the cast, what he's not seeing from the number one. And it just sounded like what that doesn't make any sense, and so he was just talking about like this doesn't happen and that doesn't happen, and I try to do it, but then the number one doesn't do it, and so then what do I, and I was just like, wow. And he's a wonderful guy, so I was just like, well, you're gonna have to be the number one, man.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to do it.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know for like 10 years. Like, this is how naive I was. I was arriving on sets for years before I realized what a number one was. Like, people would say, well, they're number one. I'd be like, what is that? What do you mean?
Yeah.
I just thought, oh, we have a list of actors. I thought it was just a list of actors. But then when I learned that there was a responsibility behind it, that was,
I literally thought that when I first heard it, I was like, oh, that person goes to pee a lot.
The number one.
Well, then that means I was number 2 on the call sheet. What does that say?
That means,
not on this show. I just
by yourself in your perspective,
I just meant back in the prehistoric days. I'm not talking right.
And then it does get more confusing with this show because there is a number one, and you were also plot-wise number one. So I mean, it was, but
aside from like your leadership and your amazingness and all of the good things that we love, it's like the freaking hours. I did not realize it because I'm on set, 6 days, but it wasn't until I shadowed one of the directors that I got to see 2 full weeks of Sonequa, and then I did 2 episodes back to back, so I got to see 4 weeks, and I was like, you know how we always dream about being number one? Number like 3, number 4 feels good. It's like,
oh my gosh, yeah.
Truly, like, I mean, endless days. I just couldn't fathom how you kept your energy up. Like,
parenting. She's parenting at the same time.
Yeah, sorry.
Having children.
I forgot about the children as well.
No, literally,
And
praise the Lord.
and
He gave
one of
me
those
all
seasons,
the strength. He gave it to
one of
me.
these seasons, she was pregnant. And
Yes.
That's right.
anyway,
And speaking of the family, everybody came around. We would come around each other in times of tragedy because we had ups and downs during that. You know, we were talking about the ups and downs post-Trek. We had some serious up and downs over those 6 years. And we would all pool around each other. And that is also when you see that it's real. When we're not like putting something on or pretending like we love each other. It's like everybody came around, you know, in times of need, really.
and most of us weren't home, so these things would happen, and you weren't in your home, you weren't in your place of comfort. But so you had, these amazing people would step in.
Yeah, just come
Anyway,
around.
I feel like Tamia has like a million questions that we're never gonna get to.
Look, let me tell you.
Dang.
Look, I already knew what I was in for when I signed up for this gig.
Sorry.
And I think that's the joy of you guys as a group in particular. And this is what I'm sure everybody else out there is enjoying this too, because you give us these characters on the screen, but for me, disco was so important because of the people who comprise this cast and the people who were behind the scenes. It's very unique in Trek history for a show. And it really did mean ushering in a new era of how Trek was being created and really like walking the walk, right? Like Trek has given us this sort of beacon, this to shoot for, right? But now we're my generation, 50 something years old, like I'm the product of Trek, right? So I grew up thinking like, oh, right, this is right. And then the people who are creating it are my generation and a generation below me, also products of Trek. So it's a beautiful thing that you guys are real in that sense, in so many ways. And so we as fans get to know you on another level too. I don't know if that makes sense, but it makes sense in my head. So I'm going to run with it.
A lot of sense.
But one of the things we just had, we just interviewed Conrad Coates on the SyFy Sistas podcast. And man, that brother's so deep. And it was really a lot of fun talking to him. But we were talking about, he was talking about when he's teaching acting to actors and how people come to him, students come to him and they say like, why do you want to be an actor? And they're like, because I want to do this, I want to do that. And it's so much about, he's like, he is looking at it as a process of getting to know yourself and freedom. Mm-hmm. And that said a lot to me because like I'm in recovery. So my first sponsor used to say to me, how free do you want to be? Mm-hmm. And and I think that phrase, like it just sticks with me and it's so applicable everywhere in life. How free do I want to be? And I always looked at like acting as a vehicle of getting in touch with what's going on, as expressing and looking inside yourself and excising, and just living through and moving through some stuff that maybe it might be difficult for other people. I'm not an actor. I just think this is what I think about what you guys do, And one of the reasons why I admire it, but I was wondering if you guys, because I think it's an important discussion to have with this crew in particular, not other crews of Star Trek. It's also important, but this crew in particular, this day and age that we're living in, what does freedom look like to you? And how do you get to be as free as you want to be? Come on, Wilson, start us off.
Oh, no. No.
You can pass the buck if you want. You can go ahead and pass it.
That, you don't want the guy who worked on the Kamala Harris campaign for 6 months to answer that question right now. You want me to go last?
Okay. All right.
I'll hop in with some prosthetic metaphors.
Nice. Nice.
Well, it's something I was speaking recently to someone, and I don't know who it was, but we had a great conversation. But speaking about which I was lucky enough to speak with Doug about when we first started working together on the show, was just what it is to be a heightened character, and especially a heightened character that's in prosthetics that looks different from you. And yet Laurel is probably a character that I feel the most akin to in my heart and my soul. That her journey of coming from the shadows into true leadership and owning herself was one that I was paralleling in my own life and in my own career, and has continued to happen even after I was off the show, was as I continued to discover who I was, and especially around my queerness, which I'm so thrilled. I had the examples of Wilson and Anthony speaking on panels, speaking to all of that. And I think that, again, it's so much of my personal growth over the past almost, what we said, 7-8 years, has been in parallel to this, the microcosm of Laurel's journey, and feeling more free and more empowered than ever to speak to that, even though it is incredibly scary and incredibly frustrating to feel unseen and unrespected or disrespected. Unrespected, sure, we'll claim that too. By people in positions of power, but then to witness, as we spoke to, both behind the scenes, the leadership we saw, and then the leadership that we see on the show. And that I hope that Laurel is an imperfect leader, but she certainly always tried to be a collaborator and to listen to all sides. And so yeah, that's just a little flavor of what came up for me as you asked that question. But I definitely feel that, I feel really grateful that this heightened genre has allowed me to discover so much more about myself.
I haven't said anything, and I feel super awkward about it, so I'll talk. Lovely that this is the setting that this question was asked, because for me personally, but I know for a lot of us and for kind of everyone who is an artist, like art is like one of the biggest gateways to feeling any kind of freedom and like understanding of yourself. And I mean, for me, this show was like a huge part of my own like self-discovery, and no pun intended, but like nobody, I mean, my family didn't know I was out when I got this show, and this like going through this character was like really figuring out a lot of my own gender identity stuff. But acting was always that way, and I know it is that way for a lot of queer people, and trans people in particular, where speaking on my own stuff, I did not have a safe way to come out as myself when I was a kid, but I did have theater, and that remained the same all the way through growing up, where I did not feel safe enough to come out as myself, but if I was playing a male character, which I did a lot of that, I could do that and it wasn't really questioned. And I don't know, like as long as we have a way to get to arts and creation in that way, I think right now, like in some form, we will be okay in the long run. But yeah, this show is it's huge for me in that way, because everyone is also so welcoming and also such incredible artists themselves, and like everybody here is really in pursuit of greatness in their own craft and loves what they do. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I really resonate with what you said, Blue, about theater being the space where you could express your gender identity, because I started off doing community theater when I was in like second or third grade, and I played male characters and like didn't even realize that that was a form of me expressing my gender identity until much later on, when I looked back and I was like, oh, I really loved that. I really loved embodying Sherlock Holmes and, pretending, and it just like, I really strongly believe in the healing and transformative power of art, and acting is a way that you can explore parts of yourself that maybe you didn't even realize were there. And right now I'm studying psychology, and I'm really interested in the psychology behind acting as well, and what it can do for you as a form of catharsis, and the therapeutic benefits of acting. And I really, really want to just like spread that love and creative freedom to the world. And my like kind of long-term goal is to eventually work with people of all ages, but like especially kids, and teach them, to express themselves through music and acting and art and, whatever for whatever medium that takes. And because it's been so crucial for me to be an artist. Like, I don't think I would be alive without acting. I don't think I would be here. It is something that is like my purpose for being alive. I really truly do feel that I always have been an artist. And even when I was like a very little kid, I was like, you know, like everybody meet in the living room. I'm putting on a puppet show, a magic show, you know, a dance recital, whatever, you know, whatever it was. Like I just, art has always consistently been there for me in dark times. And it's always been a way for me to channel my anger and my fear and my sadness and my hope and my joy. And I think that transcends gender identity. I think anyone can relate to that, you know. Yeah, I could go on and on. I recently watched Sing Sing, which is all about the transformative healing power of acting. And as an actor, I just, oh wow, like that is one of my favorite films. So highly recommend seeing it if you haven't seen Sing Sing.
I think for me, through being an artist, ballet dancer, actor, I think the freedom came through we are our instrument. No matter what we do, we have to learn how to play it. No matter what condition, we have to learn how to play it repetitively. Take 15. And it's like in that journey for me, I think freedom for me is unconditional self-acceptance and love. And I think when we jump into roles that especially stretch us, that stretch our nervous system, that make us say, oof, this person's dark, right? We label it. And then, oof, this one, I don't know. I don't know if I can get behind this story. I don't know if I can get behind this narrative. I don't know where this lives in me. For me, at least, one reason I love being an actor is because I get to explore every nook and cranny. I get to explore who I am and who I want to be. I get to explore, okay, why am I judging this character? Nobody is innately good or bad. I'm giving these value judgments. And so it forces you to also mirror that in yourself, to be like, okay, where does this, how do I, Sara, process grief? Where is that in my body? What part of me can I bring to this that's genuine? And what part of me do I need to adapt to live in this, right? Because our job is to be storytellers and to say truth, right? So it's like, if it's not real for me, how am I gonna, I mean, the camera's the best lie detector in the world. You know, you're in a close-up and it's like, if you're not there, everybody knows. So for me, the freedom has come in also just learning to love all the parts of me I hate. And that, I think, is a freeing thing, because if you can love yourself first and foremost, you don't require anybody else to give you that. And I think that's freedom. And so, anyway, that's me.
You better preach and teach. Yeah, that's really beautiful. I feel like I could piggyback on everything everybody has said. What all of you have said so beautifully. And I honestly think that we were able to be on such a journey of self-discovery because of the family that we built, because we felt we gave each other the space to do it. And we made each other comfortable enough to do it. We were home enough for each other, for us to change and go through major transformation with each other, because each one of us did. Each one of us, like we were going through metamorphosis after metamorphosis after metamorphosis, with each other, and sort of holding each other's hands as we were doing that. And it's so beautiful. What I mean, I just said this, but what all of you said really touched me. And I was going to say a very similar thing, Sara, that I feel like freedom is the uninhibited discovery of love, of oneself and of others, right? Because there are so many things that inhibit our love, right? It's like, if we think of it like a hose of water, there are so many pinches, like all across it, that keep us from being authentic, that keep us from understanding ourselves, accepting others. And it's like, usually it's trauma, you know what I mean? That's like one of the biggest plugs there is, right? And so to me, Freedom is really being able to have an uncontested flow of that water of love, right? For yourself, because if you cannot for yourself, makes me think about a scripture of, love others as as you love yourself. So guess what you're not going to be able to do is love others if you don't love yourself. It's a broken kind of love that you're giving to people if you don't have it intact for yourself. And so I feel like the course of this journey, specifically with discovery, it's also like what you said, Sara, where you get, through art and through acting especially, you get the opportunity to sort of like witness a different version of yourself, a different iteration of yourself, right? It's someone else, but it's also you, because it's coming from your imagination and your heart, but you get to see it firsthand. So it's like you said also earlier, Wilson, where you get to see yourself in these cases with these roles that we were blessed to play on Discovery. It was our highest potential in a lot of ways. Mm. And we got to go on that journey of seeing what it's like to be operating at our highest potential, to be people of honor, and being able to like see what that's like and sit inside of it and put ourselves up against it. And like you were saying, find ourselves in it, and automatically you're motivated and inspired every moment that you get to be in a role like that, telling a story like that. And all the while we were encased in this safe bubble of love that we gave each other.
Right. So if I could piggyback on you,
Please.
Which is to say
that
I want to be as free as Hugh Culber felt in his timeline, and as free as Wilson felt in that work environment, right? Like, because both of them got to bring their full selves, right? He was a Afro-Latino gay man in a timeline in which nobody cared. And I got to live in that space and imagine, right? So my job was to imagine a world in which I could live that is true, which is not true for me, for Wilson, except in the work environment that Sonequa helped create. And so after living in that space for, what did we say, 7 years? And then joining a campaign where I felt, people are always talking about how Discovery was like, the stakes were always too high. Well, baby, did that prepare me? Because I felt like the stakes were incredibly high. I still do. I meant every word during that campaign when I said that we were facing an existential moment. And I don't think that I overstated that a bit, did I? Nope. Although I was called crazy by numerous people who say they love me. But anyway, so I was fighting for a place in which everyone got to feel as free, or at least I was fighting for the ability to continue to fight for a world in which all of us could feel that way. And so I want to feel that free. And that's the kind of world that I want to fight for still, even now.
Yeah. Anybody else?
I know I obviously already spoke to this, but the piggyback train is just really strong right now for me. I had a wonderful theater director last year say they want to create a space to be, remember it, Mary, a safe space to be uncomfortable, so that the uncomfortable is the work, is whether it be the acting work. I mean, that was the specific setting we were in, but that's where we need to be as a people. That's what our true infinite diversity and infinite combinations that's where that can really happen. That if we have the challenging conversations, but in a safe space, and that is where we are sadly in a place of rediscovery of if we can really
Yeah,
create.
because even on set, right? Like we had our issues, we had stuff that we had to work on, right? And people brought it to the fore and we dealt with it, you know. I mean, there's a way to deal with that stuff in a way that's still keeps your values intact.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Anyway, let's go on to Ronnie.
Ronnie.
I was just gonna say something real quick. You know, we
Please.
piggybacking, so I'm piggybacking.
Let's go. Choo choo.
I was just gonna say, freedom. It feels like, on top of everything that everybody said so eloquently, for me, information that leads to exploration, that leads to safety. And I feel like when you have information that's something that you didn't once know, you're then able to explore thoughts that you never once knew. And then it allows a space to feel safe in the trying of different things.
Okay to change your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Or know something new. Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody else want to talk about freedom before we move on?
Freedom.
I was just about to do that.
I'll just say what they said.
Yeah.
Dougie was going to say something
too.
I was just going to say that playing Saru, he was on a journey of freedom himself because he was under bondage when we first meet him. He came from a people that were under the thumb of a predator species on his home planet. So that playing that out for me as an actor was like really, I learned about a little bit about freedom and freedom from fear and the freedom to allow myself to succeed and the freedom to love and be loved. I learned a lot from Saru with that.
To love and be loved.
You know, Sonequa and David, I had the beautiful pleasure and honor of interviewing you both at Star Trek Las Vegas last year, and I mean, it was great. I loved spending that time with you all. But I asked you a question there that I think is appropriate to ask now because so many people could not make it to Star Trek Las Vegas. And for me, it's an important question. And it has to do with the end of Discovery, with the epilogue, the coda, when we see Admiral Burnham and we see Booker and we see their son and we see this Black love and this Black family together. We see Black success and Black excellence on parade, you know, and I said then, and I say it now, that it's the ending that I didn't know that I needed. You know, like I was already a little bit emotional because I was watching the final episode of Discovery. But then came this and it broke me down.
Right.
Yes, it broke me down because of how deeply it touched. I didn't know I was missing it. Yes. And all the SyFy sisters, we were all the same and we all had the same reaction. And I know we're not alone in that. And I mean, it's so important to us to see those stories, to see that particular ending. Can you guys talk to us a little bit about what it meant for you guys to film this?
I mean, it felt like such a big moment, and I don't know if I was intentionally just being quite flippant with it all, because I felt like being able to just embrace it with levity helped me to just enjoy it from a very simple place, and then to allow the viewers to watch it and for that impact, for them to feel the impact of that. All that to say that I haven't watched the ending of season 5. And in my mind, in a really weird, kind of slightly selfish way, I haven't watched it. So it means that the show hasn't ended.
There's some viewers out there who are doing the same thing.
I get it. I absolutely get it. But I've never felt more proud to be able to have that special moment and to see, speaking of legacy, being able to see the legacy of Captain Michael Burnham being able to have a child with Cleveland Booker, and then he now becomes the new legacy leading forward. For me, also as well, knowing what Michael Burnham has gone through, and for her to have her happily ever after in such abundance, no greater feeling, truly.
Tamia, first of all, it was our pleasure and honor to sit down with you last year. It always is. Every time I get a chance to sit down with you and Yvette, and I love the SyFy sisters, and we've got our own little like family unit going on.
Yeah, we do.
We see each other all the time, and it's amazing. Like, oh gosh, it always makes me feel like a little bit, makes me feel safe. But y'all, I'm sitting here and I'm wondering whether I should tell you like the pretty answer or like the honest answer. And so which one should I do?
Both.
Honest.
Honest, yeah.
I have never said this. But can I say this? Oh man, I'm just gonna do it, you guys. If I get in trouble, we're in it together. Okay. But no, I remember from the moment we found out that the show was gonna be ending, and we were in talks with Paramount Plus about how we were gonna wrap the show up. And they wanted what they wanted was an additional episode to really be able to touch everyone's stories, to really be able to close this thing out. We were not able to be afforded that. So they said it's not going to be an additional episode. It's not going to be. I think what Alex and Michelle originally wanted was a full 2-hour movie finale kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, no, we're not going to be able to do that. And it's like, okay, well then what about an extra episode? No, we're not going to be able to do that. Okay, what about like an extra like half of an episode or something like that? What they ended up having was about 12 pages. Of close it up in 12 pages, right? I feel like that's how long the coda was. It couldn't have been any longer than that, right, David? Like, right? Like I feel like it was really short. And so then all of a sudden our options, I remember being really sad when I found out about that, because suddenly our options were very limited of like what we were going to be able to touch in that short period of time. And I had all these dreams and visions and ideas about like, how about all of us are in a white room and and we're talking, we're in a dream space, and it's all of us, and we have this amazing conversation and like all this stuff. We reveal things that have never been revealed before. You see, this is what my heart wanted, right? So fast forward to what it had to be, and we're so grateful, and we've all said this, and Alex and Michelle have said this. We'll keep saying this, that we're grateful that they gave us this, because they did not have to, and this is not always the case with shows. So we did get to close up, and I am so grateful for that. And I will say though, when I did read it, I like you, David, I sensed the severity of it and the breadth of it and how big it was and how meaningful it was. And I had to allow myself to accept it and honestly humble myself to it, because I was under that feeling of like, oh, it shouldn't just be me. It shouldn't just be me and Book. It should be everybody. How can we, it almost makes me want to cry right now. It's like, how can we end it? And, but seeing the legacy and being able to communicate the theme of discovery, being able to communicate how legacy lives on, being able to communicate the actual, the contribution that discovery and, that meta thing of like us as Discovery carrying the heirloom of Trek, but then also the crew of Discovery making a mark on the history of time. And being able to do that from this position of Black love and Black excellence, like you were talking about, Tamia, and being able to see this Black family, being able to see, because that was something that was really important to us from the very beginning. But being able to see it play out completely, I felt that it was poetry. And then when we saw this moment, this flashback with everyone, I remember that really touched me. That really hit me in my gut and hit me in my heart when it was like, okay, we have this moment, because this is, it's like so many legacies. It's like a Russian doll of legacies. It's like legacy inside legacy inside legacy, right? And so it was such an honor to do it. It was such an honor to be able to see, Captain Burnham become Admiral Burnham, and then have a son with Book, to see this beautiful life that they built together, and to see that their child is going into Starfleet and carrying on that legacy. Even the things that Burnham says about Discovery throughout the episode, and I think there's the only thing I can there's the thing about Tilly. And I can't remember the stat that I said, but it was some sort of record that she had broke as
it's the professor.
Yes.
Like the longest serving professor at the academy or something like that.
Yes. And so it was
not
just
that I memorized the whole thing.
Like, go ahead, brother man.
And even the way we were able to bring Wilson in, it was like, it was so important and so big on so many levels. And it's like being able to be this Black woman from the very beginning who wasn't defined. Wilson, you said this before, like wasn't defined by her worst moment, but was able to go from mutineer to admiral.
Yeah.
And being able to see what that trajectory is like. And everybody had that same kind of trajectory. And then being able to see us close it out that way and send off Discovery. And even, my captain's phrase, "Let's fly," being the last thing. It's like, that's what it is. This legacy is an invitation. And so it was big. It was really big. And in that, 3 days that we shot it, I don't know how we got anything done, because it was just a bunch of, we were just like, it was just crying and delirium and like, and tears and laughter and delirium and tears. The whole 3 days, because we almost shot straight through 3 days. We shot so long, to close everything out. But yeah, it was really big. And also big ups to, I have always felt so much respect for Doug and Mary for what they were able to do through latex and rubber, not being able to breathe. Just not being able to breathe completely.
Or eat solid food.
Yeah, or eat or use the bathroom, or balancing on the balls of their feet, sweat running back into Mary's ears. Doug having to like suck up the mucus that would come because there's nowhere for it to go. So just that, but then giving the most brilliant performances you've ever seen. It's like I don't understand how they were able to do that, and so I got a little piece of the prosthetic journey on my way out too, which I was actually really grateful for. Also, I felt like the experience was like completed with that. Yeah.
I remember one time there was a guest star, and I'm not going to say who this person is, and they were standing next to me at one point. It was a late night. I'll give them that. And I was like, they were like, "Oh God, this is so exhausting." They were standing next to me, and Doug was over there in the other side of the set, and I said, he's been there the whole time too.
Yeah.
And that.
And Sara,
and they,
let us not forget Sara. Let us not forget. I don't, your journey. I can't. The amount of pain that you had to endure and be brilliant at the same time. And Emily, you had your journey. Even your prosthetic was like, sometimes you would be like, I want this thing off my face. You know what I mean? After the 18th hour, yeah, it was. I think that we.
Hey, don't forget about my Jimi Hendrix wig. Like that was really difficult. That was really difficult. Okay.
So we have a little over a minute left together. So first, I want to say thank you to everybody, and I want to see if we can do this rapid fire real quick.
Dear.
Okay. So you guys are invited onto the SyFy Sistas Mothership Intergalactic Funky Cruise. Okay. So we're all going on the Intergalactic Funky Cruise. What music do you bring with you that has to be on this journey? Emily, I want to start with you because we haven't heard from you in a minute.
Oh my God, I'm the worst at what do I want? This song. I like to boogie, boogie woogie. If you say you know that song?
Yes.
It's like an Italian disco song. Anyway.
Okay, who else has a piece of music that they know?
Stevie Wonder in the Key of Life.
Oh, yes.
Songs in the Key of Life.
Songs in the Key of Life.
I will say anything by Whitney Houston.
Ooh.
Yes.
Selfishly, this is for me and Emily Coots, Spice Girls.
Yes. Turn it down and wind it all around.
There it is. In honor of Discovery, the entire disco collection. So just like all the top disco hits.
Yes. I'm here for that.
I would bring.
You know what? I'm going. Go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry. I would bring Tinashe and Janelle Monáe.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Ooh, love me some Janelle Monáe.
I do too.
I was gonna say I'm just going through a really big Bruce Springsteen phase, so I'm gonna bring some Bruce
All
on
right.
here, and we're gonna change it up a little.
Nice. We're
That's
going to
great.
have a jam and cruise. Go ahead.
I'm just going to say I love Janelle Monáe, but I don't know that I'm ever going to forgive her for that Michael Jackson tribute, but that's another story. Go ahead.
And on that note, kids, we have to sign out of here. I want to thank you all so much.
Thank you, Tamia.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Oh my God, you guys are
Much did we
amazing.
raise?
And before
Love
we
you
go,
all.
everybody, please don't forget this reason for the season, Hollywood Food Coalition. Please
That's right.
donate, everybody. You can text 53555. You can go to givebutter.com/TrekTalks4, or y'all can scan the QR code on your screen. Thank you guys so much for donating your time today.
I think we raised a lot of money in this.
I think we did
from what I saw.
too.
7,000-ish.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Y'all better
Thank you
go,
to-
Disco.
Thank you to everybody. And
Thank you,
John-
everyone.
Thank you,
John
everyone. That's amazing.
Billingsley.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to Trek Talks 4, and welcome to Trektivism. What is Trektivism, you might be asking yourself? Well, as the old saying goes, you're soaking in it. But if you need a little more explanation than that, we will get to the bottom of it here in the next few minutes. I'm John Champion from Roddenberry Podcast, and it is my distinct pleasure to welcome hosts and my friends, okay, let's face it, hosts and friends from the Trektivism Podcast and activists in the sphere of Trektivism themselves, Heather A. Barker and Matthew Simone. Welcome. How's it going?
Great to be part of the day. Yeah.
Of course. Excellent.
Happy to be back.
Yeah. I mean, of course, you are probably well known to most of our audience, again, in this sphere of Trektivism. And Heather, I want to start with you real quick. Just give us the capsule version of your Trek fandom and your Trek history.
Oh no, I can't do that in like under a minute. Look, I went to a Star Trek convention. It's called STLV, Star Trek Las Vegas, in 2009. 2009, forever ago, it changed my life. I found a community there. It led to podcasting. It led to like running a Facebook group, getting immersed in that community. I don't know. Here I am now doing the Trektivism podcast, helping produce Trek Talks, doing all this wonderful stuff. I just went on the Star Trek cruise. Amazing.
Oh, incredible.
Yeah. You know, it changed it has changed my life. It's given me a family. There's so much I can say. So I don't know. Matthew, tell us about you.
That was perfect. See, you did it in less than 2 minutes.
That's great. Right. Good dad. I have an early childhood memory of I had a tiny diecast model of the Enterprise. I think I still have it around somewhere. It's like from 1983. It's from like when Star Trek 3 came out. But I remember watching the opening credits of the original series as a kid, and one of my earliest memories is flying it past the screen as it's coming across from the opening credits, and it flew out of my hand and right through the glass top of a coffee table.
Oh no.
But it's like one of my earliest childhood memories. But Star Trek has been around for like my whole life. I grew up with it, starting mainly with the movies, going back then and watching original series. And then when I was 6 years old, Star Trek: The Next Generation was coming out. And it was amazing that there was this new Star Trek series. And I was old enough by 6 years old to know that there was a new series coming out, which was going to be really exciting. So it's always been a part of my life, even from those early memories of breaking that coffee table.
Nice. No, surely you talked about the Enterprise flying by. Surely you've taken as much joy as I have from those videos of the soundtrack to the Star Trek opening theme coming from the Enterprise. I cannot stop watching those.
Way too excited about that. It was very funny.
Right. So now this has brought you both to sort of, I would guess say, activating Star Trek in the real world through what we call Trektivism, this sort of collective term. And Matthew, why don't you let me and the rest of our audience know, what is Trektivism exactly?
Yeah, I mean, Star Trek is always for many of us is an escape. And escapism is fine, right? Like
Sure.
and this is a healthy escape to have. If we look at the future that's portrayed in Star Trek, it's amazing. No poverty, no war, no hunger, a planet that has unified itself, provided opportunities for people to be educated and to explore the stars. It's like the best of us being human. And it occurred to me at some point, my work is in nonprofit organizations. I went to school for international development. I run a very tiny nonprofit that many of the Star Trek community has helped to support, called Esther's Echo. But I started thinking, like, maybe we can use that future, and rather than it just being an escape, which is still an okay thing, but take some of that energy and that inspiration and channel it into our real world, make the present look more like that future. And so I started putting feelers out to the world, and I was by no means the only person thinking about this. Other people were as well. And we all kind of started finding each other in the projects and little bits of this that we were already doing. And now we're under this one banner that we call Trektivism. And so if maybe you're a lawyer with the ACLU, but you were inspired to think about law because of an episode of Star Trek, or maybe you're a researcher doing dark matter, and the reason that you're trying to pave the way for women and people of color to get into science because you saw the racism there was because of your inspiration from Star Trek. And basically, so if you're inspired to make real world a little bit more like the Federation, you're doing Trektivism. And we want to highlight those stories and share them with people. And this experience today with Trek Talks 4 is also a manifestation of Trektivism.
I love this idea that Star Trek is a sci-fi fantasy show that takes place in the future in space. However, the core message is not about any of that. It is about the fact that you don't get to do those things until you have figured out how to make humanity cooperate and work together in ways to actually achieve that. So that is always underlying anything that happens in Star Trek.
Yeah, and I think sometimes we get that backwards. We think like we go to
Right.
space and that's going to make the world better. But it's the other way around. Like in Star Trek, we get the world sorted out first.
Yeah.
And that allows us to go out and do what we're doing out there. Otherwise, we're just exporting, it's a Dune universe rather than Star Trek universe, right?
Right. I just watched the documentary about Nichelle Nichols, Women in Motion, and hearing you talk about that, just one aspect of it, like people who were inspired to go into sciences or become an astronaut, literally that was Trektivism. Nichelle saying, yes, I would love to work with you, NASA, and I would love to help recruit women and minorities into the space program. Like that's going back to the mid-70s, and that is exactly the kind of active, real-world thing that is what we mean when we say Trektivism. Heather, do you have a similar path to kind of merging your activist nature with your fandom?
Oh man. Well, that's a long story. So I became a fan, excuse me, a little bit later in life, and I went through a really tough time. And what happened was that during my tough time in life, the fandom community rose up around me and literally said, you can ask for help and we want to help you. And they saved my life. And there was no way that I could pay the community back for that. So I thought, what can I do to pay it forward? So around that time, Star Trek had just come back on TV, but it was behind a paywall. So there were a lot of people out there that could not access Star Trek. And I thought, all right, let's see if we can maybe raise some money for people that can't afford to watch Star Trek. So that was the first thing that I did. And so I just reached out and I said, who can donate? Whatever you can. And then I said, who needs this? Who can't afford to watch Star Trek? So I went out and was able to send out gift cards for CBS All Access to people in need. And then I thought a little bit harder. And I'd seen a lot of people, this was back in the days of Twitter, Trek Twitter is what we called it. There were a lot of people, we had Trek Tuesdays. And so you would go around and you would show like your little Star Trek merchandise, your trinkets and whatnot.
Right.
And there were a lot of people that didn't have those things. And there were people that were overseas and didn't have access to any merchandise. There were people that couldn't afford merchandise. And so there are a lot of us that just have things in the closet that we don't use. So I said, all right, who has stuff they don't need? And send it to me, and I will send it to people who need stuff. So again, reached out to the community, and people sent me boxes and boxes of Star Trek stuff. And I said, who needs stuff? And again, the community, Star Trek community is so generous. Not only did people send me stuff, but they helped me pay for shipping. So I was able to do, I did donate some of my own money, but it was largely the community that helped me do that. So I called that program Fans Give Back. And that's really what empowered that part of my activism. And that just, led me to meet so many people in the community. And through that, it just got me thinking there's so many people that do amazing things. What else can I do to let the world know about those people? And that's where the gears in my brain started going. And eventually I met Matthew, and we had kind of the same idea about, boosting the signal and doing that through a podcast. And so that is where the Trektivism podcast started coming together.
That's the perfect segue, because first of all, I love this story that Trektivism to the two of you can mean anything from, all right, Matthew coming from the nonprofit sector, having an idea about charitable organizations, all the way to literally just a person bringing a little bit of joy to somebody else's life by a CBS All Access gift card or a Trek thing that you have. Like these are all expressions of Trektivism. And the scale of that can be whatever you want it, however you define it. Now, you mentioned the podcast, because Trektivism, as we're saying, is this conceptual idea of Star Trek fans who are motivated to make the world a little bit better. But you're also doing that in a podcast. Heather, give us the rundown on the podcast.
Oh gosh, the podcast. Well, I don't want to monopolize that because it's something that Matthew and I do together. I think we've done, Matthew, about 15 episodes so far. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, we got a good roll going. It's been
Okay.
good. Yeah.
And so some of those people that Matthew alluded to, like the ACLU lawyer and the dark matter physicist, are people that we've had on the podcast. Hopefully, I'm going to hold up this
there we go
comic book called Steam Superheroes, which I'm lucky to have right now. And if you go to Steam Superheroes, I think .org, you can purchase. We've had them on the podcast. We've had a lot of just really wonderful people that, we're just looking to spread the word about. Matthew, who else have we had on?
Oh, well, we've had like one of our first guests was Mike Simmons. He runs an organization called Astronomers Without Borders, trying to provide equipment and astronomical education to people around the world so they can look up at the stars and see space and be inspired by the universe. It's just been we've even had some of the celebrities on the show as well. So Armin Shimmerman, Kitty Swink, John Billingsley, raising money for PanCan, and of course Hollywood Food Coalition. Chase Masterson with her own organization, Pop Culture Hero Coalition. So it's been amazing, and all of them are members of this community that believe in that better future. And so I think it's also a message of hope in that sense, that we believe that world is possible.
Do you want people to listen to the podcast and then either think like, oh wait, I can do that thing in my community, or also support these organizations. You just mentioned PanCan. Obviously, we're here today for Hollywood Food Coalition. What's the goal here? Is it more just even the philosophical idea of these values that are in Star Trek being something that can be applied to real world and activism? Or all of the above? That's fair as well.
I think all of the above works. I mean, one of the things that John Billingsley made really clear at one of the first panels we did is that a lot of these things are already happening. So we ultimately, I mean, it would be great to see that we inspired more of it, just by listening to the podcasts and engaging with the community. We've got a Discord group as well. But a lot of these things are already happening, and we wanted to bring those stories to the forefront. Like that the legal work is being done, the science work is being done, the fundraising was already being done, and it's just a matter of wanting to share that with the population so that we can get inspired in that. And yeah, hopefully it also inspires more. I think there's also just there is so much energy. Like if you take the number of people, let's say like STLV, think of all the fans that are there and all the skill and talent that's in a population like that of shared values. What can we accomplish if we manage to like aim it all in a certain place, whether it's a fundraiser or volunteerism or whatever.
Let's get into the weeds a little bit then about Trektivism, because we've talked about people being fans, people being activists. It can be large scale, small scale. We talked about the podcast, but what does it mean if somebody hears the word Trektivism? Like, what are those values? What are those ideals that maybe fit under that umbrella?
Well, I would say first and foremost, we have, that our fundamental human needs are inalienable rights. Let's see. We have optimism. I mean, we want to look towards a bright future. We have a belief that we can overcome adversity and, all the bad stuff that's out there. We want a hopeful version of the future, not the dystopian future that we're presented with in so much of the television that we see out there these days.
Sure.
I don't know about you, but I have to change the channel, and switch to a different thing on the
different
streaming service.
platform. Yes.
Yeah, because I just need, something a little bit more hopeful that's out there. We're looking for peaceful conflict resolution. And not so much violence. It's another thing. There's so much of that out there. Exploration and discovery, curiosity. That's a big one. I think, we want to approach our differences with curiosity and not fear. And I think that is something that drives us too much right now. And I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole of that, but that's a big one to me. That's something that I think is so important with Star Trek and how we approach our differences. It's just so important when we're together is that we approach each other with curiosity, approach the unknown with curiosity. Science and technology guided by ethics. Matthew, is there anything else that you can think of?
Yeah, I mean, economic justice is one of them right now. And like we're seeing one of the greatest transfers of wealth, like to the richest, whatever, 0.1% in the world right now, while the rest of us are being kind of left behind. So I think those efforts are important. But I think the biggest one, and I think this is to your point as well, Heather, right now, is trust. We live in such like a low trust society right now, and it's being exacerbated. And I think that's being like taken advantage of by people. That we're being told we can't trust science, we can't trust each other, we can't trust democracy and the democratic process, we can't trust institutions. Like that's the message that's being hammered at us constantly. And if you look at like what the Federation is, imagine the trust that's built in like it's not even across peoples, but across civilizations, like across distances, across, and I think and if you look at what a convention experience is like, I think there's a lot of trust that's built there and like the sense of safety that comes from that. And then that's where we get to be our best selves and help each other. And so I think that's a big part of our message as well.
It's funny, as you were both saying those things, all of these quotes from Star Trek starts bouncing around in my head. Heather, you were talking about approaching people with curiosity. And I think about that, the line that Kirk had about there is no unknown. There are only things temporarily not understood, temporarily hidden. And I love that idea as a guiding ethos that things are there for you to discover. They're there for you to find out, however challenging they may be. And then Matthew, as you're saying that about the Federation, I just keep thinking about all the examples in Star Trek over and over and over again where there is cooperation because people live up to their stated values. And yes, of course, you can point to places where there is a Badmiral. You can point to places where there maybe needs to be
so many Badmirals.
There's too many Badmirals, Yeah, and places that, okay, you might need a course correct in the institution, but at the end of the day, it's about people actually living up to their values and doing the right thing, even when it is the hard thing to do. At least that's what I take away from Star Trek. And that's why I'm inspired by people like yourselves and the whole team, Trek Talks and Trektivism, because they're saying like, no. Every day in the real world, whether it's small scale or something very ambitious, we can actually live those things. We can actually do those things and affect other people's lives. Let's talk about other ways, other than people downloading the podcast, which we want them to do. They can go to trektivism.org and they can interface with both of you there. But they can also connect with us via socials and via the Discord server. Yes.
Yeah, we're in a lot of places. So Discord, if you go to trektivism.org, you can find links to everything. There's a link to the Discord. You'll apply right through there. There's links to, I think, let's see, we're Instagram, Threads, Blue Sky. We do have a Facebook group somewhere in there as well, Facebook page. You can pretty much find us anywhere by just looking up @Trektivism. If you want to email us, we have email now. Yeah, we have email.
Yeah, it's fancy.
It's info@trektivism.org.
Nice.
Yeah, and then if you want to listen to the podcast, just look up Trektivism. Just Trektivism everywhere is where you could find us. And but before we go anywhere and venture away from the subject of Trektivism itself, I just want to go back and emphasize something, and that is that Trektivism is a thing that you do. It's accessible to everybody out there. Matthew and I have the privilege of hosting a podcast, and we also have the privilege of getting to appear at conventions alongside a lot of us on the team, the Trek Talks team. You might have seen some of us on panels at Star Trek Las Vegas. Matthew was at ThunderCon up in Canada.
My hometown, Thunder Bay.
Yeah, some of us will be at Trek Long Island. We've made a few different appearances. And so I think there's a misconception out there that Trektivism is a group of people. And I just want to emphasize that Trektivism is for everybody out there. It's a thing that you do. It is rooted in volunteerism and acts of kindness. It is connected to the ideals of Star Trek that we've talked about today. And on that note, I think it's really important to also say that volunteerism is a privilege. We don't really think about that, but not everybody has free time. Not everybody has the resources to, give that time to a cause. And so if you don't, that's okay. There should never be pressure to volunteer. And so I think that when we talk about all of this, it's great to know about these resources, to think about what you may be able to do, to be able to tell other people that these ideas, these resources are out there. And for people who, may need some of the resources that are out there, know that they are out there for you. If you need help, they're there for you. So as we know from Star Trek, it's okay to ask for help. as well. I just want to put that out there. Like, Trektivism is there for everybody. There's no pressure to do Trektivism. We do hope that it inspires everybody out there to talk about it, to get involved if you can. But it's Star Trek is a great thing. We hope to build community. We hope to inspire that better future. And so, yeah, Trektivism, it's everywhere. Please feel free to come join us. We're really big on building that community. So,
I think what you said can't be overemphasized, which is that Trektivism is not an organization. It is not an office building. There are no membership fees. It is not a specific group of people. Literally, just by watching this broadcast, just by watching Trek Talks, you are now a part of Trektivism. Even more so if you hit that donate button. Go to trektalks.net, hit the donate button. That's another way to express your Trektivism. Yeah. But these are all things that you can do, downloading the podcast and listening to hear what other Trektivists are doing. But then you can also act, whether it is with an organization like Hollywood Food Coalition or PanCan or whomever, or what I really love and really want to see take off is this private Discord server where people can join and share ideas. It might just be on their local or community level that they think like, oh, you know what? I can get involved in this place, or I can do something that just benefits a handful of people, but that is my expression of Trektivism.
Or maybe you're doing that work already, in which case let us know, because we'll want to share that story. We want to help to amplify it. And same thing, even on socials. Like if you got something that's going on and you think fits in the Trektivism sphere, hashtag it and put it out there. We don't own it, right? It's like this is for all of us to have and experience and share together. So if you got Trektivism going on out there, put it out into the universe so we know, and we'll hopefully we can help to share that story too.
Exactly.
Trektivism is not trademarked. And I do have to quickly say, because our dear friend Chase Masterson has these wonderful t-shirts that say "Be kind." And I like to remind everybody about Trektivism also being rooted in small acts of kindness, because those are things that we can all do that make other people feel better, and they make us feel better. And you may not think about that as a form of activism or Trektivism, but it truly is. And so really, if you think you have nothing, you do have that small thing. And so try it and just see what happens. I guarantee you those small things can really make a big difference.
Could save a life, right, Heather?
Yep, they can.
I always like hearing, of course, on the podcast, you feature people who have been really making huge strides and working very actively in, human rights areas and STEAM areas, like all kinds of big places. But I also love hearing these stories about people on a smaller and community level. You mentioned STLV, and I love the fact that there were disabled patrons of that show who kind of raised alarm bells about certain facilities that were not being used properly for them, and potentially incompatible with ADA standards. And, very quickly that got addressed and handled. And I just love that tiny expression of Trektivism, people coming together and saying, oh, here's something that needs to be fixed. Let's do it as a community. They were on it. And those are the kinds of things that I absolutely adore when they bubble up out of our Trek community.
Use your voice.
So talk to us a little bit about the future of the Trektivism podcast. Again, people can find that wherever they find podcasts, but also at trektivism.org. I know you said about 15 episodes out there, more to come. I assume you're both hard at work on that.
Yeah, there's one being edited right now, so that was coming out soon. But also we have more locations planned in person. So Trek Long Island is coming up end of May, beginning of June, that last weekend. There's going to be a Trektivism panel there. So if you're headed out in that direction, that convention's awesome because it is itself like an independently run charity convention. So that is actually raising, the point of the convention is to raise money for a cause, in this case, Library for the Kind. So that's what our next episode is actually going to be about. So more episodes coming out. You're probably going to see us more in person, or people representing Trektivism, hopefully at more conventions. And the whole point of all this is to increase that dialogue, that we're talking about this as a community. And we all hope that this is going to be part of the culture that just naturally comes to us as Star Trek fans, that as Star Trek fans, we are a community that's into the show, but that show has inspired us to make these real world changes. And how are we doing it? How do we experience it together? How do we celebrate it together? And how does it nourish us together?
Well said. Anything to add on to that, Heather? Anything that we missed?
I just want to know what you're doing out there in the world, everyone watching today. So if you've got a project that we need to know about, hit us up. Again, email us. It's info@trektivism.org. Find us on socials, and tell us about it, because we might just invite you on the podcast to boost the signal.
Yeah.
So yeah, please let us know.
You're all Trektivists, all of you listening, all of you watching, whether it's live or later, whenever, you are all Trektivists. So join us. Now, don't forget your donations to Hollywood Food Coalition today or whenever you see this broadcast. That is you. That is you doing Trektivism right there in front of everybody. Every bit helps, whether you're volunteering or organizing or donating here or wherever you call home. If you're inspired to make the real world a little more like Star Trek, that, my friend, is Trektivism. Now, don't forget to click the donate button at trektalks.net. And don't forget, like Heather and Matthew just reminded you, follow @Trektivism on Instagram, Threads, Blue Sky, Facebook. Download the podcast and go deeper with us on the Trektivism Discord. Matthew, Heather, thank you so much for sharing a bit of your lives, your passion, your fandom, and your Trektivism with all of us today.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, our pleasure. LLAP.
Hey, yeah, I'll second that. LLAP.
There we go.
All right. Hello, everybody. You are watching Trek Talks 4, a benefit to support the vital work of the Hollywood Food Coalition. In addition to so much of what they do, they serve a hot, nutritious meal every night to everyone who shows up, turning compassion into action, which is a very Star Trek idea. To donate, please go to givebutter.com/TrekTalks4. You can also scan the QR code on your screen or text Trek to 53555. Now, we have some real Star Trek royalty in the house tonight to talk about the great producer and writer Jeri Taylor, who died last October. Jeri left an indelible legacy on the franchise. So just a quick summary before we get into the panel. She was, and please, experts, correct me if I have any of this history wrong, but she was hired to rewrite the Next Generation episode Suddenly Human, season 4, and that got her invited to join the staff as a supervising producer. By season 6, she was a co-executive producer, showrunner for the final season. She wrote episodes of Next Gen, Deep Space Nine, and then co-created Voyager with Rick Berman and Michael Piller. As everyone knows, the first Star Trek show led by a woman. And while she was doing all that, she also wrote 3 Star Trek novels, because, there's so much free time when you're showrunning. All of these amazing, talented people worked with her on one show or more than one show. And as I introduce you, I'm going to ask you if you can tell us your working relationship with Jeri, like what she was doing, what you were doing, and characterize the relationship. So, Brian, let's start with you.
Okay, my relationship with Jeri Taylor was as I was a baby writer, and she was my first official showrunner boss. And there was something about the history of Jeri. You talked about all of her wonderful Star Trek credits, but her legacy in television went on decades before, where she was writing and directing episodes of, The Incredible
Quincy.
And Quincy,
yeah.
And was really
Jake and the Fat Man.
Jake and the Fat Man. Like all of these amazing experiences that she brought to Star Trek and brought drama to Star Trek. So really, I was there in school because Brannon was my owl that dropped my invitation to Hogwarts, and he invited me into the world, and Jeri invited me into the staff, and it was pretty magical from the get-go, and certainly in retrospect. So I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for Brandon and Jerry. And I got to work with Lisa, who was a mentor for me on Voyager, as she had been experienced in the process. And David directed many of my episodes. So it's an honor to be here with all of these lovely people.
All right, Lisa, you're up next.
Well, like Brian, I was just a baby writer when I came on board Voyager. I went through the script submission policy where you send it in, and several thousand scripts later, some intern reads it and passes it along to a producer. And so I actually was pitching for Deep Space Nine, and then I started pitching for Voyager. And I sold an episode of Deep Space Nine, which Ira Stephen Bear, the executive producer there, was nice enough to pass along to Jerry, who was hiring on Voyager. And so I was, sitting in my apartment one day, and Jerry Taylor calls me and says, "Would you like to be on Voyager?" I think my response was, "Really?" Obviously, I said yes, and was very happy that I did. Jerry was a wonderful person to work for, and she was really my mentor. I think that she created such a positive room, just where you had all the space to spew out your bad ideas and your stupid ideas, and you never got made fun of for it, or you never got put down, and it was completely democratic. The best idea would win, and it didn't matter who it came from. And I think that she really showed me what good show running is about.
You
David?
did see her little list under the desk.
Yeah?
Would put a check next to the name of a good idea. Okay.
Would not surprise me.
David, how about you?
I am kind of the odd man out here. I came from the production side, unlike the three esteemed writers below me here. My relationship with Jerry was terrific. But my interaction was not really in production. The separation between production and the writers, and even the producer writers, was not as close as on some other television shows, I'll say. So my main interaction with her was as a director, and I was fortunate to be able to direct 2 of the episodes that she wrote.
And
I didn't hear writers below me. I heard writers below me. So I think that the shots across the bow, Dave.
Wait a minute. No, Brian.
All right,
I
this
used
is
the
going in
word
a whole other
esteemed.
direction.
Okay.
All right, Brandon.
Well, when I came to Next Generation, the only writers there were Michael Piller and Ron Moore. And Ron was relatively new, a staff writer. A baby writer is the term I guess we're using. And I was there and watched the Next Generation writing staff come together over the course of 8 weeks. And we were all baby writers, with the exception of Joe Menosky. And Jerry came in. She did Suddenly Human, which is an amazing script. And, eventually I would get hired as a staff writer, largely thanks to Jerry. Michael Piller, may he rest in peace, was a true mentor to me, but he was hesitant to hire me on staff. Jerry made a really good case for it. And while I was on staff, she became my mentor, because there was a time I remember writing a script that was not good and not well received. And she was the one who pulled me in her office and said, "You're not in any peril." And that just changed everything for me. I started working out of not in a fearful place, but a place where I felt safe. And to Lisa's point, she really did cultivate a nurturing environment. As I know that sounds a little almost misogynistic, but it was true. She did. And she was like a mama duck with her ducklings. There was all baby writers. And she really, I think she deserves a lot of credit for really turning us into better writers. Starting at out of nothing. I mean, none of us had ever, except for Minosky, none of us had ever done anything before. So, and I don't think any of us would be doing this right now if it weren't for Jerry.
Absolutely not.
When she came into Next Gen, I mean, there were not women in senior roles producing and writing at that time on that show. And I'm just wondering, like, how did the culture, like, did she change the culture when she got there?
I don't think any of us can answer that because we weren't present. And when I got there, the writing, what was the previous writing staff, for reasons I don't fully understand, they were let go, and a new writing staff was built by Michael Piller. So I don't know what the culture was.
I think working with Jerry, that like the culture was just Jerry's attitude. Like it's interesting having been in the writer's room on Deep Space Nine for breaking an episode and being in the room with how Jerry breaks episodes with her team. Every showrunner creates a different culture. So, I don't think Jerry like had an agenda about creating a culture beyond creating a safe space for creativity, and that permeated everything she did. So I don't know if it was as intentional or if she was just so great at it.
I mean, Michael Piller, he just didn't. He was a brilliant writer and a wonderful man, and we were all very close. But he didn't have a great bedside manner, you know, and it wasn't important to him. And so as a result, he was a little more unapproachable. Jerry was utterly approachable, 24/7. Her door to her office, I remember, was always open. It was rarely closed.
That's
Only
lovely.
when you did pitches.
Well, I can give you guys an example of that. I pitched on Star Trek. You were allowed to pitch if you weren't a writer, and I can't tell you how many story ideas I pitched, and they were all awful except for I sold 2 and 1 got produced, and I'm grateful for that. But Jerry was so welcoming, and I go into her office and her face would light up, and she was so welcoming. I couldn't do that with Ira Bear. It wouldn't have happened. But Jerry was so welcoming and nurturing. It was again, I don't think it's chauvinistic at all to talk to her as this mother figure, because she embraced you.
I think she described herself that way too. So, I mean, but so how did she let you know if she was disappointed in you? Or did she?
Did?
Yeah, if she's disappointed, like what would she do?
I can answer that one. Oh,
yeah, because I'm curious what your answer is, David, because I remember incidences on the other side where she was talking about your ambition as a director, because let's face it, David directed some of the best episodes of Voyager and some of the best episodes of Star Trek, always had a cinematic eye, knew how to shoot action, and knew how to shoot it differently in a way that was new to the crew, who was sort of like used to working in very specific controlled ways. And David was always eager to color outside the lines. And I know she adored you for it, but there were times where she just shook her head in frustration, where she was like, "You're not going to make your days. You're not going to make your days." But it was
and
amazing.
That was okay about not making the days, but it's when she talked about the directing portion, and that's what got to me and had a great effect on me. I did an episode called Future's End. It was the first one of a 2-parter. And she didn't write the episode, but I got to believe that she wrote this or contributed to this particular scene. And it was a walk and talk of Chakotay and Janeway on the Santa Monica boardwalk in current day, the late 90s. And there was a moment where they're walking down the boardwalk and a woman roller skater pushes through them. And Chakotay turns and makes a comment about she's got your legs. And Kate blew past the moment. She didn't recognize it or laugh or do anything to him. And subsequently, I looked at the script and there was nothing there. But Jerry just came down on me and said, "David, this is another example of you blowing past moments," which I copped to, that sometimes I didn't let things settle. She really felt that she needed that interaction between Chakotay and Janeway, and I felt quite bad that I had missed that. But Kate made a choice. She said, I'm not going to react to that. So she was tough, and that showed her toughness. Just one other thing. There was an episode called Hunters, and to me, it was the yin and yang of Jerry. The yang part was about the Herodians, these monstrous creatures, and they end up kidnapping Tuvok and Seven of Nine. That's one story. The other part of the episode was about the crew getting letters from home and all that touchy-feely stuff. And to me, that, as I remember the episode, it sort of encapsulated the range that Jerry had, not only as a person, but certainly in the writing.
Yeah, I mean, my takeaway on her, like when I look at her coming into Next Gen, I feel like the takeaway is that she was great at character and emotion and finding that kind of depth. And when she joined Next Generation, it seemed to me like Crusher and Troy suddenly, as women, suddenly got more to do, more responsibility. Like, is that the sort of Jerry Taylor special sauce in Star Trek, that she brought depth, more character depth, maybe a little
Sure.
less perfection?
Absolutely. You know, Suddenly Human was a script like that, and yeah, she just brought a deeper emotional range to everything. But she was also not in any way phased by the science fiction aspects. I mean, she handled that beautifully too, you know. But we were really lucky to have her because she came from non-science fiction shows, you know, and she just viewed it as a character drama, which really is how you have to look at a show like Next Gen. You know, we only had actors and sets and sometimes a visual effect. So she was great.
And then in terms of Voyager, like she talked a lot about how she had Janeway was an extension of her in a lot of ways. Like, where do she and Janeway align and where don't they? Like, what
They align pretty
characteristics
closely. I mean, I know that when I wrote Janeway, I mean, Jerry's voice was kind of in my head.
Yeah, like were there big difference? I mean, she had said Janeway's the better version. She thought Janeway was better than she was.
Yeah, Kate Mulgrew's voice eclipsed all other voices for me. I mean, look, Jared, it was an interesting time when Voyager, we were first started writing for it. You know, there were all these decisions to be made. Is she called sir or ma'am? And you know, ultimately what Jerry taught me is just write a good captain, you know, whether or not her gender will figure into certain things. And in some ways, Jerry was the arbiter of, you know, what we would do with Janeway. Would we call her sir or ma'am? You know, Jerry was kind of shaping that character to a large degree.
Yeah, did she ever speak up about like Janeway wouldn't do that, or that's not a Janeway thing?
Only if it was, I mean, not out of like being overly protective of the character. If it was a bad character move or story move, she would call it out.
I'd love to talk about a couple of specific episodes from both shows if we can. I mean, the Outcast comes to mind because I'd read something where she said it resonated with her because she, as a woman in the industry, knew what it was like to be marginalized. And when I've seen interviews with her over the years, sometimes she wanted to talk about that. A lot of the times she did not want to talk about that aspect of it. And I'm wondering, like, she obviously did know what it was like to be an outsider. And so Brian and Lisa in particular, did you connect with her sort of about the challenges in that environment? Because, I mean, Brian, there were not a lot of out gay men on TV shows back then.
No,
to my understanding.
I think, you know, having been in the Deep Space Nine writers' room, it was very male. It was an incredibly exciting place. Everybody was a really smart nerd. It was very, very, very male, though, in a way that getting into the Voyager's writers' room, you just kind of, as a queer person in the 90s, you kind of relax a little bit because you're like, I don't have to be concerned about one sort of defense in that room. And Brannon is a huge ally and an honorary gay man in and of himself. And it was great to have Lisa there as somebody, like, as the big sister in the room for somebody with absolutely no experience. So the whole environment was had an ease to it that was different than I had observed in the Deep Space Nine writers' room, which had an edge of friendly competition. And I don't think Jerry fostered that sentiment at all. It wasn't a competitive environment as much as it was an environment where we're all building the same machine.
And Lisa?
Yeah, she and I never really talked about, what it's like as a woman in the industry. I mean, I think that both of us kind of aspired to the Janeway model in that nobody cared that she was a woman.
Yeah.
That was like one of the less important things about her, that she was a good captain first and foremost. And I think that in the same way, Jerry was a good showrunner and I was a good writer, and that's what mattered about each of us. She didn't like assign me to write more female-centric scripts or anything like that. She didn't try and kind of push that agenda in a way to try and like forcibly be, the feminist voice on the show or anything. So I think that really we were aspiring to be kind of gender neutral.
It was a very inclusive environment when that word wasn't being used. And it really reflects the ethos of Star Trek itself, where the key to it all is that everyone has a place, but it's not calling attention to itself. It's normal. It's normal to have a female captain. It's normal to have a Russian and Asian man at the on the bridge. I think that's the approach we learned to take with Janeway.
It's certainly, I mean, as a viewer, that was 100% what I was getting. She wrote some really fantastic episodes, like The Drumhead is such a celebrated one. I always thought The Wounded was really good, and it delved sort of
She
looked at
invented the
something.
Cardassians.
She invented the Cardassians and looked at the whole situation in such a deep way. But then we all of a sudden, and Brandon, I'm going to ask you about this one, we get to Sub Rosa. and I know the story came from Jerry with the ghost candle. And I'm just like, do you know what the intention was there and what happened?
And I wrote the teleplay for it.
What happened? The teleplay was not the issue.
Oh, but it was. It all starts on the page. Jerry and I were both fans of Henry James' Turn of the Screw, which is kind of this psychological ghost story. And I think, as I recall, there was some aspiration there, but we just, but you can see in the episode how idiotic aspects of it are, the idea that there's a colony that's modeled after, I can't remember if it's Ireland or Scotland.
Scotland.
Man, what a stretch to try to get to that story, but Jerry had already been, I believe at that point, she hadn't yet done the Janeway Turn of the Screw kind of gothic storyline on the holodeck, right? So you kind of see that, you see that impulse reemerge on Voyager, done better.
Yeah. But did you know when it was in production that it was like a really weird, especially weird episode?
Yeah, we don't, I mean, look, this on the page, it seemed okay, but it's weird because some ideas like the crew, another one I worked on, of the crew de-evolving into prehistoric creatures somehow, why would that work?
But that was great.
That's a pretty nutty concept, but somehow that worked. But the
episode directed by a woman,
Gates McFadden.
Gates McFadden, right? I don't remember who directed Sub Rosa, but
Jonathan Frakes.
It was just too. I think it was too. I don't know. I'd have to watch the episode again, which I'm not going to do.
I was going to recommend. Actually, it is very fun to watch over and over.
Sub Rosa?
Yes. So much fun.
I just remember Geordie and Data being electrified from the vampire from Monster Squad coming out of the grave.
There's the grandmother popping up in the grave. Was really
Oh,
good.
yes, no, it's a grandma. It was grandma. It was great
So
grandma.
good.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I highly
I'll hold this
recommend.
out.
I think it's absolutely great to watch. And then in terms of Voyager, like resolutions was a big one. Chakotay and Janeway, everybody, I was not a shipper of those two, but a lot of people were. People are still talking about the bathtub that he made for her. And I'm wondering when she wrote that, like, what was her take on those two in terms of a relationship? Like, was she trying to quash the idea or was she trying to like reignite the fire?
Well, she never wanted them to actually get together. I mean, that was something that she was very clear about, that was not like a step in that direction. But I think that with resolutions, the idea was, what if you take them out of their roles? What if she's not a captain anymore? And what if he's not a first officer anymore? What if they're just two civilians? What would the relationship be like then? And then, of course, as soon as they get back to Voyager and they get back into their roles, that kind of defines the relationship again.
Do you think that she thought that would be the right path for them if they were not the captain and the first officer? It's just something that gets debated by fans still to this day.
I would subscribe to the Chakotay Janeway OnlyFans page. Like, I'm into it.
Well, there's a whole subgenre of some crazy erotic writings about those two.
I am way more into that than Chakotay and Seven of Nine.
Oh, certainly.
Like, not even comparison. Give me that Just Fans page. OnlyFans.
I'd love to know like what specific things you feel like she taught you, like as a writer or a producer or in directing in terms of interpreting a story. Like what specific things do you still carry with you that she taught you? Anybody?
Make it human. I think first and foremost, one of the things that she said that, like, regardless of the high concept science fiction idea that you're exploring, if it's not human at its core, then it's not worth exploring. There was something about that kind of permeated everything and permeates everything that I do now. And I'm always wondering, like, okay, what's the deeper rooted, relatable thing that's happening with these characters, despite the high concept idea. And like, it's so small, but I remember her, and very early on as a baby writer, this was helpful, but she said, people write that, they don't say that, in terms of giving me a way to look at the dialogue as if it's being said before and after it is written. It must feel like it's said first and foremost. And she really drummed that home, just in terms of the cadence and musicality of dialogue, and eliminating words that were not necessary, that we had kind of evolved past with conversation. So there was an informality lesson that she was teaching me as a baby writer of, like, write how people talk, not how people write.
Lisa?
Well, I think that the biggest thing that I remember from Jerry is her having a lot of respect for not only the people in the room, the other writers and the directors and the production staff, but also respect for the characters. That, even if it was like a funny scene or even if it was a bad guy, that there was never any contempt for any of the characters. And we didn't want to make them look foolish, but that there was always some kind of integrity to the choices that the characters made, and I thought that was important.
Brandon?
I mean, look, the first story that I broke out on my own was with Jerry sitting next to me, and it was a Next Gen episode that I'm not going to mention because it's in the Sub Rosa category, but
cult classic, maybe,
called Aquia. Oh God, I even hate saying the name. But it was through watching. I learned a great deal sitting in the story breaks with her and trying to listen to what was working, what was not working, how she sifted through all the ideas that were flying around, and really I I didn't successfully break a story on my own. She was she was in the room with me, and I don't think I would have necessarily gone on to do it and show run myself had she not guided me in that way. In retrospect, I now know that she probably was helping me along, thinking I would probably be somewhere in that, near that job, if not in that job at some point. So I'm very grateful to her.
And then David, I know you worked with her in a very different capacity, but
Yeah.
what did you learn from her or take away?
In one word, and then I'll explain it, is equanimity. Episodic television can be very difficult. And certainly when we went from The Next Generation, then into Deep Space Nine, and then right away into Voyager and all those overlaps, it was a crazy time. And I look back on it and wonder how we even did it. But my issue was that I run at 45 RPMs instead of 33 and a third, which most other people do. And I would get amped up to a point where my anxiety level was through the roof. And sitting down with Jerry, all of a sudden, everything was okay because she exuded this. And I took from that to relax and chill out. And I saw her 4 years ago at the Trek convention in Vegas. She invited my wife, Dorothy, and I up to her room. And the moment I walked into the room, everything was okay. I had to appear on panels and all that stuff, and you're all amped up seeing people at the convention, and it's a very heady experience. But equanimity as soon as I walked into the room, and that was Jerry to me, and it was a lesson that I hope that I have been able to incorporate more into my own life.
It's such a great point, because doing 26 episodes a year with a relatively small writing staff, I never once did you see Jerry panic, complain about the stress, saying, "Dear God, what are we going to do? We don't have an episode for next year." Like never once. And I guarantee no one on this panel has ever seen her break a sweat. And it's such a great point. I never thought about it before, but she really did maintain an atmosphere of, somehow, with all that stress she must have been under.
She was cool.
Oh yeah.
I can tell you her secret though.
Let's hear it.
Do you have a bottle of booze under her desk?
No. It was it's the card game that she play on her computer.
Solitaire. She was
Solitaire. Every time, if she wasn't working on a script, she would be playing solitaire. And that's kudos to her, because it was her way of decompressing and focusing on something, to not let the world come on top of her. So thank goodness for solitaire.
It's very rare to have someone not lose their temper who has that job. I would
Yeah,
imagine.
no, she never did. I mean, she never like threw things or yelled at people or anything like that. I mean, it was always, yeah, we'll figure it out.
Right, and back then you were allowed to throw things and yell at people. So it is especially unusual, I think. I'd love for you to hypothesize a little, because we do have this whole new era of Trek, and we have characters from Voyager who turned up on Prodigy. We have, to bring up Discovery, I won't ask Brian the 500 questions I have, but some other time though. But I look at Michael Burnham as kind of an extension of Janeway's legacy. And I'm wondering, did any of you talk to her about new Treks if she saw them? Or what do you think that she would think of where the franchise is going? Or the use of the characters? I mean, we have Chakotay on Prodigy also. What do you think she would think of it?
I don't know what she would think of it, honestly. I think she probably would be, I don't know if she'd be that interested. I think once she retired, she was like, "I'm retired." And I think she's like, good luck with everything, everyone. But I don't think she gives two shits.
I was thinking maybe because her beloved Janeway, multiple versions of Janeway were on Prodigy. So, and that character became a very mothery, nurturing character on Prodigy also.
I think she would be satisfied with how Janeway was being handled by other people. Yeah. I mean, I think that it's not like somebody, destroyed her baby or anything like that.
She was interested. She was still in the game, but it was the little theater in her town where she was directing. And that's when I met with her, that's what we talked about. And she was so enthused about being able to work in community theater. And I'll tell you, that really got me. It doesn't matter whether it's community theater or you're doing a $200 million movie, it's all the same. It's about getting to the emotional content of whatever material you're presenting to an audience. And that really resonated with me when she told me about her experience.
Do any of you guys have like a favorite story about her or moment that you can tell us about?
I love that she always invited Lisa and I down to watch dailies with her. And that was such a treat for both of us, and something that doesn't usually happen with a showrunner. Usually, I want to watch dailies in quiet in case I see something I don't like. And so the fact that she was so confident and invited us down, and we'd sat on her little orangey red couch and watch the dailies and just observe her making notes about things that were essentially a running commentary that were giving Lisa and I skill sets for how to give notes ourselves, how to address notes. And as you know, with all of the, with the way television is made, there are bigger takes and there are smaller takes. And I do remember one time, like whenever anybody says Jerry Taylor, I always think of this moment where there was a scene and Kate had a particularly big performance. And as she was taking a drink of water, she just went, "Make a meal of it, Kate." And then took a and that's how she handled everything, was just with a wink and appreciation and a sturdy confidence that gave everybody around her some strength.
Sounds incredible. I wish I've had great mentors in my life, but makes me wish that I'd had her as one. Anyone else? Like, what's something that you just really, because a lot of times with shows like this, people talk to the actors. I mean, you guys know this. People talk to the actors and focus on the actors and Jerry Taylor wasn't someone who was like out in front of everybody. I mean, even when I was looking for interviews with her, I was surprised that there were not that many out there. I mean, she came to Vegas a couple of years ago and talked a lot there and people recorded it. But I feel like people need to know more about what she contributed and what she was like.
I think she was just very selective about what interviews she gave. I mean, she was always being pursued. And she was a really important person, starting with Next Gen, as a counterpoint to Michael Piller, who was just a little more. I say this with the greatest affection. He was more of a taskmaster. He wasn't a nurturing presence at all, and she was just, without Jerry present on a daily basis, I don't know how successful these shows would have been. I just don't. I think enough can't be said about her creative contributions, her contributions to morale, and cultivating these writers. I remember, to give you an example, I remember one time at the end of a season, we were the staff was in there in his office, and someone asked him, "What are your goals for next season?" He said, to find some real writers. And what he meant by that was more experienced writers. I mean, that's what he meant.
Right.
Which in itself is vaguely, insulting, but, I don't remember what Jerry said or did in response to that, but why am I telling this story? I have no idea.
Well, I'm soaking it up. So
But she was like just very protective of all of us, and she would take time to give, at least me, she would take time to sit me down privately and give me notes on my early scripts and really help me, and multiple rounds of notes before it ever got to anybody. And so and she didn't have to do that.
It's very respectful.
Oh, maybe she saw something in
Yeah.
us. Ron Moore, Narain Shankar, everybody who was at Next Gen at that time owes a debt of gratitude to Jerry for their careers.
Absolutely. I just want to let people know we are at $28,960. I would
Right.
love to see us get to 29,000 for the Hollywood Food Coalition. Before we wrap this up, we're getting close. And I know, like, Lisa, you volunteer with the Hollywood Food Coalition.
I do.
Brandon, you just gave us a huge donation. I know David used to be involved with them. I'm sure Brian loves them. I don't know. But I want to remind people that they should donate. And I'd love to get those numbers up, because this is what Star Trek is all about. Like, if we can wrap up with sort of how you think the Star Trek ideal connects to the mission of the Hollywood Food Coalition, that would be a great note to go out on. Yeah, and because you guys care about it. This is an organization that I know means something to you.
Yeah, Lisa, you've gotten more deeply involved.
Yeah, no, I think that it really is about service in the way that Starfleet ideally is. It's not about, what can I do for myself and what can I get out of this, but what can I do for somebody else? And that's, again, what sort of the best of Starfleet is about. And that's certainly the attitude that I encounter with everybody at the Hollywood Food Coalition. I don't mind, like, in washing dishes or sweeping the floor or anything like that. Nobody does, because it's for a better purpose. And we know that we're going to be feeding, a couple hundred people that night. And it really kind of puts it in perspective, that what I have, I'm so lucky to have what I have, that I can afford to take my time or make my efforts to, lift somebody else up as well.
We live in kind of a politically callous environment where programs that are helping people, some involving food, are being slashed.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be, in the next few years, organizations like this, privately funded civilian organizations, that are going to have to fill that void.
Agreed. All right. I want to thank all of you so much for coming. This has been a dream conversation for me. I really appreciate it. And I want to tell everybody we did get over 29,000.
Yay.
To donate, please go to givebutter.com/TrekTalks4 or scan the QR code on your screen or text Trek to 53555. Thank you all for doing this panel and for creating so many fantastic episodes of a franchise that has nourished me for decades. So thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Good seeing everybody.
Yeah.
Good to see you too. Good to see you, David. Good to see you, Lisa. Thank you, Lori.
Talking about how we support the specific services that these organizations are providing. For instance, when we send out food with West Valley Outreach, they are set up to take the food that we give them to go into encampments. They know specific people that they're looking for often. They meet new people, but they also are able now, the city sends out medical teams with them, for instance.
Right.
So the medical teams can go, they can make the contact, and they can find the people that need services, medical attention.
Right.
They can also, if they know someone is unhoused because they've been talking with them about food and stuff like that, they have the ability to get people IDs, to get them into housing, or to connect them to another organization like Housing Works, who actually is set up to provide housing.
And let me make one more point just to tack on to
The
that.
coalition.
Yes, but it's also, if you imagine two options. Option A is, hi, here's a granola bar. Option B is, here's a bag lunch that has 6 elements. Which one is more likely to engender a conversation?
Depends on the bag.
Depends on the bag. We make really nice bags, lunch bags. I think that's really one of the operative principles that we learned because we've been doing this for 38 years, making a hot meal to all comers every night. The dignity of choice, the consistency of service, and the idea that when people trust you because they know you're bringing them something good, right, they're more likely to be willing to talk about what Bonnie talked about. Medical services, housing services,
that they're embarrassed that they need.
We went to I went to like an Eating the Unhoused conference recently where we talked with a lot of folks who have lived experience living on the streets and like talked a lot about like the food that's offered in shelters and some like things that people don't think about often when you're feeding unhoused populations is that like there's a lot of comorbidities. So a lot of folks have diabetes, a lot of folks have heart issues from stress of living on the street. They have a lot of chronic issues and a lot of dietary restrictions. And so oftentimes when you're feeding people in shelters don't have a lot of funding for food. Food has not historically been a big like fundamental priority for caring for the unhoused. And so we, we're trying really hard to make food a pillar of care. And in that, we need to be really understanding of diets, of food preferences, and things like that.
We all are, having spent many, many, many years in Star Trek. For me, one of the appeals of this work is because I remember being a poor actor on food stamps, struggling to pay my rent. I'm curious whether there's anything about this work that, rooted in your Star Trek values, rooted in your personal experience, makes it either meaningful or significant to you. You don't have an answer to that?
I had the same story, Johnny Yours. I had get your unemployment check, and if you qualified, you got food stamps, but you couldn't buy beer with the food stamps. Yeah. But I actually stayed in a shelter in New York.
You did?
When I came from Penn State with a friend of mine, we didn't have anywhere to stay. And it was I came from lower middle class household. I could have afforded a place to stay, but we stayed in this shelter. And I'll never forget the night. I'll never forget the experience. And I never want to have to do it again.
Exactly.
I get it here.
I wasn't at a shelter and I didn't get food stamps, but I do remember moving to the East Coast with no place to live and really no money to buy food. And it was an experience I don't want to ever do again. I cannot believe when people do it for years on end. It's extraordinary. But I do want to say one thing about Star Trek. One of the things that Star Trek has done in all the shows that I have ever watched, there's a thing called the replicator. Everybody gets food for free.
Yeah. There's no money.
The's no money.
Wait. I said it's the wrong guy.
Yeah, you said it to the wrong guy.
I said I'll take it back.
But everyone gets food for free, and that's what these guys are doing here in HoFoCo. They're giving food for free. They're human replicants.
But we have to help them do it.
Yes, but we have to help them do it.
And so I lived in an apartment with a two-bedroom apartment with 7 people.
Ooh.
And one of us would always be gone doing a job, but it was tight, to say the least. And so I would take a bartending job between acting jobs because at the bartending job, they would have to feed me lunch.
Yep.
And I could shove enough food in my mouth that I could make it for the rest of the day.
Did you unload and give it to the
I
others?
thought it was going to be like a bird.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to come like a bird to let them feed out of you.
Like a pelican, yeah.
I was just and these guys know I eat more than any human being ever, so.
You'd never know it.
I know, but I do.
I know you will.
So, 1 in 5, which still is a statistic that staggers me, 1 in 5 kids in America is food insecure. That doesn't mean they're necessarily going to go hungry, but it does mean when they wake up, they're not sure what they're going to eat, when they're going to eat, how much they're going to eat, is it going to be good for them, in the richest country in the history of the world.
It's wrong. It's wrong for that to be happening, and you're trying to do something to make it not put.
Yeah, and I just want to say that all of us work together on a lot of issues, and we're happy to be here working on this because that's also part of Star Trek. We all work together to help each other.
A coalition.
Yeah.
A coalition.
Yes, I'd be remiss to not say that it has been one of the great joys and privileges of my life and career to get to work with these people, both on this and also on the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network efforts that we're all engaged in.
Hello, everyone. Obviously, you can see I'm doing this solo right now. I believe John Billingsley is having some technical difficulties, but that just means you get me all to yourself for the next few minutes. We are getting so close to our goal. We're currently at $29,000. If we get to 31,000, Roddenberry is going to match that. So keep those donations coming. Also, if we get to 31,000 before 5 o'clock, before Robert Picardo and Kate Milgrew's panel, I will write a song or some kind of chant with as many donors' names as possible. I promise you it will rhyme. So let's get those donations in. I'm gonna make it happen. Yeah, we're over 29,000 right now, which has been incredible, and we still got a ways to go. So let's take full advantage of the last 2 hours that we have together, knowing that we still have some amazing programming coming your way. We're closing out the show with a wonderful, candid, unmoderated, free-for-all conversation with Bob Picardo and Kate Mulgrew, which I'm looking forward to watching. They got together to chat on our behalf. And coming up next, Dr. Trek himself. Wait, coming up next actually is John Billingsley. What perfect timing he has.
Whoosh! Everything
Wow.
froze.
Everything froze.
What did I miss,
Oh.
Bonnie? Where are we?
We're right at where you start talking, John.
Holy cow. Coming up
What's-
next, Dr. Trek himself, Larry Nemechek, who talks to the writers of the classic DS9 two-part episode, Past Tense. We're talking Ira Bear and Robert Wolfe, plus HoFoCo's own Blair Bursey. And I have news, $29,015, but we just received a $10,000 anonymous contribution.
What?
Takes us up to 39,000. Now, I haven't figured this out because the anonymous contributor said they want to encourage us to match that $10,000.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't sure if the 10,000 was contingent or not. Let's pretend it is as a way to incite more contributions.
I love that idea.
Yes.
That also means I have to start writing that song now.
Yes.
Yep. I'm
And
on it.
thank you to Anonymous. Mwah, you know who you are. What
Wow.
a wonderful late in the day huzzah gift. Fabulous. And we're almost at the 31,000 we needed to match Rod's wonderful gift.
I know. It's incredible.
Now what, Bonnie? Where are we?
Well, I do want to say this. So one of the things that can happen at a not-for-profit organization like Hollywood Food Coalition is that the money that you're gifted from a foundation or from a government source is restricted. That it's to say that it can't go to help pay people's salaries. But the reality is that the only reason any not-for-profit succeeds is because of the people it attracts, the people it hires. And Hollywood Food Coalition has been blessed with an amazing, amazing staff. They're so blessed, starting with Arnali at the top, but they have so many extraordinary, dedicated people working all over.
And nobody goes into social service work to get rich. Nobody works for not-for-profit that exists to help people in need because they think, boy, oh boy, this is going to set me up for life. People who devote their lives to supporting people in need, not only should they be honored and celebrated, but they should also be paid a living wage, which in Los Angeles ain't easy. And that's one of the things you're helping to support today. To pay the people who cook for us and staff our warehouse, drive our vans, rescue our food, meet with community partners, brainstorm future collaborations, the people who worry and fret and imagine and dream and build, you're paying for that.
And by extension, you're underwriting the efforts of hundreds of other organizations throughout Los Angeles who depend on us, on the Hollywood Food Coalition staff, for the food that enables them to run their programs. So really, you're helping so many different ones all at the same time. It's hard to imagine, but think about what it means to a program that might exist to help somebody stay safe and off the streets, to not have to worry about how they're going to provide meals for the people who they're helping. So this goes for vets, for women escaping from abusive partners, street kids, senior citizens, and underfunded board and care facilities. You name it. The needs are multiple, and our interest in helping is as wide as they need.
And for us specifically, you're helping to fund our efforts to get to know our partners way more deeply, so we can figure out ways that we can work together to do more things together, to solve problems together, to help knit a tattered social safety net back together. We have a lot of work to do in LA, in our country. Sadly, we'll have that work to do for generations to come because of the vandalism that is occurring at the federal level. And what we do in our cities and towns and villages is critical if we're to survive as a society that values the things that track values, that we all agree as fans of this franchise define us as civilized people. HoFoCo does this work, and you're supporting those efforts today with your donations.
Not only with your donations, but with your auction bids. And speaking of, this is your last chance to bid on the Magic Castle, the Vegas experience. Basically, all of our auction items are live experiences. So visit our silent auction as we enter the home stretch. There's still time to call a pal and spread the word. Like, hey, don't miss Kate Mulgrew talk for, 40 unsupervised adult minutes. We're going to be with you one last time at the end of the show to announce our auction winners and to wrap up Trek Talks 4. And thanks to everybody for joining us on what we know is a busy and eventful day today. First of all, across the nation, and for First Contact Day.
Yay!
Yay! We love you all. Let's get to that panel. Rah!
Thank you.
I'd like you to meet Cece, who is with the UCLA Mobile Clinic. They've been coming to us for years, and would you tell us a bit about this program, how it started, and what y'all do?
Yes, so the Mobile Clinic Project at UCLA is a student-run, student-led street medicine team focusing on delivering medical and social services to those experiencing houselessness or those who are uninsured in the Hollywood area.
What kind of stuff do you do when you get here, when you're meeting some of our peeps? What do you do?
Yeah, so we have medical care with the David Geffen School of Medicine. That's one aspect, but we also really like to focus on other services like transportation assistance. We have a lot of supplies like clothes, hygiene items, backpacks, things of that nature. And in general, we really focus on being just a very community-centered space and offering a space for people to share their stories, to get connected with us, and so that's why we're so socially focused.
Could you, for instance, kind of talk us through a fictitious case of somebody who comes to you with a specific issue and how the system kind of works with them over time?
A lot of our clients will begin coming here thanks to Hollywood Food Coalition. They'll start coming for dinner, and someone from our medical team might go through and ask if they're interested in seeking medical care, and then we could get them connected with like medical students and attending physicians, and then as a part of that we may offer supplies. Say if they needed new pants or a new shirt, we would do that as well. Or if they're having trouble, say, reaching a certain service they need, we might get them connected with a TAP card through the transportation assistance. And one of our undergraduate caseworkers will spend the whole night with them and really focus on their social history, learn about their story, and learn more about their social needs.
Do you have any like amazing success stories you'd like to share with us of people that you feel like we were able to reach on a fabulous level?
I just think it's really special that still many of our clients have been coming to us for so many years, and for this, watching this become such a community hub and watching clients who I've talked to have been coming here for even decades, I would say that is the success in itself. It's just being a trusted, comfortable community.
Oh, that was the word I was about to use. You inspire trust, as do you.
And then there is also the UCLA Mobile Eye Clinic as
cool.
well, which is extraordinary. And are you associated with that, or is that sort of a separate arm of UCLA that you...
They're a separate arm, but they are like an official partner of us, and they're offering eye exams and eyeglasses, and then they'll ship any eyeglasses that they get for clients to us, and we can distribute their eyeglasses even when they're not here.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Yeah.
For all your answers.
For everything you do.
Hey everyone. Wow.
What an incredible day this is. We're so glad you're here with us. I'm Larry Nemechek, Dr. Trek. A lot of you know me from around the interwebs and book world and all that. And we've got a fantastic, phenomenal, and thought-provoking panel for you here today. I think you know, you know two of our gentlemen here with us today. Keep your finger close to that tote board. The numbers are going up. It's great to see what we're doing for Hollywood Food Coalition and all of its assorted programs. And a topic that came up last summer, because on a two-handed wheel of infamy here, the great two-part episode from DS9, Past Tense, both was projected from the 24th century back to our time to be 2024, early September, as well as January being the 30th anniversary of the airing of the episode. So it's a thrill here to have the co-writers, Robert Wolfe here with us, and of course, Ira Stephen Bear, the co-writer of this episode and a showrunner of DS9. And also on our panel is Blair Bursey, who works with Hollywood Food Coalition, is someone who's in the trenches, working with the hungry, with the homeless, with those with mental health needs, our homeless, unhoused population issue. She's also a Trekkie, and I'm going to break the news here.
Go ahead.
We just watched, much less DS9, watched this episode for the first time this week. And
Yes.
you said you had so many questions.
So many questions. This is my first DS9. Now I'm obsessed. Also, this was an amazing two-part episode, and I love those like little encapsulating episodes because I feel like they're a great gateway. But this episode in particular blew me away, and I feel like if anybody has not seen this, this goes hand in hand exactly with what we're doing today. So, huge fans. Thank you
And
guys for writing such an amazing episode.
There's a condition with Star Trek when the oddball episodes, the fun ones, are the ones that are fish out of water. They're not the regular cast, regular format type shows, which this is one, obviously. They're the memorable ones, and sometimes we don't remember the day-to-day. But Robert, Ira, tell us about, we're sitting in 1993, 1994. Clinton has just been sworn in as president. It's just such a simpler, gentler time. Huh? But homelessness was with us as an issue, but talk about the genesis of this. And it's also your third season on DS9. There's a lot of ballyhoo about Voyager is just premiering, so that's happening at the same time. So tell us where did Past Tense come from? You guys slug it out between the two of you.
Well, no, Robert had pitched an idea to TNG about Picard, right? And
yeah, Picard and Geordi.
Go ahead.
Picard and Geordi traveling back in time to the Watts riots was like one of the very first things I ever pitched to TNG. And
so he kept mentioning that to me. And of course, because he had pitched it to TNG, I had no desire to touch it. So it just kind of laid there for a while. And then one day, I forget the reason why, I was down in Santa Monica, down by the little walk.
The promenade.
The
Palisades
promenade
Park.
down by
Okay, yeah.
the beach. And it was a beautiful day. It was filled with people. And there were all these homeless people lying on the grass, trying to get some sleep or just trying to rest. And people were walking by, stepping over them, not looking at them, ignoring them completely. And it just hit me, for whatever reason, at that moment, it hit me like a ton of bricks that something was very, very, very wrong. And, in LA, at least the weather was beautiful and it was warm, but think of all across the country. So I went back and I said, okay, now we're going to do something about the homeless. And Robert was very happy about that. And at the time, it was going to be, I wasn't going to write them. We were going to work on the stories together. And then Robert was going to write part 1 and Renee was going to write part 2. But I got really involved as it went on. And Renee just finally said, God damn it, You know, I can't take it. You're just so on top of this. Why don't you write it with me? And this way it'll be what you want it to be. That's basically the story of how it came back, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's the other factors were in addition to the Picard Geordi story from TNG, I'd pitched Ira a story about Cisco waking up in Palisades Park in Santa Monica in the 90s as a homeless man, and the police basically like, move along, you got to move along. He's like, I'm a starship captain, you know. So, and Ira, that one was sort of like not
wait, and
quite there.
he says I'm a starship captain, and they think he's
crazy. Yeah. I think it was I can't remember how we did it. And then also, Ira's a history buff, and one of the pieces of history he's very interested in is the Attico riots. So eventually we sort of put all those
prison
things
riots from the 70s, just for
yeah. And so eventually we sort of put all those things in a blender.
So we got the Watts riots, little Dog Day afternoon. We're mixing it all up.
Yep.
And
little Dog Day afternoon,
all the guest roles names are from what?
The Magnificent Seven, but that has nothing to do with anything.
Which nothing to do except had a lot of great names to use.
No, but it's just one of those things we do sometimes when we were writing. We just like start naming. We didn't know what to name people, so we'd just be like, all right, well, we'd name somebody something, and we'd realize that character had a first name or a last name that was from the Magnificent Seven, and then we just leaned into it and started naming everybody after people from the Magnificent Seven. So Chris Brenner is, you know, a combination of Yul Brynner and Chris, who's Yul Brynner's character in the Magnificent Seven, and Bernardo is one of the Magnificent Seven. It's all, you know, we just sort of wrote, but it's not like it had no meaning. It was just honestly just laziness,
right?
And trying to name characters,
a fun kind of laziness.
An Easter egg.
Well, there's plenty of layers of fun, but also, I mean, because I'm struck, the third season for DS9 was when you brought the Defiant in, so you're changing up, you're kind of changing up the focus or refocusing. The show is evolving. You've worked on the Dominion. Now the Dominion's the threat, but you're still bringing that in bits at a time. This is like mid-season, so you've got the Defiant, you've got the Dominion, you're working on all those arcs and still finding the way of the show. And then in the middle of it, you're like, was it just hey, you were just so affected that day, Ira, you just wanted to say, here's going to be our message show for the season? Or
well, at the time, and I look back on this without any pride at all, but at the time, I didn't like doing message shows. I used to say in the writer's room, we're preaching to the converted. How brave it is to take a stance against homelessness. How brave is it to take a stand against racism? I mean, come on. I now feel that was totally wrong. And if I had it to do all over again, I would shove more of these ideas down people's throats, to be honest. It was naivete on my part. You know, you think that, you know, people have gotten it figured out by now, and yes, there are problems, but they're on the way to solutions, and that's really not the case at all, as we're discovering more and more. So, you know, the other thing, to be honest, Lawrence, is that I just felt that, you know, and Robert will bear me out since he was by my side through so much of this. You know, we just wanted to do whatever we felt Star Trek hadn't done before, or was something that they'd be afraid to tackle in the way that we would tackle it. That was really my whole reason for picking episodes. And I'm not saying that's the best reason, you know, to do it out of this like reverse negativity. Well, if they say we can't do it, we're going to goddamn do it. We can't do comedy, we're going to do that. We can't do politics, we're going to do that. We can't do religion, screwed, we're going to do religion. And sometimes you get past tense, and sometimes you get let he who is without sin. So, you know, try to do sex on Star Trek, you know, we just should have put bullets through our heads rather than this, because Star Trek ain't sexy, people. At least it wasn't back then.
I have a question, because I growing up in LA and being here my whole life, knowing that Palisades Park very well, knowing that people will put on their joggers and run exactly through what you're saying, basically encampments, and look the other way with, $500 headphones on. What made you guys change the setting from LA, where you could have done it, or somewhere, like you mentioned, the Watts riots, or somewhere like that, to San Francisco? Because I felt like that was extremely poignant for me, because I immediately got the lay of the land of what we talked about, post-Reagan San Francisco looks like.
I mean, partially it's because that's where I grew up, but also
that's what I think.
Yeah, but also Starfleet headquarters was there, and one of the things we wanted to say was like, we're moving them through time, not through space. They arrive where they're supposed to arrive, just not when. And so that just made San Francisco make a lot of sense. Like it would be very normal and not. We had to explain so much. Like, one of the rules on the show that we tried to abide by was like one or two buys. Like, explain, if you have to explain one thing a lot, try not to explain anything else. Try to keep everything else as like simple as possible. And so it was very easy and simple for us to bring our characters to San Francisco. And since we had to bring them to, 2024, it was just, let's bring them to San Francisco. It just made a lot of sense, and it was really easy.
Yeah. A routine meeting at Starfleet headquarters is interesting.
Basically, yeah. A routine meeting at Starfleet headquarters is exactly right. And that way we didn't have to worry about location, It was all defined now.
It just set it up beautifully, because as the unhoused population has grown and grown and grown, and the resources have shrunk. So watching this now, I was like, I can imagine what it would be like to watch in the 90s, but to watch it now, I'm like, this is exactly what's going on. It's look the other way. It's, I know Ira said he didn't shove as much in there as he could, but this one really felt like it had a lot in a very organic way. So maybe it's good that you were optimistic back then, because you didn't do it in a very heavy-handed approach, because this mirrors a lot of what's going on and what we see. And to your point, sunny California weather is a lot nicer than a lot of other places. And we see, in the unhoused population, a lot of people, especially younger kids, they get on a bus and they come to California because you can sleep outside, because you hope, the space will be wider and you won't have to be in the middle of, a Times Square or, in front of a city hall. So it was extremely on the nose. And, I enjoyed it a lot for somebody that's not a huge, well, now I am, clearly. But just the social issues. Yeah, I'm not a Niner yet.
Big Trekkie, but you're on your way to being a Niner. Yeah,
I am. But it was a beautifully written episode, and it didn't feel like a very Merry Christmas episode. It didn't feel, very, pandering. It just felt very on the nose. And I was nervous because there were socioeconomic, racism, all of that was gently like underneath the covers right there. So I was kind of waiting for all of that to happen, including with Dax, like passed out in a subway station. Like, that's not a great place for a woman to be at that point in time. So I was drawn in immediately.
Well, it wasn't that you just got into the issues of homelessness and hunger and the mental illness and people being lumped in together and forgotten about, but you also had the duality of the Chris Brenner and the privileged.
Mm-hmm.
And Dax being lucky enough, which helped your story, you have two down below and one up here and they can work together. But as far as the message part of it, she's among the privileged, and some of them are outright callous, and one or two of them, part of the issue might just be out of sight, out of mind, if you want to be really generous. And you had that idea a little bit, and he was in tech. And can I remind everybody, this is 1994. Like, I didn't have my first AOL email until 95, or this same time period, 94, 95, when you're working on it. So we're in the baby days of the internet. So you guys were projecting future tech and future tech bro billionaires and all of that at the same time too, which is why this is so prescient to me now, looking back. I love the fact that you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Art.
No, all I was going to say was more important than that. We didn't want to make, the villains of the piece, wah ha 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 ha. I mean, it's really their ability you said, I guess it's a what they would consider a benign form of callousness. The idea that there's nothing to be done. You can't
Mhm.
help it. It's a situation. Doesn't matter what your resources are. You can tell yourself that you are powerless. And that is a very comforting place, because then you're not a bad person. You're just, it's events that are too big. No one person or, group of people can help, this very, very complicated, difficult problem. And I thought that part of it worked. And obviously we were lucky that we had two people of color who could be treated, like
Others.
and you had this tall, willowy Caucasian woman, who people would fall over backwards to help in a not in a creepy kind of way, trying to get something for nothing, but of course you're going to help such a sweet,
Damsel in
lovely,
distress.
attractive
Mhm.
damsel in distress, right?
Yeah.
Well,
I think that the amount of access they have, because the web is referenced multiple times, so you guys clearly have a psychic ability, and the federal aspect of it and the employees and just the extreme lack of empathy. It's like everybody went so far forward that they lost almost all empathy, and then began to push anybody that didn't fit into their box out into these districts.
Well, not just that they were pushing, but you had the beleaguered social worker who at one point went in all you could tell. Ford's character went in all idealistic, but she's just been beat down by the budget cuts, by the sheer, weight on the bureaucracy that is not staffed up to really deal with it. And in a way, the the security guards, they're just doing their jobs. They go home to their families. You see, it's not just that, it's a couple of security guards with a heart of gold. It's that that they're still humans, but they're all just trying to do their jobs too and get paid whatever little state wage they're getting paid. And they and the residents have all just been kind of shoved over here and forgotten about.
Look, I had two different family experiences. My mother worked for the public health service. She was a nurse for the public health service when Reagan shut it down. And so, she was treating people who were like, if not for the public health service, probably would have been homeless. It was a lot of like former merchant Marines and stuff like that. In this hospital in San Francisco, and they completely shut it down, and those people were left to their own devices. And then my wife in the 90s actually worked at a homeless a counseling center, a residential treatment center, actually, for the homeless mentally ill. And she was on the front lines and knowing that people weren't getting everything that they needed, but also knowing the way that they were lumping into her facility people who were criminals with people who were mentally unstable. And it was a difficult situation, and it remains it hasn't gotten any better, unfortunately.
Exactly.
But I think just to go back to something, I think that Ira's instinct to not do message shows, I think, actually helps this episode, because he wasn't willing to do it until he felt like there was a story that he felt was a good story for our characters to go through, And that was always the litmus test at the end of the day. Ira can joke that what we wanted to do was stuff that was going to like shake up the Star Trek system or all that stuff. But at the end of the day, the best stories were what we were always leaning into. And we weren't just doing, because it was the time it was, we weren't doing like Dominion all day long, season 3, we wanted to find great stories. And I think that, the reason Ira wasn't willing to go for this early on was because it was not much more than a message episode, and I think that to his credit, when we finally did land on something, he landed on the one that was the most interesting story.
How do we come up? Was this a joke that we put in that Smitrovich, his last name was Webb, like the World Wide Web? The web. Was that? How did it get to be Webb? It was just the very dawn of all of that.
I think it was
Webb.
just. I think it was just random. I don't honestly, I don't think we put.
Now's your time to redo that. It was deep. you knew.
Yeah, yeah.
There was
we
no
were,
web
we were playing
in
4D chess all day long, man. No, we were. I Why don't even web? remember why web. Why Bell? I mean, you know, like why is he named after the messenger angel? I mean, you know, it's
well, here's my question.
we come up
Why
with those
did you
names in the
pick-
moment, and sometimes I think our subconscious is pulling things that our conscious isn't really aware of. And I
Clearly,
think that that's really what's going on.
Well, my question is, you got so a lot of times things are hedged. Star Trek, they're especially when you do past, you do future, but you very specifically say it's August 31st and tomorrow's the 1st of September, and the Bell riots happened on early September in 2024. I mean, why? And that was what, exactly 30 years from when you were working on it, or just
It was my dad's birthday, and it was 30 years from when we were working on it. That was basically it. But I think for story, we wanted it to feel real. Like we didn't want it to feel like we were pretending it was. We also thought 30 years was far enough in the future that when we got here,
oh boy,
by the time so it would still be fine. It was for 30 years, everyone would be like, that could still happen, and then we get to it, and it wouldn't happen, or it would happen, or similar things would be happening, but then we could have these discussions. Not that we anticipated Zoom discussions or anything like that, but just the idea that Larry would call us to do a magazine article on it was probably about as far as we were thinking.
Remember when homelessness was a big issue? Remember before we fixed it?
Yeah, before we fixed it, exactly. But I think again, like that was just the specificity helped make it believable for 27 or so years anyway. That it was this time, this specific date. The thing we totally shined on was the rest of the Star Trek chronology around it. We didn't want to deal with it. Just like, when is World War III? When is the eugenics wars? We don't know. Let's pretend. Let's just never talk about either one of them. Thank you very much.
Well, this is one thing, because I want to get Blariot on this. This is why we wanted to have someone in her standing on the panel here, was part of what makes it zing, and also great for drama, but sad for today's society, is that it's not just a black and white image in another way. The people in the sanctuary district there are the mentally ill, there's a criminal element, there are just ordinary, like Webb and his son, there's just the folks who were down on their luck, they just needed a hand up and they don't need to be stuck. I mean, you had this mix of people, and that's part of what's that's what's the challenge of dealing with this entire issue now. And people say, clean those people up off the streets and help them. We'll help them. Throw some money at this. Let's help those people. Why is that so hard? I mean, you start to get into the crux of the problem. It's not a one size fits all. It's not an easy fix. But so I want to get to her, but I want to ask you guys, did someone do some research on what's the issues when you wrote the show, or did you, that was just so in the news that it just came to you in the writing?
My wife was a frontline worker at a homeless treatment center. So
that time,
all I did was ask her. and I didn't even have to ask. A lot of it was like stories from her daily work life were, I was aware of them. So
dinner conversation.
A lot of the issue, the accuracy of the issues is from her, so because again, it was like what was really going on for her. So it was based in a real thing. We weren't making, we weren't trying to make things up there. She was very aware that there's like, in homelessness, there's a lot of different causes of homelessness. I think one of the things that's really great about the food bank, just to plug it, is that food is like a very, for all populations, it's an issue, and it's something that helps everybody. And I think that is why the food banks are so important. I wish that the government was doing more for that, but I think that, given that it's not, I think that these food banks are really, really important, because hunger affects seniors, it does affect the mentally ill, it does affect people who are struggling with substance abuse, it does affect people who just got
absolutely does
hard on their luck and lost their house and are living in a car,
and yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but to your point, I think people forget in the most basic way, even if you've dealt with a child, and not to simplify things, but when people are hungry, they react differently. And we've had people come that were newly off a substance and don't necessarily want something hearty. They definitely want a sweet. And I've talked to Bonnie about this for a long time, that we've had people come and just simply being able to supply the needs for their dietary, either restriction or preferences, leads them to trust, leads them to come back. There was a video earlier with Mary. Mary is there every night. So if you do want services and you need an ID, you will come back to us, because instead of just saying like, here's, some gruel and go about your business, we actually say like, can you eat this? Is this okay? What would make you happy? Do you happen to have kids? Are you coming to pick up food for somebody else who can't make it here? Do you have a pet? We have so many people that are unhoused with pets. And what we found every single week was that they would get their meal and split half of it with their animal. And so we now have the ability with a lot of other organizations, including large companies that donate cat food, dog food, harnesses to help people in a way that's not just here you go. Because I would say probably, because I'm there weekly, 80% of the people that come, this is their one interaction. This is their one for the day. This is their one opportunity to be heard and not stepped over or othered or moved away or pushed aside or looked away from. And it's their one opportunity to actually request something specific. So not just saying, can I have some money, or can I have, but specifically saying, can I get a cup of iced tea and an extra piece of bread or whatever we have. And we will do that. We will absolutely do that. People that come in regularly have dietary restrictions, and we're able to help them. But once they have food, we've noticed it settles their spirit, and it leads them to be able to have conversations with us. And we have a lot of people that come that do have jobs. They might be living in their car. They might be staying at a safe park, but we also need to be able to provide for them. So does that mean an extra lunch or sandwich so that they can go to work the next day? Or we have a lot of kids in school, college age kids that have moved out here that are just trying. It's extremely hard in Los Angeles. And so being able to support them with food leads them to other things. And I want people to understand that because there's no red tape, because we're not a huge conglomerate organization, that every dollar given goes immediately to somebody in need, goes to help people, goes to help other organizations. Bonnie also talked about, specific needs for, if you have kids, like kids don't want to necessarily have gazpacho. They don't want that. They do want a ham and cheese with like a juice box. We should be able to provide that. That is a basic need. And I feel honored to be part of an organization that really considers what food goes out, how it goes out, the quality, and then also who it's going to. So that's one of the nice things.
I'm just going to say, because we jumped right into the episode and the issues and the irony, sadly, of the relevance to today. But the thing that got, when John was first telling me years ago about like one of the initial sparks was just the food rescue that was unique to LA and all the shooting. I wish we had filming to the degree that they did 10 years ago around LA now, but just that saving that food waste and getting it to, and then everything beyond now, all the partnering and the affiliating and the sharing of information, and not just if you're around, folks are around the country, they're sharing that information. It's more than just networking. It's having partners, but it's like an alliance of all the folks that are fighting food scarcity and food deserts and just getting food to people, and then the associate issues like Past Tense gets into, the homelessness, the mentally ill, and some of those sidebar issues. But
the big thing that
guys, anyway, by the way, I haven't mentioned this. If you haven't yet so far, if you want to get back, the link to go to today is givebutter.com/TrekTalks4. So that not only gets into the main pot, but it gets credit that it came from the telethon today. Or you can scan the QR code, or you can text 53555. But I wanted to ask you guys, so it's been 30 years. And when initially we've been talking about this today, it's kind of karmic because today's, happy First Contact Day, everybody. And it's a day of national protest, hashtag hands off. It's Yuri's night tonight, which is a celebration of the first person in space, Yuri Gagarin, in places around the world, including Los Angeles here. And a side shout out, it's the 30th anniversary of the USS Angeles, Los Angeles's oldest existing Star Trek fan club. But it's an interesting day in Star Trek, and Trektivism is woven through all this. And we mentioned earlier on, you guys are doing the show, and you thought, well, 30 years from now, we'll do a look back interview, how we saw. What have you two thought as, you wrote this episode? Remind us what the reaction was at the time, and how have you felt as the years have gone by and gone, God damn it, this is still exactly the same damn way it was 30. I mean, it's not just an irony, it's a tragedy. I mean, how has that evolved over time? What was it like when this aired, Ira?
Well, to be honest, by season 3, I wasn't really paying attention anymore to how episodes of Deep Space Nine were being accepted or rejected. We were in a happy little vacuum at that point, and so the only people I really cared about who had an opinion were the writing staff. If we thought a show was good, that was enough for me. If we thought it was bad, it didn't matter. If people thought it was good, we failed to achieve whatever we were trying to hit. So I really don't know what the public reaction was. I know they had those online chat room things, which I kept telling their writers not to go on because it was too depressing half the time. And Renee would leave printouts on my desk to read, and it was like, don't put these things. I don't care. I don't want to read them. So I don't know. I think we were pretty pleased with the way the shows turned out. I thought they were basically well cast, and for the most part, well directed. There were things that I wasn't a fan of. I mean, we spent way too much time, discussing the time travel of it all. I remember we got rewrites, and Rick said, no, it's not good, go, and so we spent a lot of time. You'd be amazed how much time and how many meetings we had about how we get, the cast back in time. So that was a drag. And then, to get the other actors into the show with Nana and Column showing up, I thought that I could have done without it, to be honest. Didn't love that. But I thought the basic show worked. My biggest regret, and I'm sure Robert remembers this because I totally lost my cookies, and it was the only time I ever directed something on Deep Space Nine that I actually directed on set, directed something, was we had like 130 extras, the most extras we ever had on an episode, at least at that time, because I wanted the Gone with the Wind shot after they came in and took back, the sanctuary district. And it was supposed to be hundreds of dead people lying in the street. I really wanted to rub it in the audience's face. Like, these are people you get to know, that there's the mentally ill, but there's also families. There's people. And now they all have been shot down like dogs. And I wanted that. We got a crane. We had a crane, and it's like, boom. And I told the AD, call us when you're shooting it, because I want to be down there and see it. I want to be there. I want to make sure it looks good. I hear nothing. All day, nothing. So finally I go down. I don't know, Robert, if you came down to the set with me or not. I went down.
I think I might have, yeah.
Because this is all just the New York streets at Paramount.
Yeah, down to the New York street. I spoke to the director. I said, what's going on? And he said, I forgot.
Oh.
I said, you had 130 extras hanging around. How could you possibly have forgotten? So I was not happy. You have no idea how unhappy I was. And the next day I had like 30 extras because they wouldn't hire all those extras again. And I went out and shot the people lying there in the
Mhm.
street, which was
Best,
not
as
any.
best possible.
Yeah. And, it to this day, it's still, because I just felt that, if we're going to do this show, this subject, I wanted it to have maximum impact. And I think that the show, the characters that we had, Webb, and whoever, even BC the Hat, a guy who killed someone in episode 1, but we made sure that you kind of forgot that in episode 2. We didn't dwell on that because he also has his story. He's the hero of his story. He doesn't see himself as the villain. So we had enough characters that people were able to, care about, and then extrapolate that into all those people stuck there living under those conditions. And then to see them all lying there, or a lot of them lying there dead, I thought it would have been very, very, very dramatic and heartfelt. And we lost that, and that bugged me. So if you ask me what I think about when I think of past tense, I think of 130 extras going, when the hell are they going to use me? What am I doing? It's been all day.
130 fully costumed.
Yes.
Fully costumed, bloodied up by makeup. Every single one of them going. So we had extra hair, makeup, costuming people all day. We fed them, and then
Also,
just
somebody
forgot to
took
do
the
the shot.
time to say, okay, bullet here,
all
blood
of it,
spatter
all of
here.
it, all of it, all of it. Anyway, I know it's still Ira can't get past it. The
I'm
truth
with
is,
you.
the shot that we
I'm with you,
got
Ira.
works. It's really about, a lot of the times our judgment of episodes is based on sort of our like platonic ideal of those episodes, what we wanted them to be. And when they don't reach that level, or where there's things that we knew it could have been this much better, those things are really hard for writers. It's the thing that just irks us forever. But I think the audience, you tell us, Blair, when you saw it, it still had impact, right? The dead bodies are still dead bodies.
Oh boy. Yes. Now knowing that there should have been more, I'm sorry. It needed the more. The bodies were bodies. They made themselves big. They laid in front of their tents.
Ira shot the hell out of it when he took the reins there.
This is going to be so bad. I think I'm Team Ira. To your point.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They kept saying how impactful this was on history. And I think just we're so desensitized. That could also be me. We have mass shootings every day at this point. So I'm like, anything under 5 is good.
Too.
So to see characters inside that we know and love, Cisco, at some point I was like, I do not know the show that well. So I'm like, he could really be injured. They might have to, take him back up, and maybe he doesn't make it for the next couple episodes. But for it to be such a huge impactful thing, just like you mentioned, the Watts riots, you mentioned Attica, I could 100% see the need to have more bodies. It's just the carnage, but more bodies would have it would have been shocking, especially for Star Trek.
Then the other thing we got wrong, the big thing that I see now when I watch, is like when the police do show up and storm the place, like nowadays, those guys are the real guys now are way scarier.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Than the guys that we created back then, which were scarier, we thought, than regular police. Like those guys were supposed to be scary. And nowadays it's like, oh wow, that's nothing. There's not enough armor, not enough machine guns.
In their environment, it works though, because how scary would you need to be? Because this would be the only area that they would need it. To now we have people in tactical gear just to drive down the street just to be crazy in residential areas. But for this, it made sense, and it was not hilarious, but it was extremely funny that he was able, Finn was able to be like, okay, I got this. Just go about your business. They're like, cool. We're going to go up the street. We heard there was some little protesting happening up the street. So we're just going to leave now. And they were out, and everybody was able to kind of congeal and get back together to figure out where we go from here. So
that's where we were too optimistic.
I liked it though.
Yeah, it works. But that, and the fact that a big event could make a difference in the world, and that there wouldn't be alternative truth, essentially, that is something we really, I think that is something we didn't really it's weird, but like in the 90s, there was still objective truth.
Yeah.
You know, and objective truth made a difference in the world. You know, and
you could argue a point from two different sides. You weren't one person in one dimension of reality and the other side.
Correct. You weren't arguing the facts. You might be arguing, you know, what the facts mean or whatever, but you're not sitting there going like, oh, you know, it's not that big a deal. What happened over there? You know, like if something was on camera and it was on the news, like people all at least would agree that that was true. And I think that that's a place where we didn't anticipate the way the last 30 years have gone.
And I'll just say this, Blair, there's a good chance that if we had shot it the way we imagined it, I'm not sure it would have made it to the air. If it was truly as disturbing as Robert and I and Renee Echeverria wanted it, there's a good chance that Rick and Paramount would have said, whoa, guys.
Hold it back.
It's syndicated Star Trek. It's sometimes on at 4:00 in the afternoon. You know, are you guys out of your mind? You know, bodies everywhere. So I'm not sure it would have happened. I still think we should have gone for it.
Even after laying out all the bucks?
I gotta be honest, boss. Like, I know what the director said. I know he said he forgot it. But I have always suspected, we could corner him someday.
I love that this is where the panel is.
I have always suspected. Hold on, let me hear this.
I have always suspected one of two things. Either he did not have the time for it, because now we're going to get very inside baseball, but it was a crane shot. Crane shots, as they say, are where the schedule goes to die. Yes. And either someone convinced him to drop it because they thought it was going to be too time consuming. And he was running out of time and running out of light. And it was like, no, you got to pull the plug on this. And he took a bullet for that. Or someone in a different office building than us said, it's going to be too much. Just don't do it. And once again, because that particular director is a very good soldier when it comes to working in the franchise, maybe that person took the bullet there. Maybe he just freaking, it's hard to direct, and maybe he did lose track of his day. But those have always been my suspicions. That
we're talking about a final shot in part 2, right?
The crane shot is there. It's just with 5 people.
Well, but Ira shot that crane shot the next day with less people. What I'm saying is the director should have shot that the day before with 130 extras. I should say, I'm not going to say who it is. But
this is so
you guys can all go look at IMDb and know who shot it.
I was going to say, we're talking about the director's initials or JF.
I'm just saying that particular director is a very good soldier in the franchise, and I am not 100% convinced that I forgot is the real reason it didn't.
Yes, when you say it like that, Robert, it was we were both so astounded by that answer that, yes, that's
not what I thought back then. To be honest,
I know.
I was very naive back then. This was my 3rd year of working on a television show. I'm saying now, having executive produced my own shows, having run a set, having been there, like sitting by the director's shoulder all day long, which is not something we did on Star Trek. Having done that on many shows now, looking back on it, when I looked back on it, watching it for the first time again and remembering this event, that was my suspicion.
Well, we are so in the weeds here. This is awesome.
I love that this is the panel I'm on.
This is why I love
tea. Trek Talks Tea.
Not just backgrounding Star Trek, but getting this kind of discussion out and getting it on the archive, getting it out in the open. But we're close to the end of our time, and I sometimes we get caught up in some of my other loves of history. You get so into the moment of this is amazing. You have to stop and say, yes, and why should anyone today care? And I think past tense talks to so much about what good storytelling, what good still without the crane shot, what good production value, what an impact it had on people like Blair who just saw it last week for the first time. And then also, again, the tragic, maddening irony that all these issues are still with us. And good, well-intentioned people are trying to do what they can, figure out the right solutions, all of that. Blair, you're in the trenches, working, volunteering, working. Thank you guys for being here. I just want to say, if you're stirred up by the memory of past tense, everybody, Hollywood Food Coalition is what Trek Talks is all about. And it does its work here in LA, partners, spreads its knowledge base to other groups around the country, around the world. It's such a good opportunity. We're just preaching to the choir here, I know. But if you haven't yet so far, make sure you can go to givebutter.com and hit /Trek Talks 4, or just do the QR code, or you can text 53555. Guys, we're out of here. Robert, Ira, Blair, it's been such a pleasure to remember this episode and do it in service of Trek Talks and Hollywood Food Coalition.
This is wonderful. Thank you. Ira, I'm going to create a photo of 500 dead bodies now for you, and I'm going to send it to you because I'm such a fan of this episode. You're getting fan art from me.
I appreciate that.
Thanks, everybody.
Take care. Take care.
We're gonna take a quick little tour. Hello, sir. This is the amazing staff we had. Hello, staff. We're gonna walk through the kitchen. Thank you. Quickly, all the dry goods that come in, everything that comes in comes here. We have fridges over there. It's all categorized. Oils, jams, peanut butter, yada, 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 yes, yada.
This is And do the people who distribute the food come in here and say, we'll take this and this?
It's more that they put out basically a sort of a list of what their needs are, and we do the shopping for them.
So you book out.
Yeah. And if they ask for stuff we don't have, we suggest some alternatives. In an ideal world, we'd be able to say, we can get you exactly what you want. But what we're really trying to do is kind of figure out, roughly speaking, as Bonnie said earlier, do you need only pre-prepared foods because you don't have a kitchen?
And you come here and it's...
Do you have the capacity to cook? Would you be interested? This is a goal of ours. Would you be interested in some menus that would allow you to take advantage of the jicama that just came in? That's really where I would like to see us.
So do they send the order ahead and you build it for them, or they stand there and they wait for you to come out here and build?
Yeah, they create orders ahead of time. They put them on carts, and then they're ready. It's scheduled.
I watched that all happen before we started.
Yeah, let's keep walking. We'll go to the fridge and the freezer. All right, here we go.
Wow, that's a whole lot of asparagus.
So this is really obviously the things that people want to eat. That's right. Protein, fruit juice, fruit. This is where we really want to expand our capacity, and there's a lot of stuff that just goes waste,
We're going into the freezer.
I'll see you on the 8th.
Who provides the meat?
This is where the protein is.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just straight from the distributor itself,
Oh, really?
The organization that supplied meat to
All right, there we go. There you go. Oh, no, man, I got it now.
I'm so glad we had this time together. Thank you very much for watching. And I really want to thank my wonderful colleagues who, again, this is just a privilege of my life to get to work with these folks.
Is it really?
It really is. It really is. And I also think that one of the great things about Star Trek, and one of the things that means the most to me, is that this franchise represents a level of caring and compassion and giving back It's one of the things that makes Roddenberry's vision what it is, and I can't thank everybody enough for their support of the Hollywood Food Coalition and for their support of virtue generally.
Yes.
My God. Oh, done. I can't do that.
Live long and prosper.
I've never been able to do that.
Come on, John.
No, I can do it if I put my fingers in the way.
Hey, Kate. It's Robert Picardo, and I am delighted that I will be talking to my beloved colleague and friend, Kate Mulgrew, on Trek Talks to benefit the Hollywood Food Coalition. So just at the outset, I remind you there's a QR code on the screen that you can use to donate, or you can text the word TREK, T-R-E-K, to 53-555. So, Kate, thank you for joining me today for this wonderful cause. I know you are always willing to show up for an important charity. I know you've done remarkable work with the Alzheimer's Foundation. Is that the name of the charity?
Yes, organization. Yes.
Yeah, Alzheimer's organization. John Billingsley, who's done remarkable work for HFC, told me to thank you personally for that. His dad suffered from Alzheimer's. So today, I thought we could talk a little bit about, well, first of all, what we're doing at the moment. I watched just in the last day the first episode of Dope Thief on Apple TV.
Yes.
Oh, it's so exciting. You are remarkable. I knew the moment you shouted up the stairs, you want coffee in a perfect sort of
Elko.
South Philly, accent. It was
it was a great part with a great cast and under the aegis of Sir Ridley Scott, so you can't do much better than that. But I think Brian Tyree Henry is a towering talent and will probably win the Emmy for this remarkable performance.
Well, I can't wait to watch the next episode. I heard from a little birdie that you are very featured in episode 3. So tonight is episode 2 and probably 3. So you'll be hearing from me soon.
Okay.
But again, it's
does that little birdie have a name or is it nameless?
His name is Bennett. It's a birdie named Bennett. It is.
I long suspected he was winged. All right, go on.
It is so suspenseful. I read a little bit about the pilot. I was out of the country when you guys premiered, I think on the 14th.
Yeah, you were on your river cruise, right?
I was on my river cruise in Amsterdam throughout the Netherlands. It was gorgeous and
I've
very.
always wanted to do that. How wonderful! That's
highly recommended, especially the beautiful town of Bruges in Belgium.
Bruges.
Gorgeous. It's so.
Yeah.
But I needed a rest, of course, because the last cruise I was on was the Star Trek cruise with only 3,000 of our best friends walking up and down the hallways.
I'm still recovering from that cruise.
Yeah. No, well, it takes a lot of energy, but I also find it a lot of fun, and I treat it as a creative opportunity. So it's always fun to put together a show to hopefully showcase a talent that the fans did not know you had. Whatever that means. It sounds a
I'm
little
afraid
odd.
everybody is fully aware of all of my talents, Roberto. Yours are yet to be seen.
I don't know if that's true. Well, I don't know. I know you haven't passed the age threshold that I have, Kate. Since I passed 70 about a year and a half ago, I find myself thinking about a lot of things. Looking back at my whole life, thinking about legacy, thinking about mentors in my life. So I thought it would be nice to ask you a couple of questions about who you see. Name a mentor or two that you think really change the trajectory of your life, whether it was encouraging you to become an actress, or simply to have the courage to leave home and cross the country and start a career at a young age? And that mentor obviously can be a parent, a relative, or anybody.
Well, it's easily answered. My mother would be the primary person who really stood behind me. I was one of 8 children, as you well know, and it wasn't easy in the house to get any attention, let alone help. But my mother said, if you're serious, I want to see your intentions, and then I will support you and I will back you, despite your father's resistance, because he thought it was all falderall and fiddly-dee. You want to be an actress? What does that mean? But she did get behind me, and I went to Northwestern, to the Cherub program. I went to the University of Minnesota, to the Tyrone Guthrie program. I studied a lot, and then I went to New York, to NYU, and studied with the great Stella Adler, who became the second person, who altered the absolute trajectory of my life and helped me define myself. She was a great teacher, and I think probably very singular among that quite notorious group. That's Strasberg, that's Meisner, all very well known. But Stella, I think, stood alone. And she taught me what epic means and how it is to be deployed and how we are to take ourselves out of Iowa and into something much richer and much deeper, that we're to get on the stage and we're to elevate the audience with our performance by virtue of the fact that we should know by then what epic means. And to this day, I sort of get a little sentimental when I talk to you about it, because it made so much sense to me when I was 16, 17, and I see that it has carried me a long way in my career.
That's beautiful. How, I mean, I understand what the word epic means.
Yes. What did she mean by it?
Yeah, reaching in a performance, playing a specific character. I mean, Janeway screams epic to me, but other roles.
Janeway was epic, but for instance, the Clytemnestra that I played in Iphigenia 2.0, the Charles Mee play, she would say to me, had she been alive and guiding me through that process, you must meet her. And in order to meet her, you must understand her circumstances, who she was, what she had undergone, what she had suffered. The death of her daughter by the hands of her own husband, so that the winds would come and they could set sail, and he returns, and of course she kills him. To inhabit that kind of a character, and I've played many queens for some reason, and a couple of captains, some lawyers, some doctors. To understand it completely, Bob, I had to go very deep and very high. This is a woman who is capable of murder in terms of revenge. This is a woman who understands the gods. She lives with the gods and the whim of the gods. And she is bigger than life. And had Stella been alive, that's what she would have said. She said, and you're not going to find bigger than life in Dubuque, Iowa. It doesn't exist there. Life itself, rich in agriculture, wonderful life. I'm not contesting that. I'm saying bigger than life, because she was the queen of that kingdom in his absence, which lasted 10 years. So I understood where she wanted me to go, despite the fact that she wasn't around to talk to me personally. I understood that I had to go very deep, very wide, and very passionate. And in the beginning, hold it all very closely in. And it was thrilling to play it.
And thrilling to watch. If you recall, I was in the audience. I'm a devoted fan of not only of you, but of your theater work in particular. So I remember that was an epic performance. And playing those kind of huge emotions and huge, those, not just the circumstances you're in, but that kind of deep, epic passion. and circumstance. I mean, what a preposterous circumstance to have, as you said, have your daughter murdered by your own husband. So it's I remember it well, and you have that capacity. And now, for example, let's apply that same thought to the role we were just talking about in Dope Thief. Here we have
Teresa
a
Bauer.
very lower class woman from very working class roots. She has this incredible relationship with her adoptive son, who is the child of your former lover. Is that correct?
That's correct. Ray, played by Brian Tyree Henry, gorgeously played by Brian Tyree Henry.
Yes.
Bing Rames plays my lover. I was in The Life, if you know what I mean, and he was I think sort of my pimp, but I was his main girl, and he was married to a heroin addict who overdosed and left this child, this 8-year-old boy. He was then thrown into prison, and I'm left standing there looking at this little kid, and I simply say, you got 2 choices, kid. You can come with me. We can throw it in together, our lot in together, and see what happens. You got a better shot that way. If you go off alone, I think it's not so good. Let's give it a shot. So he comes with me, and I raise him. And I am all he loves in the world, aside from his great friend, Manning, beautifully played by Wagner Moura, whom I adore. So there's epic in Teresa, too. Epic that she would choose to raise this child. Very uncertain that she will ever see her lover again. But there's something very profoundly fine about her, that she's capable of this kind of fealty, that she's capable of this kind of allegiance, that she's capable of this kind of capacity at all to love this little boy. There's a scene in the pilot, which was directed by Sir Ridley Scott, where a flashback to his birthday. And you see already that she is bonding with him. But did I have to call upon Clytemnestra or Cleopatra to get to Teresa? No. I had to create Teresa out of clay. And that's what I did. And it was fun and extremely challenging, really hard, and so rewarding in the end.
Well, then let's talk a little bit about Captain Janeway's epic nature, because, as I said, I was thinking also not just about mentors, but about legacy, about what we as actors leave behind. And you have an extraordinary body of work, not just in the theater, but of course in many, many and varied roles in movies and television. But we all know that Captain Janeway, as far as legacy, as far as your work being watched over and over by future generations that may not even be born right now, there's something about Star Trek that remains evergreen, that people go back and watch over and over again. And I think you've already been an inspiration as Janeway to 2 generations of women, and there will be more. Do you want to talk a little bit about about that character and what's epic in Janeway?
I think all the captains have to have size, Bob, in order to command. And I was either burdened or blessed with the first female captaincy, which, as you know, was not without its own complications. But there I was on the bridge the first day. And if I may say, despite my nerves, which were very much in play, I felt that this was going to be my home. I knew that Janeway resided within me. She has to, or it just wasn't going to fly. If you'll pardon the expression. Not for 7 seasons. Not with the kind of work that we had to do. Those long 12, 14, 16, sometimes 18-hour days, raising 2 boys by myself. The technobabble alone was unsurpassed in its I found it very, very challenging, that first season. But I knew that it was a good fit. And I knew it in the audition room when I looked at Rick Berman and I saw him smiling and I winked at him. And I thought, this will be a good fit. I get her. She gets me. And if we're allowed to settle in, we can go to the Delta Quadrant. And we did. as you well know. Look what you did with the doctor. Talk about epic. I mean, I think that was an epic transformation. You were originally assigned a role that required, on paper, very little. You were the hologram, the emergency medical hologram. Please state the nature of the medical emergency. That was it, but not you. By the end of 7 seasons, you were speaking fluent Italian. You were singing Verdi. You were making love to everyone who even remotely resembled a female on the starship. And you were brilliant. You were brilliant.
Well, it was both, it was actually liberating, I think, to play a character where there was no backstory. When do you have that opportunity as an actor? All of our characters have some backstory, unless they're a complete amnesiac. They all have a backstory. And here I was playing a creature of technology who was only programmed with information and had zero, personal experience, but he was programmed so that he could adapt and learn and hopefully create some sort of bedside manner that helped him, react well with his patients. So it was both liberating to get to have these given circumstances and kind of just follow the logic of what they were, how to build, step by step. I think I said early on, the doctor strangely reminded me of a quote from Milton in Paradise Lost, where Milton describes the essence of Lucifer, the fallen angel, and the reason what is the beginning of what drives Lucifer is his sense of injured merit. And I felt, not that the character was a satanic character at all, the doctor, but
wait a minute.
he felt that he felt that he was not being accorded the respect he deserved simply for the incredible body of knowledge which he represented. So that kind of feeling, his first feeling was really, I don't like the way people are treating me.
Right.
They were all
Janeway recognized that sliver of sentience and decided to try to develop it with you.
Mm-hmm.
So Janeway and the doctor became quite good friends.
Absolutely. Well,
I saw
was
that
a science officer.
Yes, I'm an ardent scientist, and I think that I could see in you the promise, all of which came to fruition by the end of the 7th season, and then some. And it also enabled us, you and I, to work as actors together, which I'll be forever grateful for all the time we had together, Bob, because you are a consummate actor. You are, in my opinion, a great actor. And you did everything that is dear and terribly important to me, dear to my heart and terribly important to me. You were on time. You were prepared. You were creative. You were often very risky. You were often on the edge, and I loved it. But there was a wonderful groundedness to the doctor and a freedom I felt when playing with you. You may have been tired. We were all tired. You may have had, children in distress at home. I never saw it. I never felt it in any scene. Every scene was just sort of, for me, a snapshot of the joy it is to be an actor, acting with somebody they love.
Wow. Well, thank you. First of all, I'm obviously very flattered, but more importantly, moved by all that. I loved having scenes with you, back at you with immensely talented and immaculately prepared, and it was always it was like running a wonderful, exciting race or taking a journey with you. Whenever we had a big scene about an important topic to my character, because I often came to you pleading with my holographic hat in my hand, asking for something, some new entitlement, some kind of permission, something that was outside.
That's right.
And so I had to argue my case with you a lot. And very often you said no to me.
I did. Yeah.
I had to, because that was
sometimes your asks were just a little bit too big for your own britches.
Exactly. A little too crazy. And then often you gave me some permission and I went too far, and then you had to reel me back in, which was often had comic possibilities, right? Where the doctor, where
Yes, they did.
you
And
gave
you
me an
took
inch
full
and I put,
advantage of those.
so all of those were, that was really the most fun about my character, was that he could go from being by far the broadest, silliest thing in the show, and then could turn a moment and be quite dramatic. And that freedom came from the fact that he was not a regular Starfleet officer. He didn't have to obey the rules of being stalwart, brave, and true. He could, he could be self-involved and arrogant and, a blowhard. And it was so much fun to play his negative qualities and then rise to his better self in the end. So I'm keenly aware that I had this immense freedom. You, on the other hand, first of all, being the first female captain, having rooms full of studio executives and producers staring at every move,
scrutinizing me,
scrutinizing you, all having a different opinion of what the first female Starfleet captain would be like. You had to shut all of that out and keep your eye on the prize and stay true to your heart and literally carve your own way through lots of different noise, opinions, interference.
That's
right. And you did it with power, with dignity, and unswerving commitment to your character, to Janeway's soul and her, her mission as.
Well, I loved her right away, Bob. I loved her right away. I could see that I could endow her with all certain things that perhaps other captains didn't think about, by virtue maybe of my gender. And that would be my deep and abiding and quite profound love for my crew. The 8 of you, most obviously, especially. That I could enhance this scientist who became a captain in Starfleet. I could enhance her by a virtue of her own humanity. So I tried to give Janeway subtleties, nuance, layers and levels of love, of laughter, of difficulty, of metal, the side of Janeway that would not deviate. I mean, you saw it in Tuvix, and then you saw it in Death Wish. She could be quite, and was quite like me in this way. She could be quite true to her soul, knowing that she would risk losing favor. That never bothered my Janeway. It didn't bother my Janeway what anybody thought, except maybe, the crew members whom I loved particularly. It was just an extraordinary opportunity, Bob. You know that. I mean, to play the first female, to have the effect or the impact I've had on women in STEM has been singularly gratifying to me. It will be my legacy. It will be my obit. You and I both know that. Despite everything else that I've done in my career, and I've done a lot, it'll say Captain Janeway dead at 110, finally, and maybe you'll be right behind me.
Or right ahead of you. But it is a good thing. I mean, there are times, I guess, when you're playing another role that is so challenging and playing it so expertly as you are now doing on Dope Thief, I know it's already in the can, but we're just now seeing it. You go, well, I still know that, yes, the first line of my obituary, the thing that, the first credits that always in my career will be Star Trek. And I guess it's funny, maybe 30 years ago, that would have sounded a little bit like a complaint, but now I think it's a celebration. I think it's great that you have exerted that kind of influence on especially young women who are captivated by the fact that Janeway was first a science officer and now she is a captain of a starship in the 24th century. I mean, it's pretty exciting. And Star Trek, let's face it, we were 25 years ahead of the only other longer living science fiction franchise, Doctor Who, we got Captain Janeway 25 years before the first female Doctor on that series, and that's an extraordinary. I mean, that's something to be proud of.
I'm very, very proud of it. I'm very proud of it. And again, I have to harken back to the fact that there were complications in the beginning, as you well know. Let's not get into that part of it, but there were hurdles that had to be scaled, and I did it. And I did it with as little complaint and as much courage and as much tenacity and as much professionalism as I could. But as you know, they tinkered with me a lot that first season. And when they finally realized that I could own her, that my command would be sufficient to draw the male demographic to me, they let me be. And when they let Mulgrew alone with Janeway, that's what we call kismet.
That's when you took off. I say frequently, there was a day on the set where you said, it was a lighting break. We were on the holodeck, and the doctor was administering care to Janeway, who had gotten a slight injury. And during the lighting break, you said, "Bob, it's my 40th birthday today." And I remember that moment mostly because the moment you passed through that threshold, because I say this often, there was something about turning 40 and entering that decade of your life where you just got better and better and stronger and more commanding in the role. So whenever I run into someone who's bitching about getting older, I say, you're just entering the full power of your Captain Janeway command. Now that you've passed through that portal and entered your 40s.
I think she helped me as the doctor helped you, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong when I refer to you, but I think she helped me become finer. I think she helped me become more focused. She helped me become more genuine. She helped me become certainly much, much braver than I am. And so that's what you saw, I think, through my 40s. I was 47 when we stopped. And looking back on it now, I quite agree with you, Bob, despite the times I complained to you, whispering in your ear, if I don't get a nap, I'm going to shoot somebody. What a thing it was to play Captain Catherine Janeway. What a legacy it has been, will be. And I doubt that there is a role regarding legacy that could be finer than this one in terms of the effect I've had on lives, women in particular. They come up to me at the conventions. You were there on the cruise with me. I mean, they often are extremely emotional. Janeway changed my life. I hear that a lot. And when you hear that a lot, you must take it seriously and with humility. So it's altogether been amazing. Amazing. I hope it's made me a better person.
Oh,
I know our friendship has made me a better person, darling. Know that.
Well, it leads me to my next question. You returned to the role in Star Trek Prodigy to great success and acclaim. There are Star Trek fans that I meet now who talk first about Prodigy than any other of the Star Trek iterations that are presently, that are new. They loved it. They loved the fact that the Doctor joined the cast in season 2, and then of course there's always the audience loves your character. Do you think that you would be interested ever in playing Janeway again in the future?
Live action or a continuation of Prodigy?
Well, let's start with a continuation of Prodigy.
Well, there's no question about it, and I don't know why Netflix is hanging on to it. It's number 1. I mean, it's in the top 10 internationally. It's the Hegeman brothers, Kevin and Dan, are absolute geniuses. I don't know what the hold is on it, but I wish they would go for a 3rd season. I think the possibilities and opportunities are endless in Prodigy. It's transgenerational to begin with. The 5-year-old child can sit 5, 6, maybe 6, can sit with her mother. That mother can be sitting with her mother, and they can all be discussing in their own way, in their own time, what the Prime Directive means to them. The child will be asking the mother the questions. It's a different set of characters, of course, but the prime directive is still very much in play. This is long overdue, an animated series for children. It should have been our target audience from day one. The sponges of the world, the geniuses, the little thing taking it all, absorbing all of it, the way the adult brain sometimes can't because we get old and we get cynical. But the 6, 7, 8-year-old is just taking it all in. So they're learning. And the mother is thrilled to watch and thrilled to talk to the daughter about it, and the grandmother who watched Next Gen or the original series. So it's marvelous in that regard, and I really wish it would go on. I mean, I want people to push for that. It should have a more of a life. And as for live action, Janeway, that's been discussed a lot. But we're still discussing. It's I don't know. It's a difficult consideration for me, Bob. You and I have had this talk many times. You know what I put into it. You know what I invested in Janeway. To do it again would have to be pretty bloody good. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's an interesting challenge. I am not only in Starfleet Academy, which of course we don't even have a premiere date yet. I'm not allowed to talk too specifically about it, but I am revisiting the character now.
And how are you feeling about it?
Later. Well, there's always the concern that you did a good job the first time around, and you don't want to, what's the word? You don't want to since we're talking about legacy, you don't want to damage that legacy of the character that you created and the arc that I feel the Doctor, because he started with nothing, the Doctor had an extraordinary arc over the 7 years, and brick by brick building a character that was quite human-like from something that had no personality or affect at the start. So, and then if you've already done that, and now because the character, this much has been said in the press about the show, Starfleet Academy is set in the far distant future in the 32nd century. Starfleet, which basically fell apart in this future tragedy called the Burn, has been reconstituted, and this is the first entering class at Starfleet Academy in more than 100 years.
I see.
And my character is teaching there. And I think that, frankly, at least according to our producer, who we both know well, Alex Kurtzman, he said that seeing the Doctor teach cadets on Prodigy, his exact words were that it made complete sense that he would be teaching cadets in Starfleet Academy in the future. So I really do think that my stint on Prodigy helped, open that
door. Well, Kurtzman's very good at all looking, and I think he's been a fan of yours from day one. But also, let me ask you this: in this new series that you're doing, you're fully formed. You're the Doctor fully formed, right?
It's exactly, that was another thing I thought about deeply. How is he different? What does it mean to be a 900-year-old continuously activated artificial intelligence? What is 900 years of digital memory? Digital memory is not like human memory. If we have a memory from 5, 6, 8 years old, and looking back decades at that memory, it's not like having a memory of something that happened a year ago or yesterday. Digital memory is completely clear, which means that a beloved colleague like Captain Janeway for the Doctor, you are as present in his memory 900 years on as when he was working with you in the 24th century.
I see.
So what does that mean? What does that do to a consciousness? It's seeing 36 generations of organic colleagues grow old and die around you does not necessarily predispose you to making close personal relationships, let's put it that way. So there's a lot of stuff to think about that's a little mind-bending, and that's what's wonderful about science fiction to begin with. You have to ask questions that are huge extensions of the questions you have in a single human life. You have to project out and use your imagination
wildly.
It's well beyond, the human experience, and that's both challenging, but also what makes science fiction fun. Really fun.
And some of these questions are simply unanswerable. But is he irascible?
I would say I would say that the Doctor is as we remember him, but deeper. The way he was, but more so, if that makes. So he still has his he still certainly has his sense of humor, but there's a depth to him now from that incredible sense of immortality. You know, that is both that immortality. I think we would all agree it would be a blessing and a curse.
Well, we explored it on Voyager when we did Death Wish, because the Q's nephew wanted to die, did not want to live forever. So the Doctor is now, did you say 900 years old?
900, yes.
I must say you're looking well.
Thank you. That's very kind. You know, Yoda, I think, was 900 when he finally died. So I do think of myself as the Yoda of the Star Trek franchise. And look, it could be worse. I could be short and green and made out of rubber. So I think I do look pretty good.
Yeah, you do. You do. Yeah.
So I asked you at the beginning of our conversation about mentors. I just want to talk a little bit about mine. I had that remarkable teacher in high school who saw that when I was pushed into the school play in 9th grade in a farce from the mid-19th century called Box and Cox. It was a 3-character play. I played one of the 2 leads. It's a silly.
What are you talking about? It's a 2-character play.
No. There's 2 men who share the same apartment because they have a conniving landlady who's double booked the apartment. That's the setup, and then ridiculous coincidences ensue. I played that part at 14 years old, Kate, and I'm playing it again for charity in a week and a half for the benefit of our local movie theater. I will be the first live theater performance in an 83-year-old movie palace here in the East Bay of San Francisco. But the point is, talk about revisiting a role. I'm playing a character at age 71 that I played at 14. So somehow, playing the Doctor 30 years later, it also.
But I want to ask you this: you seem to have something that a lot of us don't have. I'm not going to put myself in this category, but you seem to have endless energy and drive to continue to act. And I think that's a gift, but it's rare. Where does it come from? You know,
I'm flattered by the question, and I kind of agree with you in that I take on a lot of things that are either pro bono or with a theater group which will never have a broad audience, just for the fun of doing it. There's something about different kinds of material, doing the silliest and broadest of comedy. This is an operetta, so it's Arthur Sullivan adapted it. So I'm singing wonderful Arthur Sullivan music as well. But there's something about doing something incredibly silly and then the next day doing something very dramatic that is a never-ending delight for me.
I'm so glad.
I feel like I'm running the table and getting to do all different kinds.
I am so glad. Yeah, that's a gift, Bob. That's a gift.
Well, thank you. And but anyone, for example, if you look just at your more recent, since Star Trek, your characters on, obviously, Orange is the New Black, indelible, totally something that no one would imagine you. I would never have imagined you in that role until I saw you play it and own it the way you did, as you do, really, as I've seen you do on stage so many times. You transform yourself. You are the ultimate actor who immerses yourself in a character. You seem to have no no ego at all about you. Look exactly the way the character should look. Red was an outrageous character behavior, but also the way she looked and the way she spoke with that wonderful.
Also, we should be very, very clear about something. I think it's important for people to know this. When an actress reaches a certain age in this business, it's perilous, right? I've been a leading lady all my life. Suddenly there I am. I guess this is in my mid-50s, and I can see. Also, Janeway is with me wherever I go.
Mhm.
So I have to dispel the notion that she's all I can do and all I want to do. So I decided that the first thing I had to do, which was really hard, Bob, because you know me very well, was let go of my vanity. If not, I really had to kick it away. If I wanted to become a really good character actress, and I did, because I could see then down the next path that would carry me. So of course she's Russian. She's running the kitchen. She's eating what she's eating. She's gaining a little weight, but she's different. She's entirely different. Just as Teresa Bowers in Dope Thief is entirely different. This is what thrills me about acting. I don't want to play the same thing, you know?
Mhm. Well, then, so we're not that different, Kate. I mean, I love the different types. You have, these are all very dramatic roles, certainly with humor, definite moments of humor. But basically, these are, I would call them epic roles. I would say that I love my experiences with the epic, but I also love, as I said, to do just silly things, sketch comedy.
Because you do them so well and so effortlessly. You do. And the audience loves it. Watch you break into song in the middle of some scene. I mean, it's that's what I'm talking about when I say that you have that kind of capacity.
Well, I want to remind our viewers once again that you can donate to this very, very worthwhile organization, the Hollywood Food Coalition, which stitches together 150 different service organizations to help feed people who are hungry. It's an extraordinary charity. We need them more than ever now with what's going on in our country. So I urge you to donate if you can, using the QR code or texting Trek to 53-555. It's been first of all, it's a charity that I support. I love the fact that my colleague Kate Mulgrew is always so passionate about donating her time and treasure to the charities that mean the most to her. But if I come up to her and say, "Hey, can we do this?" she never ever says no. I love that about you, that you are always on board for a.
Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to this. We should all be fed. This country, the richest country in the world, should be feeding its people. There's no excuse. And I have my fears, as you know, about what's coming. But I think it's a wonderful organization, and I'm delighted if in any way I have helped.
Well, thank you. And thank you for all of you. I understand that this interview is closing the Trek Talks Day on April 5th. We pre-recorded it on, April 2nd, which of course is Liberation Day, which I understand to be the day that we're all going to be liberated from half the value of our IRAs or something. I don't quite know what Liberation Day means, but we'll find out, I'm sure. And also this will be on April 5th, which I also know is going to be a day of national protest. So there's a lot going on. There are a lot of different causes and issues that are competing for your time and your treasure. So I thank you for giving this time to Trek Talks, to the Hollywood Food Coalition, and to the very important cause of feeding people who are hungry.
Indeed. But it's my pleasure, my great friend. Thank you very much for having me.
We made it! As you can see, the production team, a portion of the production team, is here to join me in saying thank you to everybody. Bob and Kate, wow. Before I elaborate a smidge on the thanks, a couple of things. Kate has very generously offered to donate 3 sets of her 2 memoirs. So 6 books total, 3 sets, 2 memoirs, Born with Teeth, How to Forget a Daughter's Memoir, signed, personalized. Here's how this is going to work. The first 3 people who donate $100 get those 3 first 3 people who donate $100
What?
get 3 sets of 2 books each, personalized, autographed by the great Kate Mulgrew. Wow, that was hard to say. And we're not going to close the auction until the end of this last spiel. So if you want to get one last whack at the Magic Castle, what an evening. Bonnie and I will roll out the red carpet for you guys.
Absolutely. Not
Or if
physically
you
a
want-
carpet. But...
Or if you want to come to Vegas and be treated by us at a fabulous bar where it's all conviviality with great Star Trek guests, that's also going to be available to bid on for the next few minutes. Words cannot describe how appreciative we are, not just for Bob and Kate, but for all the guests we've had today, the generous contribution of their time, smooches galore. Bill expressly said I wasn't to do this, but fuck Bill. You're in the middle. Fuck Bill. I want to thank Bill and Dan and Flubish and Ashley and Jay and Earl Green, who make the stream come on time. Lisa, social media genius. Amy B, Yvette and the SyFy sisters. Flubish, I just like to say her name. It's actually but
That's me, by the way.
Kim and Paul, Johnny, champion the Trektivism team, Heather and Matt, everybody at HoFoCo, Jessica Verdi, Aaron Harvey, all our moderators, all the people who donated today, all of our staffers, everybody who marched, and Cory motherfucking Booker.
Ooh.
Hey,
that's
Absolutely.
I love you all. I love you all to the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for supporting this wonderful organization. Bonnie has done something kind of amazing.
That's
She has
true.
written
I
a
did.
song encompassing the names, and we have our first and 3. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. We have captured the first 3 people who donated.
Wow.
$100. Y'all are getting the wonderful Kate Mulgrew books. Bonnie, what have you done for the people who've donated today?
All right. So, like as promised, I put in pretty much every name that I could grab that has donated today. I made it into like a little song. If you donated through Star Trek Family, I couldn't get everyone's names from that in. So you're all together in one group. But guess what? It doesn't matter. This is going to be great. You said words were not enough, John, and you were right. It can only be done in song. And here it is. Everyone is here donating for a mission, helping the Hollywood Food Coalition. Every little dollar amount can count. 46,000 is our current amount. We have Trek stars and writers, producers and promoters. Now let me do a rap about our incredible donors. That's all of you watching. The Star Trek family had lots of names. They all came together, adding over $10,000 to the HoFoCo ledger. Ed Douglas, David Teague, Anna and Jim, Dan Mason, Deborah Bryson, Emma and Tim, Jody Pickens, Slack Twaddle, Brian Drew, Claudia gave $10 in honor of Kate Mulgrew, Laura Del Barrio, JP Laura Miskoff, Bill McCabe, and moderator Amy Imhoff, Santa Daniel Kelly, and Alan S. Lots of money from some person named Anonymous, Katrina Lee Heft, Lisa Kelly, Greg Kinzo, Kieran, Dave, and Toby helping us grow, Mark Zetkoff, Jamal Taylor, Bethany G, Mohammed Noor donated during Discovery, Brian and Maria, Howard and Sean, Robert K. and Loretta watching this virtual con, Chris Garris, Chris Collins, Trekkie, and Tapan, all joining together to help our fellow man, Charlotte Brockman, David E., Cassandra Gerard, coming together like season 3 of Picard, Ellie Littlechild, KD, Stephanie K., Mike Slammer, Carolyn, and Adam Sauce, Dave Gregory, Leah Marcus, the money's rolling in. We had a $1,000 match from Tara Poland, Stephanie Becker, Margaret, adding to our saga with a hefty $5,000 by Brandon Braga, Dr. Nani, Neil, Heather, Ray Barca, Sam Kitchen, Ward Dogheim, and Marie and Abby Sommer, Grace and Sarah C., Matthew Simone, and Dan, proving why Star Trek has the very best fans, Sarah Lynn and Warren, H.P. Reed and Rose, Scott Markin and Lars, Cynthia Meredith knows, Charlene Schmidt, Shara Johnny B. Did I mention over $10,000 from the Star Trek family? Blake Strait, Steve, Roger Mars, and Jimmy Shaw will all raise a toast to you at the bar. Marina, Becky, and Michelle Bobbin. Trekkies continue to give and we don't see it stopping. John is our champion, rounding us up to 44K. Melissa Lintinger and Jessica making our day. Donating directly isn't your only option. You can also bid money on all of our auctions. So thank you very much for giving willingly. Here's a big "We love you" from me and Billingsley. Mic drop.
Wow.
Bravissimo.
Wow.
That was amazing. Bonnie's been working on that for the last hour and a half.
So good, so good.
Oh wait!
Incredible.
Oh wait! Hold on. We got hold on.
No.
We got John Gower, April, and Tiffany too. You all came together at the last minute. Good for you.
Very good. Now you not only have the next 4 minutes and 36 seconds ish to donate and to consider making that last bid on the silent auction. You also have the rest of your life, because Trek Talks lives on YouTube until the end of time. So if you didn't catch all of it today, catch up later. And if you have friends that you think maybe want to see it, reach out to them and remind them that they can come and watch at their convenience. We've had in years past people make donations throughout the weeks and months after we air, and we'd love to continue to encourage people to contribute. As time passes, we ain't going anywhere. We're serving people every day of the week. We welcome your support, and thank you again. I wanted to make something more along the lines of a personal statement. One week ago, Voldemort stopped 330 truckloads of food bound for food banks across California. This is according to the California Association of Food Banks. Perishable milk, eggs, produce, thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds of food meant to go to people in need. Just poof, no reason given. Lawmakers in California are being urged not to reduce state food assistance dollars, but of course they'll be considering a myriad of needs in light of potential federal cuts in everything, from higher education to refugee resettlement services to Medicaid, you name it. And of course, this is going to be happening everywhere all at once. So the need. The need. Thank you, everybody, from the bottom of our hearts for what you're doing to help support us. We're all in this together, doing what we can, helping out in our communities, figuring out ways we can prop up and support. You get the wonderful sound effect of my cat going to the bathroom behind me, by the way. I said one thing. I said, buddy, could you just not? And of course, he's a cat. All in this together. Mostly what we're required to do as citizens and as human beings is to fight to keep mutual trust alive. The abandonment of our traditional alliances, the declaration of economic warfare against our dearest geopolitical friends, the active support proffered to one of the world's most dangerous, oppressive, murderous regimes, the cancellation of thousands of contracts funding malaria prevention, polio vaccine initiatives, tuberculosis treatments, Ebola surveillance, and on and on. Essentially, we are seeing the dismantling of a vast humanitarian network abroad that has saved millions of lives, and the same principle applies at home. A wave of layoffs in the federal government makes domestic policy and the structures underpinning our society completely contingent on the whims of a deranged fascist. And the literal physical health of our country is more in danger now than it has been since 1945. When you destroy institutions, you destroy trust. And trust, once destroyed, is a very difficult thing to restore. It's the project of autocrats to destroy trust. It's the project of citizens of a democratic republic to seek to rebuild trust when it's in danger of being destroyed. Find something, please, as everyone here has, to give yourself to that is rooted in the values that Track instills in us. Find something to do with yourself, if you are searching still, that is about the restoration of trust and faith in our common purpose, our common mission, our common values, our common decency. Please consider that the deliverance of kindness and mercy and hope to people in need is what makes us Trackers. It used to be what people said made them Christians, religious people. What makes us decent people. And think first, where am I needed in the world, in the public sphere, and maybe just right outside your back door in your community. Your community calls you more than ever. Your community calls you. It's what brought me to the Food Coalition. It's what brings us all to this work. I can't thank you enough for supporting us, and I can't say how much I am hoping that all of us stick together and fight together with courage and heart and passion to speak out, because everybody's voice needs to be heard in these very dark and challenging times. Thank you, everybody, so much for showing up today.